What's up, everyone? Welcome to the UnDraftathon 2021, our first ever UnDraftathon. I am your host for this first couple of hours, but to kick it off today, Tommy Mo at 2on1FFB, and joining me today is none other than Vivek Ivier at Fantasy and Sport from the Undroppables. What's up, Vivek? Tell me how to say your name right.
Vivek. But yeah, it's really great to be here. We got a lot set up for all y'all for draft day coverage, extending from an hour beforehand to throughout the day. So yeah, really excited to be here.
Yeah, I am pumped, dude. I've been waiting for this day all year. It's one of my favorite days in all of the football world. It's like Christmas. It's like, I tweeted about it yesterday. It's like the day before going to Disneyland, like you're just so much anticipation, so much excitement for this day. Brand new season, kicking off the brand new season. I don't know. I love it. I've been watching it for a long time. How's it been for you? What's your, are you always watching the draft every year, or, how do you feel about it?
Yeah, so I'm gonna be honest. I watch like bits and pieces of the draft and where I think it's gonna get interesting, and often that's after the first few picks, and then in that kind of 3 through 10 range or something like that, and then usually at the start of the second and third round is where I'm like really locked in, and so it's kind of hit or miss with where I watch. Definitely don't watch the whole thing, but always look it up right afterwards.
Yeah. So you're not like super crazy like me that's just glued to the TV. Like, I take the day off of work. I tell my wife and kids to get the hell out of the house. Don't talk to me for 3 days because I'm just all draft all the time. And Vivek, it seems like you're more of a normal person when it comes to the draft, watching the highlights and the main stuff. But, for fantasy perspective too, I just think, the more we've gotten into like dynasty leagues, the draft means so much more. The rookies mean so much more, because we're not just watching as fans anymore. It's, it's all about dynasty and stuff. So we have a great show for you guys here today and all weekend. Great guests, great hosts from the Undroppables. We're stoked to be here. Thank you everyone for joining us. And like I said, great cast of guests that we have on. The first guest for today's first hour joining me is one of our friends from the fantasy football community on Twitter. You might know him as RYNOS. It's Ryan Loesch at Real RYNOS. What's up, Ryan?
What's up, Tommy? Thanks for having me. Thanks for having me on Droppables, the Undroptathon. We're doing it all day.
Hell yeah.
Oh man, I'm right there with you, brother. Like, just get away from me. Go, like, it's like when you're cooking in the kitchen, don't come in until it's done. Come on, the meatloaf.
Right. We're here in the kitchen getting ready. I'm like sweating, been working all day trying to get off, just to be here. And I'm stoked to talk to you today because, we've podcasted before and we've chatted a bunch on Twitter, but having you here to join us for this first hour, I'm excited because, there's still the anticipation, right? But now we just get to kind of like talk about football and these prospects, who you like, who you're into, without also worrying about what's going on with the picks. So, Ryan, I know you're from the Bay Area, but can you tell people what your fandom is? Who's your favorite team and who you're rooting for?
It's pretty simple. I'm a 7th generation San Franciscan, so my family came here for the actual gold rush in San Francisco. Yep. I'm going to be repping the gold rush for all time.
Hell yeah.
San Francisco 49ers, we got a special pick coming up today, 1.03. Let's go. I'm ready for a new quarterback. Let's get someone we need. We've been on a quest for 6 for a long time. So,
what do you think? All the news going on this week, about who the 49ers are going to pick at 3. I mean, what do you think is going to happen? Well, what do you want to happen? And then what do you think is going to happen?
Sure. I think what I want and what I think is going to happen are one and the same. So, there's been a lot of talk and a lot of smoke about Mac Jones potentially being a fit for the 49ers. And, while he's a fine quarterback and led an Alabama team, to a stellar season, set NCAA records for completion percentage, and you know, it was fun to watch. He had a special season. That being said, I just don't see that, you know, being the fit for what Kyle Shanahan wants to do moving forward. You know, there's two quarterbacks sitting there that I personally think one of them is going to be the guy. I could see him, you know, on the red carpet TV screen behind me. Yep. But I think it's going to be one of two quarterbacks, and that's going to be either what Vegas is saying. The Vegas odds are in the favor of Trey Lance at the moment, but I still think that there is a possibility that Justin Fields, you know, might also be the guy. So one of those two quarterbacks, I believe, will be the 49ers selection. You know, once we're on the clock, I'm excited for either one of them to become a 49er and lead our franchise to glory.
Yeah. And if it is one of the top guys that, you know, Fields does happen to fall, you know, with Wilson going to the Jets at 2, do you think they're ready to, you know, if it is Fields, you know, someone like that, or Wilson, for example, if he doesn't go 2, is he ready to step in right away and we could just basically say goodbye to Jimmy G and you know, he's gone? Or, you know, bring someone like Mac Jones in, who maybe not I wish it wasn't at 3, because it'd be a better fit to get him later and then just have him kind of beat out Jimmy G eventually.
Yeah, you know, giving up all that draft capital the next 3 years, so 2022, 2023 first, including, you know, the number 12 pick this year, that's a ton of draft capital to give up for someone that, you know, if it was Mac Jones, you know, we've kind of got that already on the team if you think about it. So I don't think that, you know, it limits what Kyle can open the playbook up for. And I think that the other two guys, you know, as far as stepping in, sure. I think that if called upon, I think both, you know, Fields and Lance, especially Fields, though, he's had the more snaps under his belt. The one thing I don't hear getting talked a lot is, you know, Kyle Shanahan and his dad, Mike Shanahan, and Sean McVay have their quarterback collective where they're, you know, working with quarterbacks coming out of high school. And if you go to quarterbackcollective.com, you know, you'll see right there the poster boy is, in fact, Justin Fields on the face of their website. So, you know, that's I'm not hearing that getting talked about. I don't believe that Justin Fields is out of the running. So it's going to be really exciting to see what happens.
You should have put that out as a tweet, man. That would have got some great traction.
I mean, I actually did put it out and say, I just said, just click. I said, just click on the link and you tell me who the 49ers are taking.
Yeah, and I think the hard part is just thinking about the draft capital, because you know, I think I did mock at one point Mac Jones to the Niners just because it in a progression type of role, not ready to step in right away. Like they wanted to give Jimmy G another year and let Mac Jones kind of just get used to the NFL. I thought it could have been a good fit, but now. I mean, if Fields is there, like I don't know how you pass on that guy. I really don't understand the hate he's kind of been getting lately. You know, and I don't know if it's just smoke, you know, and trying to drop his value or something, or trying to push the Jets to grab Wilson. But and if Fields is there, I really don't know how the Niners pass him up. And you know, I think he looked really good in that red and gold over there in San Francisco.
Oh, he sure would.
So now, gosh, we have so much to talk about. We've been, for the 2-on-1 Fantasy Sports podcast, we've been going over rookies, rookie prospects the last couple of weeks, having great guests on to talk about those rookie prospects. Vivek, you know, in this first round, you know, there a lot of people have mocked, like not a whole lot of running backs going, you know, definitely a few receivers, but outside the quarterbacks, who are you most excited to see some of your favorite prospects, you know, either the wide receiver or running back position?
Yeah, for sure. For me, I really want to see where Jalen Waddle goes. Honestly, I'm pretty sure the Lions are a pretty good fit for him.
Yeah.
However, just scouting him on film, he is the most electric player in this draft class for me. And he's the most fun to watch. And obviously, I do not have him as my number 1 receiver. I have that for Jamar Chase, not even number 2, as that goes to Devontae Smith for me. But just from like a purely enjoyment perspective, I'm just really excited to see what Waddle does in the NFL.
Mhm.
And even though a lot of the analytic profiles may not look as good for him as they do a guy like Rashad Bateman, who
Mhm.
nearly pops out of all the like Jax's Anatomy series or other like analytic based profiles. Bateman really pops out. However, I think that Jim Waddle is going to be really good at the next level, and I have him as my wide receiver 3 in this class.
Nice. So some people have been comping him to Tyreek Hill. Do you see those same kind of traits that Hill has? I mean, I'm just going to say that me personally, I mean, I think it's a little bit of a stretch, but I get where they're coming from with the speed and how electric he is. But do you see the same thing?
Yeah. So everyone, I feel like every single fast receiver is comped to Tyreek Hill.
Yeah.
It's like a perpetual thing. You could write it in every single year. Just comp the fastest guy to Tyreek Hill, and it'll always gain some traction.
Yeah, I think Ruggs got it last year.
Ruggs definitely got it last year. But in this case, I do kind of see where people are coming from. I think that Tyreek is a far better route runner than Jalen Waddle is. Waddle rounds his routes sometimes in comparison to Tyreek, who can kind of stop on a dime and like make very sharp cuts.
Right.
But I do see in Jalen Waddle isn't just a downfield receiver. He isn't just a burner who's going to go all the way downfield on a streak or on a post or whatever. Rather, he's going to be used underneath as well. Sort of in a Tyreek Hill-esque way. And so I do see like sizable comparisons. If you had to pick anyone from this draft class to be Tyreek Hill, I would say it's definitely Waddle. And even extending back to last year's draft class, I think he has a lot more similarities than a Ruggs did or something like that. Mm-hmm. But I don't think when you comp all these players to Tyreek Hill, it gives people like a sense that they can actually live up to that. And I honestly I don't think it's fair to put that on any college receiver. Yeah. So I see similarities, but I wouldn't personally comp it to Tyreek.
Well, and it's totally not fair because like Tyreek Hill wasn't even Tyreek Hill coming out of college, you know, like 5th round pick, like, you know, West Alabama, you know, no one's expecting that. The only time I heard of Tyreek Hill's his rookie season was from other Chiefs fans who were like, man, Andy Reid needs to use Tyreek Hill, needs to put him in there more. He's the fastest guy in the field. And I'm like, okay, cool. Like whatever, you know, like I'm not going to pick him up in fantasy or, you know, definitely for redraft. I'm just going to let him sit there. And then, you know, year 2, year 3, he's just blowing up. And, you know, it's not fair to comp some of these guys, you know, and we run into that too. I've been seeing the Darren Waller comp for Kyle Pitts a lot. And like the same thing, like Darren Waller wasn't even Darren Waller until like 2 years ago. Like, you know, he had to go through some shit. He had to be really terrible and you know, have an addiction and go through that whole process just to become the guy he is today, you know, because that does affect everything about the guy's game. Like if you pay attention to him, his social media at all, it's like how he deals with stuff off the field, you know, it kind of defines him as a player and as a person. And, you know, Ryan, moving back to you, who are you excited to see go in this first round? And, you know, I guess outside of the Niners, just from an NFL perspective or a fantasy perspective?
Boy, I'm excited about a lot of these guys, to be honest, Tommy. But just one more thing with Waddle, you're absolutely right, Vivek, that you know, it's really not fair to all these guys each year be comped to Tyreek. It wasn't even mentioned, you know, how good Tyreek Hill plays through contact, you know, being that he was actually a college running back, you know. Yep. So a lot of these guys are, you know, especially like Ruggs last year, I didn't think it was a fair comp to be sure he may, you know, possess that speed, which is insane to think about, that Tyreek Hill was a 5th round draft pick when – you know, the NFL is predicated on speed. I don't think we've ever seen speed like that on the football field.
Well, even the fact that the Raiders let him like go to the 5th round, right? They didn't get him in the first.
Yeah, exactly. So I guess he didn't fit those analytic molds that a lot of people are looking for. But yeah, I guess you know, if there's any comparison that could be Tyreek and Waddles, is that you know, and say what you want about where, you know, the fact that there were so many 1st round wide receivers on Alabama to, prevent them from fully breaking out is neither here nor there. But an exciting player nonetheless, and going to be interesting to see where he goes. Tonight, I'm hoping that we see a running back or two get into this first round, sneak into the first round, because I think that football is way better when the running back position is treated with respect and class. Totally. And, it's often thought about as dime a dozen, any run of the mill can go in and be serviceable. But, when you have those elite dynamic players, they should be valued atop even NFL's draft boards as well. So not just for fantasy purposes, but of course, we love it for fantasy.
Right. So, and this is a fantasy football show at the end of it. Right. We're a fantasy football team and we're going to write about fantasy. So yeah, as much as we love the NFL and football and the game of football, and that's where some of our backgrounds really come from. I mean, end of the day, we definitely have to talk about from a fantasy perspective. So running backs was one of the last groups I talked about on my podcast, and I had a great time doing it. Ryan, who's your since we have the time to do it, why don't you let me know your top 5 running backs if you have your rankings handy?
Let's just go through the list. I mean, my top 3 are pretty much locked in like consensus. Najee Harris right there at the top. I'm from the Bay Area. We've been watching Najee at Antioch High School since he was in high school. So,
let's talk about that for a little bit too, because I want to talk about that.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's just, you're always rooting for Bay Area people from the Bay and Bay Area people. So when one of your own is up and coming and could go play for a program like Alabama, had to wait his turn for a long time, but still finished his career with all the major rushing records and titles for Alabama. And I don't think that should be overlooked at all. But so Najee Harris, number 1. I'm going to still go with Travis Etienne at number 2. His body of work at the college level, I really don't think enough people give him credit for his power and his ability to just shrug off defenders. People think of him as purely a speed back or undersized receiving back. I see a lot of Clinton Portis in his game, and I want guys that can rip off 80-yard touchdowns and give you 15, 16 points on one carry or one reception. So ETN number 2.
In a lot of ways, he doesn't run as upright, but in a lot of ways, he almost reminds me of like an Eric Dickerson from back in the day too. Just with like his skill set, he's able to catch balls, run outside, run inside, break away. Like I said, totally different running style, but still same kind of speed and skill set.
Right. Yeah. So, ETN has been a long time favorite, been waiting for him to get into the league. So be interesting to see where he lands. Javonte Williams, he's coming in at number 3.
Hell yeah.
No surprise there, and it sounds like a lot of teams in the NFL actually have Javonte at the top of their board, which you like to hear. A number of teams have him as their number 1 running back. So I think for fantasy purposes, that's going to be the elite crop, the top half of first round rookie drafts. Yeah, those are the premium 3, and then really it's just going to be a combination of Kenny Gainwell and Michael Carter. If they can get some nice day 2 draft capital and potentially a path to a large amount of volume, they could be quite interesting as well. So there you have it. Those are my top 5.
We have pretty much the same. I mean, we definitely have the exact same top 3. I got Michael Carter at 5 now. The only one I'm lower on than you is Kenny Gainwell, and it's at one point I had him at 4, but just as I watched more tape, did a little and talked to other people on my podcast, I like to bring on people to my show so like I can get better at fantasy football, not for like anyone else. Like it's just purely just for me. So when they were talking to me, I was like, yeah, like okay. They were a lot lower on Kenny Gainwell, so listening to that, it kind of dropped a little bit, but I get it, and I've been like, I've had them that high. So I think, after that top 3, it really is kind of a crapshoot, the rest of the top 10, it's kind of just who you like better. What traits do you like better? But I've said on Twitter a couple of times, like all these guys kind of do have some holes in their game, and there's no real complete back, generational type talent in this draft class. And a lot of the guys on Twitter that I listen to and respect a lot, like Ray GQ, I've been saying that too. Like, it's just there's good things about this class. The landing spots are going to matter a lot, but there's almost no like team proof running back. That's going to be good no matter what. There's no Saquon Barkley, in this class. So at that point, it's like, for fantasy, you're like, okay, who's going to be the better back? And I think any one of those top three, Najee, Travis, or Javonte, like easily could be the top dog in this class, in like a year or two. I really like Javonte Williams. I think he's probably the most just kind of like well-rounded, complete back, like your kind of like typical running back you want to see in the NFL. And then, Travis, I think, is awesome. Michael Carter, Jetpack Galileo from the Astronauts really put me on Jetpack, and also Jay Moyer too. Loves Michael Carter. I think he's like his number one running back, which to me is a little bit of a stretch, but I get where he's coming from because he has some really good reasons behind it. And then back to Najee. One of my buddies lives in the Central Valley, and he used to go watch Najee play at Antioch, and he was telling me that Najee's grandma, or his grandma or his mom, like moved with him to Alabama to like make sure he still went to church like every Sunday, and didn't screw up this opportunity that he had, because it was like he was such a name, and people were so happy for him to go there that they didn't want to mess up this opportunity. And I thought that was great hearing that, which is like, the kid's a good kid, like he's a good character guy. He stayed and he waited his turn. He didn't transfer out, he didn't like just, like, I don't want to sit here at Alabama. Like, he knew it's a winning program. If he stayed there, it would do well. And so I'm excited. He's my number one running back, so I can't wait to see where he lands.
That was awesome hearing that. Thanks. I always love hearing, extra tidbits. I didn't even know that. And, I feel like I know a lot about Najee Harris. So, thanks for letting me know. And like you said, those are like where you can win on the edges and margins, like, knowing this is a good guy, knowing that, you can feel confident, turning your draft pick card when it comes time for rookie drafts. Right. And, knowing that he's not going to be getting in trouble on the on the side, or when he's not especially on the field.
These days, right? Like, there's so many issues, with off-field stuff, and that you have that story of a guy that's just a really good high character guy, right? Like, I know with the Raiders, at least that's what they said. They're trying to like draft high character guys, but that's important in the NFL, right? Like, you don't want to invest all this money, all this draft capital into someone, and then you're just going to go mess around on the weekend and totally throw it away. But that story, shout out to my boy Joey Roles from Manteca, California, sharing that story with me like a month ago. And I thought it was great when I heard it. His buddy coached Najee at Antioch. So that's how he got the inside scoop on that story. But once I heard that, I was like, man, like, I locked this guy in as my 101, because it's just, he's fucking awesome at football. He runs well, and he loves his mom and his family. And he's also trying to just, not mess around and be close to God. So, I'm excited to see where he lands. But Vivek, and like, ideal landing spot for Najee, what do you think?
Yeah, so I know the one that everyone's going to say is the Steelers, and that's like simply because it is a great spot, right? Like, when everyone says something, it sometimes isn't worth zagging while everyone else is zigging. And I think that the Steelers is like a very good landing spot for Najee Harris. So I'd have to go with that. Pretty simple there. One question I do have for you guys is regarding Trey Sermon, since I feel like that's someone who's been steadily rising up ranks and has been frequently comped to guys like Chris Carson. So what would you say? Like, where does Sermon rank for you guys? Because I noticed it wasn't in your top 5.
I'll let Ryan go first on that one.
Yeah, Sermon's a tough guy to evaluate because, depending on who you follow on Twitter, and there's a lot of people I respect a lot, and you'll get, 10 different answers from 10 different people on Trey Sermon. So for me, I think he's interesting enough, and I think you can make a case to, fall in love with certain aspects of any of these running backs, right? Yeah. Like, you could do that every single year. And really, for me, it comes down to, for a guy like Trey Sermon, is he going to get the draft capital? Because I can see him squeezing in on day 2. I could see him falling on day 3. I don't know. And so for me, I'm going to play wait and see. I'm not going to get my hopes too high on him until I see him get that draft capital, because then that is the team telling you, okay, we're investing in you and our jobs are on the line as well.
Yeah.
So that's kind of what I pay attention to in look, all my fantasy leagues, all my dynasty leagues. I have a healthy stable of RYNOS. So I always got a strong, I always want those elite running backs on my team, and I win championships because of it. So usually guys like Trey Sermon, I'm not like coveting highly, because I'll let them kind of sort themselves out on my opponent's roster. He might take a year or two to even make his way onto the field. So just always with these prospects, take them with a grain of salt, identify, who are the elite talents. And so when I go about it, I try to accumulate as many picks as I can to move up for the guys that I feel more confident are a sure bet. And that's just my philosophy.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Vivek, I actually just moved, as of this week, just moved Trey Sermon into number 4 for me. Yeah.
Trey Sermon's also my number 4 running back. So
nice. And for me, he started like really low. He probably started like 12 or something. And as I kind of went through my process throughout this off season, we're working on our undroppables rookie draft guide that should be coming out next week. So we haven't been talking about that much, but we want to drop it here on the UnDraftathon, our rookie guide that we've been working really hard on. Got a lot of great analysis, film, and analytics stuff on there, and I can't wait for you guys to all see it. But as I've been working through my process for that preparation, he just kept going up and up and up. And again, having Jay Moyer and Felix Sharp on my podcast, they were really high on Trey Sermon. And for me, like, yes, I definitely have my process, have what, the things I like in my running backs. But when I hear guys that I respect and guys that I listen to have such great things to say about someone, it definitely plays a factor. And one thing that Felix was talking about was size, and we see it with the wide receiver class too, is that there's a ton of small guys in this class. This is just like an all around small guy class. And some of those wide receivers that are bigger bodies, like Nico Collins, Seth Williams, they catch your eye because they're fitting that prototypical size, and Trey Sermon's kind of the same way. He has great size, 6 foot, 215. And not from a bad program at all. Ohio State, he just didn't get the same sort of love. And again, not super fast. His 40 wasn't great, but he's just a good football player. He's all around just like that typical NFL running back. And you don't, because we don't have so many of those in this class. It's just one reason I bumped him up. Partly just because I feel like he's going to have a really good role if he lands at the right team. And obviously all these rankings, might change after this weekend, and they probably will, and they should. But if he lands at a good team, he has a really good opportunity to be a really good back in the NFL. Maybe, not a Pro Bowl back, but someone that could be fantasy relevant, a really good RB2, like consistently. So for me, it's watching tape, seeing him play against Clemson, the big schools all year, and then talking to those other guys are just like, okay, like I'm going to keep moving them up. And it just seemed that's kind of been the trend too, right? On Twitter, like his rankings have kind of moved up steadily throughout this offseason to where we're at today. Yeah, as running back 4 for a lot of people. And I forgot, where did you say you have him, Ryan?
Right now, he's outside my top 5.
Outside top.
I have to see draft capital if I'm going to move him up.
Yeah, and I think that's fair.
And he had a really nice stretch run at the end of the year. It was really disappointing to see him get hurt in the national championship game, because I thought right at that moment Alabama was going to pull away, and they really needed Trey Sermon to control the game, control the clock, keep Alabama offense off the field. So, but like I said, he had a really nice stretch run. He was showing that he could, not only have like prototypical size, but showed that he could be dynamic as well, so it was very nice to see. I personally like running backs that do have a heavy workload in college. I want to know that they're going to be able to carry the load at the next level. And so, Sermon's had his bouts with injuries throughout his career. And so I'm hoping that doesn't continue to haunt him in the NFL. But like you said, if he gets that draft capital or even like early day 3, and he goes to a situation where there's, a clear path, or he's at least in the conversation to compete, then sure, I could absolutely see him, any one of these running backs, like they're athletes enough to where if suddenly there's no running backs in front of them because everyone's injured, or they just somehow get that opportunity because they show their leadership, and they show their ability to work hard throughout practice in the weight room. All of these guys are good enough to succeed. That's why they're making it to the NFL. So really, it's about getting that opportunity, going 100% with it and never looking back. And those are the guys that earn and then keep their jobs. Right? Football is a game of attrition.
Right. And an opportunity, and taking advantage of that opportunity. And a guy like Sermon, depending on where he lands, his opportunity might be in practice, right? And it might not necessarily be on the field, but if he's kicking ass in practice, then he's going to get in the field. And that's why it just seems like that guy has a shot, and I like him. But if he gets day 3 draft capital, lands somewhere crappy, then he's back down to the bottom. But I like the opportunity of just him as a prospect. Now, couple that with landing spot, it could be good. And we were talking about Niner stuff earlier, but gosh, today, like of all days to have something crazy going on, we've been seeing about Aaron Rodgers and a possible trade to at one point maybe to the Niners. But RYNOS, do you think Aaron Rodgers gets traded? Do you think it gets traded in the next 30 minutes or an hour before the draft? How do you feel about him not going to the Niners? Like, is that still going to happen?
Before we jump into the Niners and what could and could not happen and all the craziness and hoopla, I would like to bring up somebody that Vivek mentioned in the chat here that is kind of in that Trey Sermon area, and that's Ramondre Stevenson, because he's a really interesting guy. His path to OU wasn't a traditional route, but the guy he's a size speed freak. The guy is and he's incredibly light on his feet for his size. It's so fun. He's a really fun prospect to watch, and he does, like Felix Sharp compared him to a bigger Kareem Hunt. And I think that's a perfect comp for him. So Ramondre Stevenson is somebody I'm really excited about. I would love to see him get, end of day 2 or early day 3 capital and be on a team that, doesn't have, like, say, Buffalo Bills, where their starters are questionable. And I think that, somebody with, remotely better talent could come in and steal the show there, or Pittsburgh Steelers or Atlanta or Miami Dolphins. So there's a lot of good guys. And thanks for bringing that name up.
Great person to bring up. Ramondre and Trey Sermon for me went like this. Like, they started at one, or I guess they went like this. Like, they started at one point and just went to the other side of the rankings for me, because I had Ramondre higher earlier, and I think now he's my running back 8, I think.
Oh wow.
Now he's our running back 8. After Michael Carter at 5, Jamar Jefferson, Chuba Hubbard, now Ramondre. And it's funny because, like, I liked Ramondre's tape, and I agree with you. He has great feet. He has a lot of good agility for a big guy. And then just being a JUCO kid, like I talked about this on my podcast, like Cerritos College is down the street where he came from, and like I was a JUCO kid too, so I should like be a homer for this kid, right? I should just like already be rooting for him because he's a local kid and he's a JUCO kid. But watching his tape, as much as I saw those things, those that movement that you're talking about, at the same time, I kind of got left with like, I'm not sure how good this guy's going to be, and I'm not sure if he can stand on his own 2 feet as a main running back in the NFL. It just, to me, seemed like, I think the first line that I wrote about in our draft guide was about him was that he fits perfectly in a thunder and lightning situation, and maybe in like Miami kind of thing where you have like Myles Gaskin that's catching passes and he's being the thunder, I just
and we're gonna have
like
to. That's what we're gonna have to find these days. We're moving away from the NFL. That's the like pure workhorse 3-down back. So we have to kind of be looking at these guys from that lens as well. Like we have to temper our expectations and realize like the NFL moving forward is a committee. Like it'll keep the guys fresh legs out there. So while it sucks for our fantasy teams, like for real football, it ensures that these guys are healthy down the stretch, especially for those playoff runs. The last thing you want to do is be relying on that workhorse. They go down and you have no insurance to back it up.
Right. And if you're playing in Dynasty, you got to grab some handcuffs because that's the way it's going to go. And hopefully those deep leagues allow you to do so. Let's see, where are we at? We are 36 minutes away. Now is a good time to talk about one of the great things that we have going on with this UnDraftathon is our draft game, charity game that is benefiting the Hayden Hurst Foundation. You still have time. We have 30 minutes roughly. It's not going to start on time. You have 30 minutes to go on the undroppables.com. Sign up. $10. That's all it is. $10. Super easy. It's just like your prop bets for Super Bowl. Go in there, sign up, pay your $10, pick who you think is going to get drafted. There's like 5 or 6 questions in there. Like I said, 50% of it goes to charity. But if you think you know more about the draft than anyone else, like winning money and love giving to a great cause, make sure you fill out the UnDraftathon charity contest before the start of the first round. So go do it now. You'll be asked questions about what you think is going to happen over the next 3 days of the draft. And if you get the best score, when all is said and done, you'll get 50% of the prize pool. The other 50% will be going to the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation, whose mission is to help youth, military, and others in need regarding their health, education, and wellness by funding services and programs through donations and fundraising events. So donate to a great cause and give yourself a rooting interest in the draft by filling out the contest now. Now's your time to do it. You had all week, but go do it now before it starts. So the link is in the description below on YouTube, or it can be found on our Twitter page at the Undroppables. So go do that. Ryan, did you do that? Did you go do it?
I'm about to do it as soon as I get off because I was rushing just to get here. Rhino was dragging today. There's a lot to get done.
These 4 o'clock start times. I miss when it was Saturday
morning
only. Saturday, and it was just all day. I would just I was like 12 years old. I would sit my ass on the couch all fucking day.
Oh yeah,
all weekend. Would it move?
Just bread ready to go Friday night. Ready to wake up. It was like watching Saturday morning cartoons.
Exactly. It was better.
Oh man,
see all the hoopla, watching all the fucking all the highlights, all of it. I loved it, and I get why they went to like let's take advantage of Thursday night, but like I got kids, man. I got a job. Like I'm kicking my kids out. Like I'm just get out of here because I got stuff to do. But it makes it harder, and in a lot of ways, I love that weekend start and just doing it all weekend. Yeah, it was great. But now we're here on Thursday. We get to talk to you. We get to spread it out over 3 days. With again some awesome guests coming on the show in the next hour. But we have here, if you're just tuning in, my man Ryan Loesch at Real RYNOS. Find him on Twitter at Real RYNOS. He's the man of the RYNOS. We were talking about. What was the other thing you're doing? What's your website? My bad, bro.
Oh, that's all good. Squad. We're still ways out from bringing a squad to market, but once we do, and Undroppables will be the first to know about it. I'll be catching you up as things progress there.
My man. Yeah, I had RYNOS, had Ryan on the show, and man, we had some technical difficulties and didn't really work out to release it. So I'm glad that you're here talking with us today in the second part of this hour-long segment of the UnDraftathon, brought to you by the Undroppables. And look out for our rookie draft guide coming next week. Should be dropping on Cinco de Mayo because why not? Cinco de Mayo. It's hot. We got to drop it on a day that's hot. So, but today we're just muy caliente. But today we're going to be talking about all these great rookies, these prospects, where they're landing, some instant analysis on landing spot and fantasy implications and where you should be drafting these guys. So let's continue with the favorite wide receiver. We haven't touched on wide receivers yet. Gosh, I mean, so we're looking at, I mean, Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle, Devontae Smith, Rashad Bateman. Who thoughts on who's going to go first? Who do you think is going to go first out of all these guys? Vivek, why don't you go?
Yeah. So I think obviously the chalk answer, is
what up, chalk?
is Jamar Chase, and I think deservedly so. I mean, in 2019, he had the entire SEC and all of college football just on blast because no one could stop him. Yeah. And Jamar Chase hits all the analytical boxes except for, I guess, one less year of production is like kind of if you have to nitpick. But really, Chase is an extremely good prospect, and that's why he's frequently talked as the number one receiver. Yeah. But if you're a betting man and you live in a state where betting's legal, I do think that Jalen Waddle at plus 800, I saw him for first receiver off the board, is a bit interesting because I could see a way that if the Bengals don't go Jamar Chase, I can see Jalen Waddle being the next guy taken if the Dolphins go Pitts. And so I think that at plus 800, it's relatively good odds. Yeah. I would not say like Devontae Smith, I think is even further down, but I tend to lean that Waddle will be drafted before Devontae Smith. So yeah, I think that's like the betting play that I'd go with, but definitely if we're just saying even odds, I would go with Jamar Chase as a first receiver.
You know, I forgot to place my bets. So as we were talking about that, I'm trying to like, oh man, I got to do that shit. What do you think, Ryan?
You know, I think it's a great call. I would think it would be an even better call if the Raiders had a top 10 pick this year, because I think that they would surely take Jalen Waddle number one.
Probably. I mean, I want to get mad and like defensive and stuff, but like, what am I going to say? It fucking is what it is. I was on the TDDR live stream last year, right when the Raiders picked, and it was like I'm just sitting there, fucking, let's go, CeeDee Lamb, let's go, and Henry Ruggs, man, on just live too, just like I can't even say shit, just have to sit here and eat it, like, man. But yeah, you never know. I think, gosh, there is a chance that Waddle goes first. Yeah, gosh, you never know with some of these, these clubs too. They're gonna do crazy shit, and I'm here for it. I'm really curious to see when the first really surprise pick gets made or crazy trade, and I think that's part of it too. Like, the hoopla of the draft is all that, like the changes, the stuff that people don't expect, the people that are left on Mel Kiper's board because he thinks that this guy is super good and he's like still available in the fucking 6th round, because there's always someone like that, right? There's always someone that's going to drop. There's always someone that we, as in, Twitter and fantasy football analysts are super high on that, that the GM's are just like, no, this guy sucks. I'm not gonna like him, and I'm really curious to see who that's going to be this year.
I love how Mel Kiper Jr., he always like sandbags on how much information he has, like it's like throughout the draft process, he's barely giving you anything. And then he's got the inside information every single pick, so it's
knows
like,
everything.
You sandbagger, you've been hoarding all this information. He's on the phone more than Schefter's on the phone with these teams,
totally.
Yeah, and just real quick, jumping back in on Waddle, I think that, I mean, obviously Chase is really fast. He had an exceptional like pro day combine, whatever. But the NFL seemingly year after year continues to pick the speed guys way too high. Like, you can see recent examples like John Ross, Henry Ruggs. I'd say that's a fair statement as of now.
Just start naming Raiders picks, bro.
Yeah, but definitely given the fact that guy's like Tyreek Hill. Like, I honestly don't understand why the NFL keeps trying to select the next Tyreek Hill because they have so many data points of not Tyreek Hill. Right. But I could definitely see them doing it again.
Yeah, it's a copycat league, like every year they're trying to copy, like what worked, what's good, what that's why you start seeing the RPO more and more, because it's starting to work. So people are starting to do it. The quarterbacks are starting to run more. Konami core, it's every year. It's the same cycle. They just keep, they just keep going for what they saw the other team do, and I keep shitting on the Raiders, but that's exactly what's going on. In the whole AFC West, everyone's trying to be the next Kansas City Chiefs. They're trying to find the next speed guy, the next Tyreek Hill, and they're just trying to copy it because that's what they see, multiple times a season. And like we said earlier, Tyreek Hill wasn't even Tyreek Hill. So how are you going to find, and that's the thing too. Vivek, you were saying earlier, you like the day 3, right? Because those guys are the interesting guys because that's where Tom Brady was. That's where some of these Hall of Fame guys were in those later rounds, and they're blowing draft capital out of the water because proving me right when I say it doesn't matter, but I know it does. But it's always interesting to find those guys, and Waddle's really surprising. If he goes as high as he does, because I get it, the speed and all that, but there's other things that you need in a wide receiver that he just doesn't have.
That's the thing, though. I can understand the speed fetish of the NFL. I really can, and the speed receivers can do things that aren't going to necessarily show up on the box score. It really opens things up underneath, and that's something the NFL doesn't care about your fantasy team. They don't care about points that we're scoring. So there's things that that love affair for speed can provide teams that, again, doesn't show up on the stats. And so it's frustrating for us as dynasty managers. But again, teams are trying to win, and speed kills. That's an edge that you can't teach. If somebody's blessed with that and possesses that game breaking speed, you're never out of a game.
For sure. And especially since in fantasy, we don't get points for the space that other receivers create.
Right.
And the fact that you can have a speed guy who demands the coverage, or at least a safety is going to have to play side. And they're going to have to lean towards him because he can one-on-one, or whoever, I'm just saying speed receivers in general, they can just beat through and run past a corner. I know frequently people play press against them because they're usually not physically dominant. They're usually just pure speed guys. And part of that is what makes Jamar Chase so intriguing. But just back to the original point, even if you play press, it only takes one big play, and that requires defenses to put a safety more onto that side of the field. And even if that doesn't result in a reception for the speed demon, if you will, it creates space for those on the other side of the field. And that's arguably as important because NFL teams don't care about who gets all the receptions. They just care about those are being caught.
Mm-hmm. And to give the Raiders some props with Henry Ruggs, just because I've been shitting on them so much, that's exactly what was going on a lot of times last year. And then we saw the Jets leave him one-on-one, and they get a freaking home run touchdown right at the last second because they weren't throwing him the ball, so okay, move the safety off, and then there you go, And so you're absolutely right. If they're not getting catches, they're definitely affecting the game in other ways. A lot of times that we don't see in fantasy. So, you'll say oh, that guy sucks. And no, that guy doesn't suck. It's just, he's playing a role on his team, and that's what the scheme and the play is calling for. And, but you bring up a really good point, that if we start getting bored with PPR, that maybe we can add in points per separation and start calculating that. And, that adds another wrinkle to the game. I don't know. Maybe we should try it. No? All right.
I don't know how quickly that would catch on, but
that'd be so hard. How do you do that every single time, every game, and then you're trying to figure out strategy on who to draft because of that? Oh man.
I'm
I
sure
can't even play
there's some,
IDP.
I'm sure there's some degenerates out there that are like challenge
Easily.
accepted. You know?
There's someone listening right now that's like, that's a fabulous idea. Let me go
Exactly.
how to do that.
Yeah.
Hey, and real quick, I think Michael just brought this up, but there's apparently a report that the Broncos are not going to go QB and are close to training for Aaron Rodgers. Haven't fact checked that or anything, but I guess this is like the breaking news of the hour. So what do you guys
Mark
think
Schlereth
about that?
saying it's not a nobody. I mean, that's pretty big. So Broncos not taking a quarterback because they're close to trading for Aaron Rodgers, per his sources at Mark Schlereth on at 104.3 The Fan. Wow, as close to a done deal as it can be.
Holy moly! Wow. Okay.
Wow.
Okay, that's some breaking news. And I mean, hey, Mark Schlereth, not only is he not a nobody, but you know, he's very close to John Elway. So that could be really exciting.
That could be good.
If that happens, man, Cortland Sutton.
Woo!
Okay, so Broncos just traded for Teddy Bridgewater too, though, right?
Okay, but if I think the contract, like how the contract played out was, Carolina's still paying him 7, and then Broncos are paying him 3. So that's literally just a backup deal, and a backup for a 6 is fine. A 6 is literally nothing. So I think that they're probably going to move off of Locke. I mean, that's what a report was earlier today when they were still assumed to be taking a quarterback. That they were going to put Locke on the block Friday, but now, I mean,
wow. I mean, if Aaron Rodgers to man, Jerry Jeudy, Cortland Sutton, oh man, that value just went skyrocketed if that happens.
Are y'all ready for more Aaron Rodgers tight end hype? Every single year, man. Every Green Bay tight end always gets that hype.
Noah Fant, dude, through the roof. Let's go.
Alberto.
Let's go.
Yeah, you're gonna have Alberto and Noah Fant guys coming out full force.
Yeah. Oh man, that's gonna be nuts, dude. Gosh, and then I mean he's too old for John Elway to mess up too. So you know they're just gonna bring him in, let him do his thing, and wow, Aaron Rodgers in orange and playing in the AFC West. That sucks for me and Raider fans.
Sorry, Tommy.
I kind of like. I mean, I'm so torn right now. Like there's part of me. There's a big part of me that likes it. Let's get it. Like, so there's like this much of me that likes it, and it's like this much of me that like kind of fucking hates it. So, oh man, that's gonna be interesting. Thanks, Michael Duncan. Hey, a big shout out to Michael Duncan, MP Duncan 75 on Twitter. Our producer for this whole thing, he put it together. We all had the idea, we all helped, but this guy really pulled it all together and made it happen. And he's running our show today. So thank you, Mike. Big ups to you.
Right on,
I know you're behind the scenes, but yeah, man, you're putting on a fantastic show and production. And man, yeah. So what's Dave Marchand saying in the comments? Yeah, how weird that would look. Yeah, that would be weird. And then Rodgers versus Mahomes twice a year. I think that's gonna be fantastic.
That's spicy.
Yeah. And then Derek Carr too.
Oh man. I was gonna say that you add in a Justin Herbert and like having Herbert, Rodgers, Mahomes, and Derek Carr.
Is it gonna be Carr? I like Mariota, man. Is Mariota
Carr, man? No.
Yeah,
Mariota had his shot, and he had his shot to go, and no one wanted to give him a contract, so he re-signed with the Raiders for like a sweet, super cheap deal. So
cheap deal. I thought he was like the
like $3 million, isn't it?
No, he's like
got paid. I thought that Mariota
it was one of the higher
really late, so that he couldn't go elsewhere or something. So they got him for a super cheap deal.
We need to find out what
I'm looking at Sport Track right now. Yeah, let's look at this up. I thought it was super cheap because it was they restructured because they wanted or at least that's what I remember. They wanted to keep him. He said he wanted to stay, but they had to like restructure his deal to fit him under the cap.
Okay.
Yeah, 1.75.
Oh, that's not bad. I was thinking it was a lot more than that, but
base salary. Oh, so it's 3.5 total for 1 year.
Mm-hmm.
So 3.5. So still, for a quarterback, that's still pretty cheap. And it's split. Signing bonus is 1.75. His salary is 1.75. So
okay.
I mean,
So well, Tommy, you're gonna have to wait at least one more year for that new shiny quarterback.
Although I do think that like Derek Carr is like I personally believe that he's an underrated quarterback. Derek Carr. I honestly believe that. I think that people talk about him so negatively all the time, but
you should see Raiders Twitter. You should see Raiders fans out there talk about him. It's fucking terrible. It's the worst. Don't ever go on Raiders Twitter ever.
I mean, in all honesty, people I feel like talk about him, and this isn't to discredit the other guy, Teddy Bridgewater. They talk about them in literally the same breath. Like they're the exact same like type, and I don't know. I like Carr as like a sleeper coming into last year. Obviously didn't pan out because of a various amount of factors. But I do think that Carr just as a whole is a competent NFL quarterback. But when we're talking about like this division with Rodgers, like obviously there's definitely like there's everyone. And then there's like Derek Carr like right below, but I do think he is underrated and doesn't get the respect that he deserves.
I agree. Before he broke his leg a few years back, people were talking about him being the second MVP. Coming of Aaron Rodgers. So to see the amount that he's fallen since then, it sucks. But at the same time, it was also painful watching him, barely be able to get Amari Cooper over 1,000 yards receiving in the season. So. A lot of it has been self-inflicted, but I agree with you. He is, he's not a quarterback I own on any rosters, but I feel for you, Tommy.
Hey, he's always like quarterback like 15 or 16, consistent. So he's better than half the league, and he's a fantastic quarterback too in the Superflex league. And in Scott Fish last year, he was phenomenal for a couple of weeks because of this. The points were tallied in that league. So I mean, for all the hate he gets and all the flack he gets, I understand where it comes from. But the plays that he does make and like a lot of teams can win with the middle of the road quarterback. So I'll take him over half the league any day. So I get it, but at the same time, like that's my quarterback, man. That's baby A-Rod. Gosh, we are at 2 minutes to the start of this thing. I'm looking at Ryan's TV and I got mine on in the background to see where we're at. Man, I wish we were at the draft, but instead we got the next best thing. We're streaming all weekend long with some great guests, including Mr. Ryan Loesch here with us in this first hour, wrapping up this first hour. Ryan, is there anything you want to plug before we let you go? Anything you're working on or where we can find your work or anything
I'm going to take this opportunity to go ahead and plug the Undroppables because what an awesome group of guys. You make fantasy football so much richer and so much more fun for everybody in the community. Hardest working guys in the industry. Great to interact with, just down to earth people. And always looking to have a good time and crack a joke or two and just bring in that knowledge and that information that you just can't find anywhere else. So kudos to you guys. Really appreciate you having me on. The best is yet to come. And with that, I'm going to get to. I've got some people coming over. We're about to have a draft party. So nice. special pick coming up for the 49ers. Trey Lance, will it be McCorkle?
Are you hoping?
Corky Romano.
Who are you hoping for that they get?
Like
in a totally ideal world, like not who you think, like it just overall prospect. Who do you think they land?
Trey Lance and Justin Fields are so tantalizing. Ultimately, I'm just going to trust what Shanny and the 49ers organization wants. And so I did this whole process. I haven't wanted to, ever since we moved up to number 3, I haven't wanted to get my hopes up for any one quarterback. I just want to trust the process. know that, my coach and my GM, that's why they're getting paid the big bucks to go get us in a position to win some championships. So, and just like you guys at the Undroppables, you guys got tons of championships coming. So, love what you guys do. I'll be back for more, and enjoy the draft, guys. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, Ryan. Thank you so much for stopping by. Enjoy your draft party. That is at Real RYNOS. Go follow him on Twitter right now. Fantastic guest. Fantastic voice, too. So we were doing like a deep dive podcast with my deep voice, his deep voice, which is actually way deeper than mine. I was trying to get Jay Mike checked. So we might still have that happen and just like drop the bass all weekend. And so, Vivek, are you going to hang out with us for a little bit? We got the next crew coming up. It's going to be crowded here, but I'm excited to welcome our next guest to the stage. Let's just bring them up one at a time. First one that was on here, you can find him at the boys. What's up, Kevin? Welcome to the UnDraftathon.
What's up, guys? How we doing tonight?
We're doing fantastic, man. How are you doing?
I'm good, man. The first time I've been on here with you guys, so I'm excited.
I
know it's weird. I feel like I've been talking to you for a year, but I've never actually seen you guys. So no, I'm glad to be here, and I'm excited to get these first few picks out of the way, and we can see what the heck's going on.
Yeah, man. I've been catching your streams. You've been potting a lot, and yeah, we've definitely connected on Twitter, and love what you're doing. Saw your latest announcement, and so you're doing Debbie stuff at Fantasy Pros? That's correct.
Yeah, so I'm basically kind of transitioning over there around writing. So I've been doing a lot of writing over at Fantasy Pros, and then I've just been podcasting like crazy. I've done 35 live streams or podcasts the last 3 months.
Amazing.
Just trying to learn and get it. You're not an expert like yourself, sir. So I'm trying to figure out how to find a voice.
I've just hung around for a while, so you just get used to it after a while. But love what you're doing. Love the new show, the Debbie Royale. I'm just getting into Debbie myself, so I feel like that's like the new frontier for a lot of us dynasty players, is just to like take the total leap and just go full blown into like debauchery of just like how many guys can we like add to our database of people that we know and prospects. And the first draft I did was I just want to do another one because I was like, I screwed that one up because just there's so many people like who should I get when, and all the strategy's so much different.
Yeah, I'm in a league where you draft high school kids. So you actually can draft anybody you want. So there's dudes waiting for Archie Manning out there, and he's coming up. And so it's addicting. It is addicting as heck, and you're gonna love it.
Well, I'm excited to have you here today. So go ahead, Vivek.
Oh yeah, and I think that's definitely my cue. I need to be the next high schooler drafted. So No, but in all seriousness, though, it's a shame, Kevin, you just came on. Seem like a really nice guy. I'd love to talk to you, but I'm going to let people a lot smarter than me get in on this discussion.
That's definitely not me or Kevin. We're out. It's Vivek's show. Because this guy just got accepted to go UC Berkeley. So big props to Vivek. Just want to put it out there for the universe. Like, man, that's awesome, man. We're excited for you. Youngest guy on our squad, but kicks ass, and so we're excited for your next adventure. And go Bears!
I appreciate it. Go Bears!
Yeah, so thanks for joining us. Make sure you follow Vivek at Fantasy and Sport, one of our great writers from the Undroppables. He keeps us young and fresh with Gen Z because we're all old, and he's like just turned 18. I don't know, it's super young, but he's fantastic mind, and so we're glad we have him on the team. And so into hour 2. We're about to kick this thing off. Is the draft starting? Technically, it's starting. Are they on the clock? Are they technically on the clock?
No, they're not on the clock yet. I got to listen to Kurt Warner talk for a little bit more.
Yeah. All right. So as we're getting ready for that, let's bring in our next guest. Joining us is Kacey Kasem. Kacey, where are you from? Where are you hailing from today? What's up, Kacey? Welcome to the Draftathon.
Hey guys. Hey. I'm just north of Dallas.
Right on. That's where you're at. How's life? How you been? I haven't talked to you in a while. We were in that hip hop league last year, and I think that was the last time we were really conversing. But you've been kicking butt. What's been going on? What have you been up to besides writing for the footballers and doing your own podcasting?
Yeah. God, that is basically all I'm doing right now. Like, life is so freaking There's not enough time in the day, but yeah, I'm just hanging out, doing some writing with the fantasy footballers, like you said. Got my own podcast, Get Real with Kacey Kasem. So basically just talking to a bunch of people and having a good time with it.
Nice. Thank you so much for joining us today, by the way.
For sure.
I have you here.
Yeah. I like to be. I am very happy to be on a show with gentlemen who are very respectful and not the show I was supposed to originally be on. So yeah, good to be here.
Say what you want about the Undroppables, but we try to be classy gentlemen. To everyone, treat everyone the same, give everyone just good opportunities, and because we just want to talk football. That's what we're about, and we just want to converse and connect with people that just want to do the same. And so, again, thank you for joining us on the second hour, and I'm so excited to have you guys on to kick off this draft. These first couple picks once we finally get rolling here. But yeah, so to the fourth guest joining us today, I'm so excited to bring her back on the Dropple Show, the second time podcasting with me, is the incomparable Stephie Smalls. What's up, Stephie? Welcome back.
Hey, I'm back. What's up? Very excited. Thanks for having me on with the infamous Kacey Kasem. I'm very excited. Things went differently tonight, but I'm very happy about it. We'll have a good time. It'll be a blast. Yes. I'm trying, it's very hard for me to be sitting right now because normally I'd be pacing. So I'm having a hard time sitting still right now. I'm not gonna lie. So it's good for me, I think.
Yeah. I don't know. Luckily, I don't think we'll get to the Giants pick with you on the show. So unless you got something going on right after this, which you might, hopefully you're not pacing too much and you're just kind of hanging out and enjoying these first few picks with us.
Yeah. I wouldn't want to lose you followers, so.
well, we're gaining the time because I'm just sitting here talking shit about my team. So I think that's the fun thing to do. And we have two other Cowboys fans, and because I'm a Raiders fan, I should be talking shit about their team, but I don't do that. That's not my thing. I'm excited for the Cowboys too. I think they've got some pieces. Dak's coming back healthy, and if he's rolling, then the rest of the team is rolling too. And so let's start with there. Let's start with what the Cowboys pick, and who do you think they need, and who do you think they'll get in this draft? Kevin, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, you never know, Jerry. I really want a cornerback. I really want J.C. Horn or Surtain. Our defense is awful, and it's painful to watch, and it's sad to watch. It was worse to watch Andy Dalton, but it was pretty close watching that defense out there. I think we go JC or Surtain, but I wouldn't hate Slater either. I know Stephie wants Slater for her Giants, but I think it would be a good one of those guys would be great if we can get a tackle or a cornerback. But gosh, I don't know. I will see what happens if a quarterback drops there. Maybe we trade back, but that would be my pick.
I like that. Yeah, I think an improvement to that defense that has been good in the past would definitely be a big help. What do you think, Kacey?
Yeah, I have to echo that same statement. Really, the defense is atrocious. We know that, and it's not something that I really enjoy watching, and it makes me very sad. So do some, make it better, and please just make it better. Don't they keep putting on the radio, it's going to be just like Jerry, to trade up and take Kyle Pitts or do this and do Kyle, and do this and that. And I'm like, oh my God, please no, keep him far, far away. So I don't need Jerry Jones. I don't need Jerry Jones, period. But
I feel you. Hey, I lived through many years with Al Davis, and every single time the draft came up, I'm just like, oh man, what's gonna happen? I was hoping it would get a little bit better with the new regime. It is what it is. Some picks are better, some are not. So I feel you on just you want your GM just to just hang out, dude. Let the or your owner and let the GM and the rest of the team pick the picks. Stephie, who you feeling for the Giants there in the first pick? What are they? Sixth? No.
Oh, 11, so 11. I'm gonna comment on the Cowboys real quick. I love Surtain there. I am somehow as Giants fan kept. People were asking me to do these mock drafts, and I kept getting the Cowboys as my pick. I don't know who decided that. What hell are you guys trying to offer me? Come on. But I'm learning to love the franchise a little bit more, as I dive deeper into this industry. But I think Surtain there is just such a great fit. So that was my pick for the Dallas Cowboys every single time. I did 3 mock drafts that I somehow got like you picked me, the psychotic Giants fan, for the Cowboys. Like, come on. Yeah, so Surtain every time is what the direction that I went for them. But for my New York Giants, as long as they don't pick the bust of the draft, it's all good. Like, I don't know. You can go offense here. That's really, I think that looking at what they did in free agency, any type of movement in the offense to continue to build on which I think should have been the crappiest offense. They should have been ranked the worst offense in the entire league. I don't know how. Thank you, Jets, for that one. But like, I think the way to go is if someone falls like Smith, then you take him. But if Slater is still there, do you give Daniel Jones the time in the pocket now that you have added the weapons to the roster to give him no more excuses? Then maybe, but there's a lot of cornerback talk, and the free agency didn't go the same way that I don't remember free agency like this since I was maybe like in middle school, like being this optimistic and this, like, you see Joe Judge come in and actually changing things is confusing. So if Micah Parsons gets taken and they want the number 2 defense, then that's maybe what's going to happen. Like, I don't know. It could easily, it's been since 1984 since we went Carl Banks style in this if we can say that on air, which I already did, so it doesn't really matter. But I don't know. There's so many ways. I'm nervous. I don't know. I'm hoping that they change the narrative. They changed the narrative in the Giants in free agency. Hopefully this time they will change the narrative in the draft. But if not, I did wear waterproof mascara because I cried my eyes out last year. So
you're in the draft.
Yeah, I did. I cried. Yeah, I WRFs. Wow. How do you let WRFs go? And I cry 1 to 2 times a year maximum. Like, I'm not a crier. And one of my 1 to 2 last year was with the Andrew Thomas pick. I was so pissed.
Well, we know Stephie wears her heart on her sleeve when it comes to the Giants. And yeah, so she's prepped tonight with her waterproof mascara. So we'll see. We probably won't see it on this live stream, but you have to give us an update if maybe tweet a video or something of your reaction so we can see if
I delete my Twitter, then just know
gone.
What happened.
Yeah, this account does not exist. And like, what happened? Oh shit, it was the pick.
You gotta love that NFC East panini though that we were getting. Like, this is so cool. And I meant, I had it written down on my to-do list, but I think I write things down on my to-do list to make me feel better, but I don't actually do anything that's on there. But on there was to look at when's the last time like we had this many picks back to back like this. Like, it's so awesome. And we're about to block the crap out of Washington from coming up if one of those quarterbacks does come down in the fall. Because then what happens? Be like, oh hell no. Like, are you kidding? Nope, I don't think so. And then but Patriots, if you want to come up, then maybe that's one thing. But we're not going to let Washington up in here.
Yeah, so speaking of Washington and all the quarterback hoopla, do we think that they're actually going to try to make a move up? And what could be a potential trade partner do you think that they can get in front of to maybe land one of these quarterbacks?
For me, I don't know if a team's going to want to move back all the way to Washington's pick. I think it's a really big teardrop. So I think they could. I'm terrified of Washington as a Dallas fan because if they get a quarterback, that team is legit and that defense is legit. I just don't know if they can find someone that wants to move all the way back to their pick. Because that's just a really big drop. And the talent tier is like about 15, like where the Patriots are at. Like Stephie was talking about, every time the Cowboys, if a quarterback drops there, I'm like, I don't want to go anywhere past 15 because if you go past 15, then you start getting out of those cornerback ranges. Maybe you have to reach on some guys. So I think they could, but I don't know what a team would want to do. I don't know if a team want to go that far. Maybe the Lions, they're pretty dumb, but besides
well, or if one of these guys just starts falling for whatever reason, and we see that every year, there's always a quarterback that's just sitting there for some reason. And everyone's always high on, or someone that gets taken super early and just kind of messes things up. So I'm really excited for this first round. We were talking about it on the last hour with some of the movement that's happened. We just announced, I don't know if you guys saw it, but we were just talking about that the Broncos may be making a run for Aaron Rodgers. That's coming from Mark Schlereth. And so, yeah, if he lands in Denver, that's definitely going to change things up quite a bit. But the fantasy implications of that are pretty awesome for a lot of the skill position players on that team. Kacey, do you like Aaron Rodgers for Denver, or do you think that's kind of just more smoke that's kind of been happening the last couple of days and won't actually happen?
Man, he was, the good little boy for a little bit where he kept his mouth shut, but it's Aaron Rodgers. He can't hold back. Denver is the place where like old quarterbacks go to do their one last hurrah, right? Are they going to try to make him 2.0 over here? I think that it would be really exciting to see Denver have I don't want to hurt people's feelings, but an actual quarterback. And so for fantasy purposes, though, I would feel really bad for Devontae Adams. So if that happened, so
yes,
I mean,
that's one thing we haven't talked about.
You're like, shit, what do I do now?
Well, and then what's the trade? I mean, like, are they just going to swap Drew Lock? Are they like, I guess now it's next up Jordan Love, right? Like that's what they've been waiting for.
And didn't they say like he said that specifically that like Denver and the Raiders on that list? I can't remember. I thought I heard it on the radio on the way home that was one of the 49ers or whatever. He was like, well, that's where I want to go or whatever.
Yeah, he's a Bay Area kid, so coming back to the Bay, I think I talked about that one. I don't know if it was my podcast with you, Stephie, and Linda, but just spitballing on free agency, I was like, well, that could be an interesting narrative if he came back to the Bay, just because I know he was super bummed that he didn't get selected by the Niners in the first place, being a Bay Area kid. And so I could see it happen, but with the talks today of just like how that whole thing went down, it's kind of crazy. If he's really trying to have those trade talks outside of the team and the team sees it and puts the kibosh on it, that really changes a lot of things. But another interesting thing I saw today, I think it was coming from he shared it in our group chat, so that was Brad Wire on our team, the Undroppables, but it was like no quarterback has ever stayed with the Packers longer than 16 seasons, and this is Aaron Rodgers. I think this would be his 17th, or he's either at 16 or just past 16, and that goes back to Brett Favre and Bart Starr, and so is he going to continue that tradition that quarterbacks only going to stay there for so long and then they're gone? This would definitely fit that narrative by if he gets traded today. But we're officially on the clock with Jacksonville. Been on the clock for 3 minutes now, actually. And we're all just kind of waiting for that Trevor Lawrence pick, and if it's for some reason,
this one's definitely going to be a shocker, right? We're all going to be just floored by this pick.
Trevor Lawrence. All right, cool. All right, that's who's next. I mean, it's been one of the easiest picks. I mean, gosh, no one.
What y'all waiting for?
Yeah, so it's like, can we just the
More
fact
Kings
that
of Leon, right?
The fact that they're still
please
on the clock and they haven't submitted that pick yet at this point is just kind of funny, because we all know, like, just fucking say Trevor Lawrence and let's move on.
We're ready.
Number two, exactly, we're ready for it. But number two is the one that's really going to shake things up. And Stephie, who you think that the Jets are going to go with the number two? Being someone that's a Giants fan, so.
If the Jets are smart, they will go with Fields, which they will not do, and they'll probably take Wilson, is what the rumors are telling us. But I think that Fields is the more ready. He's the more NFL ready quarterback. I think taking Wilson into that system is asking for a Sam Darnold 2.0 situation. I think you're not, you're not preparing. Like, Zach Wilson to me is not as NFL ready as someone like Justin Fields is. I think that Zach Wilson obviously has a potential, and it's very much there. He's a little too panicky, and he needs time on the bench. He needs to get coached a little bit more. Whereas Justin Fields has that upside. He's had the competition that Wilson hasn't had, and I think that would be the right pick. But the rumors are probably going to prove true, and they'll probably go Wilson, and then we'll pray to God that Wilson doesn't get killed over there, because let me tell you, New York is not a pretty place to play at, because the fans are brutal. Jets fans, Giants fans, we are not nice people. Buffalo, Buffalo is the good witch. The bad witch is the Giants and the Jets. Like, we're not easy people to play for. well, me, I'm very logical most of the time.
Yeah, of course.
But most of the time, of course.
Yes.
But not like the rest of the Giants Nation. Like, I don't claim them, please. Like, if they ever offend you, like, it's not. I don't claim those people. Like, they're crazy. They scare me even. I have more Giants fans blocked on Twitter than I do like anyone else.
Yeah, I've got Cowboys fans.
Yeah.
and people that think fantasy Twitter gets bad, go on to the Twitter of like any team. And like, because I'll say Raiders Twitter is like the worst. And I'm sure you guys have seen terrible stuff with Cowboys and Giants, but like Raiders Twitter is fucking terrible. Like, they hate on their own players' team, like the whole team. Like, why are you fans? Why you guys just like talk shit on your own team constantly? Like, there's never any positivity there. And again, like, that's why I like fantasy Twitter. Like, it's way more even keeled for the most part. I mean, yeah, obviously, you know, we all see our fair share of trolls and people out there like arguing just for the sake of arguing, but way more level-headed than the fandom, you know, of these teams.
I like the general football community. Like, I don't like fantasy Twitter and like Giants Twitter and all these like fan Twitters are like, it gets a little weird out there. But like football Twitter, like NFL Twitter that doesn't play fantasy, those people are cool. Like, they're level-headed. They want to like not worry about a quarterback and cancel him because he's not mobile and he like had 2 interceptions, right? Like, whereas like fantasy Twitter is very, very unforgiving. Those people it gets a little scary out there.
Those are my people.
And then,
I know. I'm trying.
I'm a scary person.
I'm trying.
And I think
I'm a person of the people, so you know. That's what's
I think team Twitter is weird too. They have the same damn arguments every time. Like, I don't need to go on and you need to yell about Dak every day. Like, I don't need to. I guess fantasy kind of does that sometimes too with like Joe Mixon out there. But like,
how many times do we talk about Saquon getting picked? Like, how many times do you want to talk about the Saquon pick? We want to talk about every single day for the next 10 years. Like, just chill out, okay? Like, it's fine. It already happened. Just like stop.
Well, and that's why I like fantasy Twitter, because you get to talk about everybody's team. You know, it's not just like one team. I get to talk about all teams. If I'm going to talk smack, I get to talk smack about everybody. Yes. And not just teams, just players, specific players, you know, so I can like pick and choose who I'm going to want to talk trash on today. But I mean, honestly, I don't really do that much anyway. But give me a regular fantasy football Twitter all day long. And so 3 minutes left.
They're going to use every damn clock, this whole time.
They're going to use the whole thing. They really are.
A bunch of assholes. Like, who does
watch
that?
them do something? Do something crazy. I would love it. Take Fields. Do it. Do it. You won't do it.
They don't got the balls in it. They won't do it. That's the Jags. They're not like
it's Urban
Meyer.
Not
going to do something that crazy. Yeah.
He was working on
Urban Meyer's first year, though. That's true, though. Urban Meyer's first season. You never know.
He's already working out Tebow, so Tebow's coming back.
Let's get freaky with it.
Bro, I'm glad you brought that up because I kind of forgot about that, and I saw that earlier, and I was rolling. Like, first off, your ass should have done that like 5-10 years ago, or however long you were in the league. You should have just went and played freaking tight end so you could stay in the league instead of doing the stupid baseball thing you were doing. And second of all, like, cool. Like, so all of a sudden you're gonna be an awesome tight end and go compete against Kyle Pitts and Darren Waller and Travis Kelce. Like, good luck, buddy. Like, you know, like freaking Mercedes Lewis has been in the league for like 30 years. Like, he's still gonna beat you out probably because he's been playing the position so long. The pick's in. Oh my god, the pick is in. The pick is in. I looked up and it says Byron Leftwich is on the screen. I was like, what the hell is going on?
Whoa.
Remember Blake Bortles? What about him?
Oh,
Blake Bortles.
Do you remember Blake Bortles?
Oh man.
I was rewatching old drafts.
Showing all these quarterbacks, that's not great. Oh, they're excited. Are they excited because they got fucking?
They're excited like they didn't know what the pick was like 7 years ago. Like, what are you doing?
Like, to be fair, if I was at the draft, I would pretend like I was excited as shit. Like, oh, I didn't know it. Let's do it.
Just the adrenaline of it all, man.
And I'm still bummed because we were supposed to be out in the draft last year when I was out in Vegas. Was supposed to be, you know, so it's kind of a bummer with COVID. But wow, that's a lot of people there at the draft. I guess there's zero COVID in Cleveland, so that's cool.
I think you could only go if you're vaccinated, they say.
Really?
Oh. Yeah, but also, it's a little interesting narrative, but you know.
Hey, shout out to Zach Petraw, NFL_Zach on Twitter. Now with the Sports Illustrated NFL Draft Bible, because he's out at the draft right now covering it for Sports Illustrated. So hope he's having a good time, and anyone that was able to make the draft, that's awesome. I'm fucking jealous of you. But if you did get to make the draft like most of us, you're probably hopefully tuning into this draftathon that we have going on all weekend with the Undroppables, with some fantastic guests all weekend long. Right now, we got
there it
Kevin,
is.
Kacey Kasem, Stephie Smalls.
And here we go. Here we go.
Trevor Lawrence, look at
How
that.
could it be? How could it be Trevor Lawrence?
What?
Who knew?
Yeah.
Trevor Lawrence.
Not me.
Wow. So if you had Trevor Lawrence on your bingo card, that was a free spot because everyone fucking knew that. And here we go. So we have a video for Trevor Lawrence's stats that we're going to play right now. So over 8,000, almost 9,000 passing yards, 83 passing touchdowns, 14 interceptions, 66.5 completion percentage.
Yeah.
This kid was made to play quarterback in the NFL. He was on QB1 on Netflix with Justin Fields, and the kid is fantastic. Man, let's just watch these highlights. Great arm. Has had great receivers, but all those receivers are in the NFL now.
And even last year, those guys were all hurt. So, I mean, he had good guys, but, you know, he made Amari Rodgers an NFL player.
Yeah.
Sorry, Amari Rodgers truthers out there. I didn't mean to hurt you.
Are there truthers? I haven't seen them yet.
There's a couple. I thought an undroppable guy was, but maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
God. Nah, I think we fired him, or he's not.
Maybe it was Adam. Adam always has bad takes. I don't know what Adam's doing.
Adam only knows Rondale Moore.
Rondale Moore is literally it. That's it.
He's like, if it's not Rondale Moore, who cares? Like, we're doing this draft guide, right? So we have the Undroppables rookie draft guide coming out next week on Cinco de Mayo. We're writing rookie profiles, and our doctor Adam Hutchinson only wanted to write about Rondale Moore. That's his only contribution to the whole draft guide, is Rondale Moore. So
Juice, they call him.
We'll have him on when Rondale Moore gets selected. Hopefully, day 2 gets that nice day 2 draft capital in round 2.
Adam loves to find a crush. Like, he gets to really crush young guys too. Like Shark last year. This guy loves Shark. Couldn't stop.
Yeah.
You know, it didn't matter. You offer him any situation.
No
Shark done. That's it.
Yeah, loves him. Yeah. So yeah, Trevor Lawrence. I mean, again, not a surprise to anyone that's been watching football the past 3 years. I mean, this guy. Yeah, we've just been waiting for him to enter the league, and now he is finally officially a Jacksonville Jaguar. And so.
How anticlimactic, you know? Like, that was like, did you add the time to add a little theatrics? Like, we all knew. What was that?
It's all the money. It's all the show. But yeah, so Jaguars, Kacey, what do you think about from a fantasy perspective? Guys like DJ Chark, Laviska Shenault, James Robinson. I mean, I feel like I'm kind of asking a loaded question, right? But like,
but I think, yay.
Yeah, right.
I mean, God, if first and foremost, not even speaking from fantasy terms, just like a regular football fan, if that was my team and I was getting him, I'd be freaking out. So there you go. So for fantasy purposes, I'll also be freaking out because I think that it only makes everything like that much better. So yeah, I'm really excited to see what they do this season.
Yeah.
I got an interesting offer earlier. Devonta Smith or DJ Chark?
Without knowing.
Without knowing. I thought it was close.
Wow. I've been taking Smith, to be honest. Yeah, I'm a truther, like through and through. Yeah, for sure. I just don't see. Mm-hmm.
No, go ahead. I want to hear. You don't see.
I just don't like. I like start to do what I like. Think about your rankings too. Is like I also look at the guys that are going to come into the NFL and they're like NFL ready, and like I have less concern which team they end up on than like what their cons are that everyone says. And like someone like Kyle Pitts, that's someone. Devontae Smith is another one. Like I don't know where, I think he has a higher chance to do very well right out of the gates, just because of the player that he is.
Yeah. No, I feel that. I playing Dynasty, I'll still there's certain guys I'll definitely fall in love with the rookie and take him over anyone. But someone that's proven that's you know you're getting Trevor Lawrence now as your quarterback, and you're already doing phenomenally with whoever the hell they had last year. God, what was that? Nick Foles? Who did they have last year? Like, it's such an upgrade. Like, I've just been thinking they had Trevor Lawrence the past couple of years. I personally would take Chark in that trade just because you know what you're getting. There's no. Yeah. There's no guessing, and if you're in any sort of a win now team, which usually that's where I'm at, like that, I would take that. But I would totally see it for a rebuild, or if just like you're enamored with rookies and you want all the rookies. But I'm a huge Slim Reaper fan and stan, and he's my wide receiver 1. So even over Jamar Chase, so it's a good trade, and as much as I like Smith, I'd still rock with Chark. It just, now with Trevor Lawrence, I mean, I think that whole team is just going to be dynamite now.
Yeah. But give me some Chenault. He did so well last year. What he had, you give him you give him a more dynamic quarterback that's going to come in here and like elevate things. Even if it doesn't go exactly as planned, I think that you're only asking for more production out of him. So like someone like Chenault that everyone started to sleep on a little bit. Look at what he did last year, and then you give him a guy that does have the capability, like Lawrence. So.
So, God, where are we now?
I'm so nervous.
Pick is in for pick 2.
Should be Fields, but it's not going to be.
It should be Fields. It's probably going to be Wilson though.
It's going to be Pretty Princess, isn't it? It's Pretty Princess. I know.
I've never seen someone drop like Fields before. He was QB2. Remember people were talking about Jacksonville taking him because of Urban Meyer, and then now all of a sudden he's going 20th. It's like
and it's insane. Like, just flip on the freaking national championship game where he schools Clemson. Like, I don't know how you watch that and think like someone else is a better pick. I mean, I don't get it. Like, the guy who's throwing phenomenally and he can run, so he has a phenomenal quarterback skill set too. So it's like, in my eyes, it's a slam dunk. But
why am I so nervous for the Jets right now? I'm emotionally invested for no reason. This is why, though. At least fantasy football has at least now I can go and I can pick for the Cowboys and I can pick Surtain. Like, I can do these things now. I'm not as angry of a fan anymore. Like, I can accept it, but this is a little nerve-wracking for me.
Well, and this, I think someone put like, what pick is the draft's going to go off the haywire? And I think someone was like, pick 2. Like, this is the first, like, we have no idea what's going to happen.
It's the next pick. It's heavy.
Oh, man. What's up with that chair that he has? There's a leather chair, like, just hanging out.
It's supposed to be because he was sitting in that last year.
They're having
He's trying to be cool.
They're having a fan come on. Oh, it's Wilson. Oh my God. Wow. I knew it. Every time.
I'm on tape over here. I'm on tape.
Zach
Wilson. Oh, shit.
God, I want to tweet so bad right now. And there goes another quarterback career.
Look at that little baby. Look at him. He's so
So apparently Sheffield's shooting picks, live picks before.
I hate when they do that crap.
Fields is gonna drop. Fields is gonna end up dropping. Watch the 49ers get on this crap and take Lance. I swear to God. Watch that happen. I am too.
I'm okay with
I am too. I am too, but watch it move that way. Watch Fields.
Then, like, you're banking just on talent with Lance. I mean, he has 1 year at North Dakota State, and that's it. So it's like, the guy's amazing. I don't know. I don't know how you put that much on a guy that hasn't played that much, personally. I mean, and I think it was who was on my show. Gosh, it was someone was talking about like when they look for, especially a quarterback or any sort of rookie prospect coming in, like having a minimum of like, I think as a quarterback, having a minimum of like 40 games is like ideal, because then they've been through some shit. They've played significantly, and it's not just kind of like a one-off, one-year wonder kind of thing. And as much as I love Trey Lance, like that's my only issue with him is just that he hasn't played that much, but here we are.
He has the raw talent though, like it's there. He's like someone that just needs to get coached. He needs to set a bench, someone like Wilson, where like, I don't think he's ready to come into the system and just go for it. I think someone like him and Lance would benefit from coaching, but I do think he's someone that like Lance has that very, very raw talent. He actually reminds me of Dak Prescott. I'm not going to lie a little bit. Like someone coming from his film, I get very like Dak vibes, and I love Dak. I'm a huge Dak stan. Have always been like that.
Oh God,
no matter
that's
what.
gonna suck for you.
I know.
Anyway,
so but like I think that some of these guys are not ready to come in and just start producing. And it's same with Sam Darnold. Now it's like, so I pray to God that everything for him goes the way that they are planning. I just am not. I'm not seeing the picture here. I'm not putting the pieces together quite yet.
I don't know how the rest of the draft's going to go for them. But with Zach Wilson, we have a film tape on him too. So let's roll that as well. A little highlight reel, and why Zach Wilson's not now the number 2 quarterback selected off the board to the New York Jets, because he can run, and he's got that Konami skill, and. Yeah, I mean, the guy, he took 2 girls to prom. That's awesome. Gotta give him props for that.
The dream.
And a guy that has a great skill set. I know our friends over at the Fantasy Football Astronauts love Zach Wilson. What was the term they used was aggressive throwing. Like he'll throw it wherever. He doesn't care. And we've seen it there in those last 2 clips that he just will release the ball into any sort of coverage because he has confidence in his arm and in his game. And so, I get it. I get the skill set. Why he's a great pick and a great prospect. Just at the same time, like kind of like with Trey Lance. Like playing at BYU and kind of really having. I guess 2 years of notoriety, but gosh, that's a pretty big arm. That's a big throw right there. So I love that highlight reel, but at the same time, he's got an arm, he's got legs, he's got moxie. Those are the terms I like to always hear with some of these quarterbacks. But at the same time, like I'm still shocked. But that's why we don't get paid, and they do.
The falling Fields here is going to hurt my soul if he doesn't go at 3. I picked him at 3 in one of my pick'ems, so I'm hoping that I can win some money here, and Fields will go at 3, and they'll surprise us.
Yeah, gosh,
this is when the draft gets fun right here.
Yes, yeah, and so Niners. We had RYNOS Ryan Loesch on the show for the first hour. Big 49ers fan. We had a lot of 49ers fans in the Undroppables, and so now that they're, I guess, officially on the clock. Where do we think we're going with this pick? They traded up. A lot of rumors were Mac Jones. Do we still think that happens? I don't think it does. But what about you guys? What's your thoughts on this 3rd pick? Anyone else?
I think that's
the fans are gonna apparently. I never imagined 49ers fans to behave this way. They have been out of damn control lately.
Yeah.
Like, y'all losing it a little bit. Like, just be a little thankful that you're even like they're putting a quarterback in question. Like at least they're realizing that it's a thing. You guys they're seriously gonna end up killing each other if it's Mac Jones. So today is the first time that I started hearing them be very maybe certain on Lance, but I feel like Fields is the way to go. How is Fields dropping here?
Yeah.
That's crazy to me. This is a tale as old as time. Fields will end up being the QB1 now. Like, y'all did it. It's like that's how it goes.
Yeah. You're giving him the ammo that he needs. Yeah. I don't get it. I there was the rumors with he sticks on his first receiver and can't go through his reads and progressions. I thought that was totally bogus. I don't get it, but I think we're going to see it. Great opportunity right now for them to just pick Justin Fields and make the right selection. But Kacey, who do you think they're going to go with?
Yeah. Geez, I'm gonna say they're gonna end up going with, I'm gonna say Trey Lance. I'm stumbling over my words because honestly I don't know who they're gonna go with, but I'm gonna say Trey Lance. Let's go.
Pick is in. We'll see who it's gonna be.
There you go.
Oh man.
I can't go. I cannot think that they give up that much draft capital for Mac Jones. I just can't believe it.
I'd be shocked.
We'll find out right now. It
felt so smoke screeny. Like, that's a smoke screen. Like, in the dictionary, that is smoke screen. But oh God, I don't know. I don't know.
But that's what's so awesome about this NFL draft. I mean, it's just, and every year it gets bigger and bigger. I was talking about it in the first hour, how I used to sit there on my couch as a kid, like being 12 years old all weekend when it was Saturday and Sunday, and just watch this whole damn thing, and and I love seeing it, but this is part of it, like who's going to go where, who's going to get picked, and seeing players drop. We were talking about Mel Kiper Jr.'s big board, how there's always someone that's like still available, day 3 that Mel Kiper had in the top 10, and so it's like, no matter what anyone talks about, what all we talk about, all the analysis, it all comes down to what these guys are going to do. And, already I'm surprised, and I'm ready for them to actually announce this pick. I mean,
all I know is a part of that war room was not amused by whatever they picked, because like half were cheering and the other half were not cheering. So it's making me thinking. It's making me think we're going another direction, because not everyone was excited. Why are you guys not cheering? Y'all on national television, bro. Like, what are you doing?
Gosh, who could go here? I mean, Penei Sewell is a great pick, just in the top 5 at all. So I don't know. That could be one route. Let's.
Oh my god.
Oh man. Oh man. Here we go. I think Stephie called this one.
It's happening.
It's happened. I have it.
There you go.
Mm-hmm. It already went. It already happened.
It happened. Yeah, I'm just waiting.
Everybody's like behind and ahead.
I got it in the chat. Yeah, it's Trey Lance. Yeah, Trey Lance. Yeah, Stephie calls it.
Wow.
Oh my god! I knew it. Oh,
I'm happy for him though.
Yeah, that makes up for when you said Cam Newton wasn't going to stay with the Patriots.
I know. This is the thing I needed. I needed this. Oh my god!
Awesome.
Oh man, Trey Lance. Almost 3,000 passing yards in one season. 30 passing touchdowns.
This is a great place for him. Yes, I'm so happy. Oh my god! No matter what the Giants do, this is great.
Shanahan's,
you go, Trey Lance.
I do, Adam. Kinda.
Yeah, man. I had Ray Garvin on my show 2 years ago, the offseason 2 years ago, and he was raving about Trey Lance. Oh my god, I need to tweet him right now, because I have a clip of Ray GQ. God, I'm gonna tweet you right now, dude. I know you're not listening to this, but I'm gonna tweet you right now of him saying that I can see a world where Trey Lance is drafted before Justin Fields, and he said that a year and a half ago, and it fucking just came true. So shout out to Ray for making a great call way back when, because it's fucking just happened. And so yeah, that's awesome for Lance. I went to school in North Dakota, not at NDSU. So I know like how pumped that entire state is for him right now, because that's super cool for him to go that early. And yeah, that's wow.
Man, I said I was gonna get a Trey Lance jersey, but I don't know if I can anymore because the Niners.
Oh,
that's a tough one for me now. I thought he'd go somewhere else and I wouldn't have to do it. But now
give me like almost my favorite quarterback. Like he might be my favorite quarterback in this draft. He's going to convince me to end up starting to actually put out rankings because of this. But like, give me Trey Lance and give me Shanahan and give me all of that nastiness. Like, that is so awesome. He can go there and fix those small things that everyone has wrong with him.
Yep.
Like, this is the perfect place for him. He can take the time. Yes, you're right. Jimmy G ain't going nowhere because he's going to play week 1. And this kid is going to be able to actually learn what he needs to be a successful quarterback, and it's going to be so cool. Yes, this is the stuff I love.
Yeah. So given now we know some landing spots, right? And so I think Trevor Lawrence is still locked in, and especially in super flex leagues as the 101. Where do you guys? How high would you take Zach Wilson and Trey Lance now, knowing their landing spots? Who would you take over the other? And would it be straight up as the 102 or a little bit later, because we know Trey Lance is probably going to sit for a year, or at least a half a year, conservatively. Kevin, what do you think?
I mean, I'm taking him 102. I take Lance 102. I've always kind of been around there. If you go to a landing spot, I knew that he wasn't going to sit for sure.
Yeah.
And I think the narrative of him having to sit is kind of a little bit overplayed. He's a stud, and with Shanahan there and what he has a full off season, at least without COVID being there. I think he could step right in, and they'll protect him, and they know his limitations. So I could see him going. I don't see the Jimmy thing. I think Lance going to compete and be right there game day 1, and he'll be fine. So I would have him at 102. I think Wilson's 103 to me, depending on where Fields goes.
Yeah. Kacey, what about you?
Yeah, I agree. you know, you need to look towards the future as well. So if somebody's going to pass on him in a draft, I'll take him, you know, if he drops a little bit because people are worried about him not, you know, playing the full season or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
The landing spot's great. And yeah, it's, I think that this is going to be a career that could last a while. And that's kind of what you want, right? You kind of want a guy that's going to be around for a while because every year we're having to, you know, we have a Sam Darnold here or a freaking, you know, so let's, yeah. I'm sorry. I'm just really emotional right now.
I'm so happy for him.
I would take him 102. I would take him 102. And then,
Lance over Wilson.
Lance over Wilson, yes.
Yeah,
the Jets, man. I don't. I have so much Sam Darnold. It's not even funny. Which I mean, we'll see.
I know,
but you know.
Well, and that too. So you know, we're talking about the narrative of Jimmy. You know, Lance sitting behind Jimmy G. Do we think it's going to be the same thing with Wilson sitting behind Darnold, or is he going to beat him out? You know, week 1. Steffi has our Giants, you know, our New York fan over there.
I just missed the entire question because I can't believe how much money I just won on that. Sorry. What was the
phenomenal.
question?
How much money did you win on that?
You know,
if
we'll just keep that to ourselves, but this was like a ballsy bet. I just knew this is the perfect sister Shanahan and Lance. Are you kidding me? Give me a more perfect marriage. I love that. I love that journey right there. That is a good journey that everyone should love.
So it was. Do you think Wilson's going to sit behind Darnold? And because we were talking about
Darnold's a Panther.
Well, Darnold doesn't even play on the Jets, so now what?
Yep. Hey, Michael, just delete that. I don't care for live. Just find a way to delete that, like I never said.
Yeah, but you want him to. That's the problem. That's why I'm not touching. I'm not touching Wilson.
I hate this. Yeah.
I'm not touching Wilson with a 9-foot pole. I don't care. I'd rather take Lance, stash him, even if I have to stash him till next year. I'm more confident in that raw talent right there. I think Wilson is one of the more panicky players that I've seen come in like this as a quarterback. You know, I don't know. I'm just not high on the Wilson train. I can't get behind him. He just is screaming bust.
I get it.
He's screaming bust. It's like it's just asking.
Well, now that he's a Jet, like even more so now.
Yeah,
right?
that is a red flag right there.
When you're a Jet for life. No,
and they're gonna prove like how you should probably fix the team before you go ahead and pick a quarterback. You know?
Yeah, and so you know, without that blunder of Sam Darnold, you know, looking at the depth chart, it's like James Morgan and Mike White. So so Zach Wilson starting right away, but like, is that going to be the right situation for him? Does he have the chops to start right away? Who's their backup if it doesn't work out? Maybe they bring in a veteran just to kind of as a safeguard against them, and you know, guys get hurt. You know, don't want to be left holding your jock strap, not knowing what to do. But yeah. Lance is great there. Pick is in for Atlanta.
All right.
Somebody just say it when it happens because I feel like my stream is behind now for some reason.
I think all of our streams are behind. They're all a little different.
Yes,
I had to change my. I had to change what I was.
I changed it to ESPN.
Oh my
we're
God.
on ESPN. That's what. What happened? Go. Do it.
I love this. I love that I'm getting in the chat before you. Because
I'm on the wrong one. I'm on the wrong one. I'm going on ESPN. You know what? Screw you, NFL.
It's who they just should have picked. Like after all the bullshit of like, let's go,
just
you know, quarterback, whatever. It's Kyle Pitts. God damn it. That's who it is. It's Kyle Pitts.
Yes, is it?
Kyle Pitts.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh my God, the Fields. This is what's going to happen. What did I tell you guys? He's going to fall. He's going to fall so far.
You know, we're working with the Hayden Hurst charity for our charity-a-thon. And so, now he gets to play with Kyle Pitts now. Great freaking pick. I mean, yeah. You worried about a quarterback later. You got Matt Ryan for a couple years. He ain't going nowhere. Kyle Pitts, phenomenal, whatever. Phenomenal prospect, a tight end like we've never seen. Might as well just be a wide receiver. But total mismatch at the tight end position. Kyle Pitts out of Florida. Phenomenal. I'm doing it on purpose now. But that's a great fit. I think, you know, we all saw how good Austin Hooper was there. Tony Gonzalez back in the day. They've had fantastic tight ends that fit into their scheme, and so you slot in Kyle Pitts right away. And man, I guess the only knock on this selection here is, does Kyle Pitts just kind of fit into the normal mold of normal tight ends, where they're not going to be as productive in year 1 or even year 2 and a little bit later on? Or is Kyle Pitts so damn good that it doesn't matter and he's breaking the mold and he's the guy right now? Steph, what do you think?
I think that he's my guy. That if someone asks me who is the most NFL ready, that is going to produce for fantasy, that is going to hit all these margins that we're all talking about, it's Kyle Pitts without a doubt. I don't care where he goes. It didn't matter where he ended up tonight. I'm still taking Kyle Pitts over, you look at Waller, Kittle, Kelsey. After those guys, the next guy I'm going to is him, and then like a Jonnu Smith or a Hawkinson. But I'm going Pitts. This is generational talent. You want to talk about generational talent. This is a different animal. So he's going to take a lot of targets away from some of these other guys on there, these skilled players that y'all love so much, that have never been too high on. But it's not my problem.
Kacey, where does he slot in for you rankings wise with these tight ends? Just year 1 right off the bat.
Yeah, right off the bat, I think I'm excited. He's going to have a big. I don't think that he's going to be one of those typical rookies that you have to wait on.
Yeah.
Evan Ingram had that season, his rookie year, where he was like boom, and this guy's going to sustain it. You know what I mean? It's not going to be any fake Pro Bowls and stuff. But yeah, I'm excited for Matt Ryan too for fantasy purposes. Now that he has, just another amazing weapon.
Yeah, that's gonna be good. Again, Hayden Hurst, he showed that he can play, and I'm not just gonna talk nice about him because we got his charity that we're supporting. But I think even in 2 tight end sets, or and maybe Hayden works a little bit better as an in blocking tight end, and we could slot out Kyle Pitts and do all kinds of things there, and with Calvin Ridley and Julio Jones. And so guys, that offense, if they pick up a running back here in the second round that really turns it around, Todd Gurley is on his last knee, so we're gonna have to bring in someone. But just the offense is phenomenal at this point. You got Kyle Pitts, and it's just steps right up. Kevin, and how early would you draft him? Not in the rookie draft league, but just in a regular startup where you have rookies included, and tight end premium too. Let's just throw that in there.
Yeah, he's my tight end 5 right now before I figured out where he was at. So I just have, and you could argue tight end 4. I just like Fant. If he can find a quarterback, I think that he's talented too. You could tight end premium, you could get him. I saw him go the 4th pick in the second round. So around 204, 203 recently in the draft we just did. And that was before landing spot, which I think this landing spot actually it helps him. I think that he'll be fine there. I think he's going to take away targets from Ridley, like Stephie was talking about, and some of these other guys. But I love him. I think that they're going to be able to use him in a lot of different ways. And I think Matt Ryan's really underrated. So I think they're going to get him the ball. I think they can use him split. He's versatile. They can use him in line. I don't know if he's going to block as much, but they're going to get him in there, and he can kind of slide over and get in that slot area too. I think, right now with that position, how bad that position is and how desperate you need to score, I think he's the tight end 4, tight end 5 range. I did have David Gutierrez on recently, and he talked about how no tight end ever has scored more than 12.5 points per game in rookie tight end. So ever. So you can he break that mold? And if he does, he's the only one to ever do it. And if he does that, then we're talking about some serious dynasty 1 tight end talent.
Right. Man, yeah. And with that offense, I think it could happen, especially if they're, because they don't want to throw touchdowns to Julio, so they got to throw it to somebody, right? I think if Kyle Pitts can get those touchdowns,
there you go.
Yeah, it's gonna be really good. Yeah, so I'm excited. Now we're just waiting on Cincinnati is now on the clock. The pick is almost in, or at least it should be soon. This is the other one that's been a big discussion point all off season. Do they reunite Jamar Chase and Joe Burrow, or they do the smart thing and draft a tackle to block for Joe Burrow and keep him upright and keep that knee in check? My guess, and who I'm hoping it's Penei Sewell, the best offensive tackle in the class, but we'll see. Yeah, Jamar Chase or Penei, apparently the pick is in. So we'll just see what's gonna be. Yeah, I agree. Panay needs to be that pick there, in my opinion. Gosh, it's like probably one of the most suspenseful picks that we're just waiting on. What's going to happen? I have word that the pick is in, but I haven't gotten the pick. So I'm sitting here in anticipation with the rest of you.
I mean, you saw Joe Burrow's knee. I don't know how you can go away from Panay.
Right.
No. Like, I mean, I get it. I understand Chase. Maybe a lineman drops. I know there's some deeper linemen in this class in that second round, but you're really hoping that they don't get drafted in those 20 to 25 range.
Right. But, and there's no guarantee after that. Like he's the top, like you have a chance to get elite. And yes, you have a chance to get elite wide receiver here too. But I tweeted it like a week ago, like just draft Panay and then get Terrace Marshall in round 2 and reunite them that way. Then there's your reunited LSU tandem. But I mean, I was offensive lineman, defensive lineman, and the battle starts in the trenches. And if you don't have a guy that's going to block for you and allow you to make these awesome plays, then, what's the point?
I mean, to be fair, this is why these teams draft so early, though. Like, they do make bad choices. So there are times where this is why we kind of see the same teams up here.
Yeah.
They're going to do it.
Steph, who's your ideal pick? Why don't you just call it for this one? Because you're right last time.
I think it's going to be Chase. I think it's going the way that we've been expecting. I feel like it's going to be Chase now. Like now the rumor mill is starting to take pace. I mean, is it the smart pick? No, but it's feeling like it's trending in that direction, right? But that's pretty high. But we just saw a tight end go. What is that? Is that the highest a tight end has ever gone?
That's
some good research. Yeah.
That's crazy. So I don't know. This is weird.
Yeah. Who's the highest pick tight end? That's a great question.
I think that was. It's got to be one of the high, if not the highest.
Yeah, I mean,
I think he was the highest picked. I can't obviously whatever is past dated from the time I was birthed, but what I can think of,
me and Tommy were alive.
Okay, well, I'm not. I wish I was as young as I looked. Like I'm not Wilson young, but
Man, they need to announce this pick.
Oh, they're asking for it. They're doing the cute thing where they look at you show Burrow and Chase and.
I'm so glad Goodell gets to hug these guys again. I know he was missing that.
Goodell. One of the worst commissioners.
So bad.
It was Chase. It was Chase.
No, it's not. Jamar Chase. My God.
This is a fantasy football draft now. I don't even think
it's happening.
Yeah.
Oh,
this is a super flex draft. This is a super flex draft right now.
Let's just start running and gunning.
Yes.
What?
Wild. Jamar Chase, 5th overall pick. Let's run it. Joe Burrow to Jamar Chase. Man. This guy's, one of the most complete wide receivers to enter the draft. Very, very few knocks on his game. Interestingly enough, when I was watching, Devontae Smith and press coverage, I saw Jamar Chase actually get pressed like way more. Still was able to beat it, but my only point with that is that quarterbacks are going to challenge him, and they did challenge him and they tried to stop him and he still was winning. It's not like Devontae Smith, is good, but like a lot of times they didn't press him because they were so worried about how fast he was and then getting beat. But Jamar Chase, just welcomed the competition and still beat him and still won. And so, wow. Yeah. So catching bombs from the new quarterback for the Bengals last year, Joe Burrow, which is also going to be real interesting fantasy wise, now for for T Higgins and Auden Tate and Tyler Boyd. So yeah, it's just running gun over there in Cincinnati. That's awesome for them. Hopefully Joe Burrow stays upright and they find someone to block for him because they're going to invest all that money and draft capital into both these guys, into all their skill positions. And, if you don't have someone to block, good luck. But, we're rounding out our second hour now of the UnDraftathon, brought to you by the Undroppables. We have some great guests on our show right now. Kevin at @theboys_22, and Kacey Kasem at the Kacey Kasem, and Stephie Smalls at Stephie Smalls. But while we have you here, before we go, let's make sure that we plug our sponsor and what we're here for, the Hayden Hurst Foundation. It's a little bit late now for a charity contest, but you probably could still fill it out, actually, because the contest goes throughout the whole weekend. But if you think you know more about the draft than anyone else, and you like winning money and love giving to a great cause, make sure you fill out the UnDraftathon charity contest before the start of the first round, or just now, because you still have time. You'll be asked questions about what you think is going to happen over the next 3 days of the draft. And if you get the best score, when all is said and done, you'll get 50% of the prize pool. And the rest of the 50% will go to the Hayden Hurst Family Foundation. And Hayden Hurst, because he's now playing with Kyle Pitts, whose mission is to help youth, military, and others in need regarding their health, education, and wellness by funding services and programs through donations and fundraising events. Donate to a great cause and give yourself a rooting interest in the draft by filling out the contest now. You still have time. Even if it's not true, I'm telling you, you still have time to do it and try to win some money. But before we move on to hour 3 and bring on our next guest, let's just say thank you to all of our guests that are on the show right now. Kevin, do you want to plug anything before you go?
No, I just want to appreciate you guys coming to let me on. And I want to give a shout out to all the women in the space that deal with stupid shit that I don't have to deal with. And I was raised by a single mother. I have daughters. I applaud you guys for what you have to go through. I wish you didn't have to do it. And I apologize on behalf of all the dumbasses out there. But other than that, I appreciate you guys. And I'm excited for this draft.
Hey, sometimes some of those dumbasses do things that work out for other people like us, and we get to have Kacey Kasem and Stephie Smalls on the show. So, it is what it is, and we'll definitely reap the benefits of it. Kacey, how about yourself?
Yeah. So, we're starting to put out more content with the fantasy footballers, more dynasty content over there, and my podcast, Get Real with Kacey Kasem, got a lot of episodes already out, and nice. A bunch of really cool ones coming up. So just go look for it.
Yeah, subscribe, rate, and review that.
Please.
And is it wherever? It's all.
Yeah, it's all. Yeah, I think it's pretty much everywhere. So yeah.
Hell yeah, go out there, subscribe to that podcast right now. Stephie, thank you for joining us. Anything you want to plug specifically? I know you're doing a bunch of stuff.
No, I'm just so happy to be here. Thank you for having, especially Kacey and I feel like, we've got those strong personalities that when we want to stand up against something, we're going to do it, and you're going to hear from us. And I'm happy that this is what came from it. I obviously respect the crap out of Kacey. She knows that, Kevin too is someone that reached out to me very early on, and, we've spoken, and of course, Tommy. So thank you guys. Everyone can find me on Twitter at Stephie Smalls with 3 L's. And, all my stuff I'm doing over there with FTN and my new show that's coming out every week.
Yes.
Small Talk.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thank you guys all so much. And before you go, Jalen Waddle to the Miami Dolphins. Take us in.
Waddle. Love Waddle.
I don't know if it's official, but I got it here. So someone's telling me.
I know. I got to go to my TV. That's why being here, I'm not getting it as fast as I need it.
We just set the TV up in here. The
nice.
was just too short. I had to go run around trying to find it.
Oh my God.
Thank you again, all of you guys for coming on. Appreciate it. We'll definitely catch up on Twitter and catch you guys at show. And so I'm getting word you cannot sign up for that draft contest anymore, but you can still donate because it's for a great cause. Thank you guys for coming on. And let's bring on our next group of guests for hour 3. I feel like what's his face doing Red Zone. I'm just never leaving this chair. Let's bring on our next guest, and he is coming on from one of our favorite teams, the Fantasy Football Astronauts, Mr. Shane Barrett. You can find on Twitter at FFShaneB. What's up, Shane? Welcome to
What is up? Sorry you had to meet me a couple of times in the backstage. My daughter loves the mic apparently, and was chatting away in it, and I was like, whatever, man. They can't hear me in the actual show. So we'll just have some fun.
We'll take it all the time. Yeah, we love kids on the Undroppables. But yeah, man, thanks for coming on the show. Any thoughts so far in these first 7 picks? I mean, we were kind of freaking out about some of the quarterbacks taken and Kyle Pitts going so high. But how are you liking this draft so far?
I hate the Bengals pick. I agree with you. I wanted it to be Sewell. I don't know how I feel about this Dolphins pick with it being Waddle. I think it could be good. I think with the receiving core that they've got, just thinking from a fantasy standpoint, it could be a very, very interesting receiving core. But it leaves the door open still for my favorite Dolphins receiver, and that's Preston Williams. Nice. Yeah, totally. So other than that, no, I'm not really surprised by anything. There's a small part of me that was hoping that Fields was actually going to go too. So the fact that
that's what
it was actually Wilson was a little surprising, but I'm happy for that kid too.
Well, and Stephie, she was just on this past hour. I mean, she kind of nailed on the head. It's like it's the rumor mill that's been swirling this last week. Like this is exactly what's happened. Yeah, and that's kind of wild, right? Because we always think it's a lot of just smoke, and quarterback or coach talk and GM just like putting out misinformation. But like that's exactly how it's gone, and that's kind of wild. I mean, it's nuts. Panay. I mean, I don't know. Yeah. But let's bring on our next guest from the Undroppables to join us in this third hour. My man, Justin Mandero. He can find on Twitter at jman_ff. What's up, Justin? Welcome to the Draftathon.
Just living the dream. Bombarding the chat with more Dallas Cowboys fans. So you're right in a good spot because we
should have had you on last hour with all the Cowboys fans, man.
Yeah.
Well, what you don't know about me is I'm also a Cowboys fan.
Oh,
but
this is a good.
Who scheduled this?
So, Tommy, the running joke in the Astronauts though is that I'm Rob Lowe from that one game where he wore the NFL hat.
Yes.
So I've got three favorite teams. So everyone likes to make fun of me for that.
So you sound like Andrew Mackins from the Undroppables, who's a Titans fan and a Packers fan.
Yeah, how does that work?
He's all in agita because of the Packers news, but wearing a Titans jersey for the draft tonight. I don't get how you could what's happening with him right now.
Yeah, I mean,
so who's those three teams, Shane?
The Packers, the Cowboys, and the Browns.
Oh, okay.
So Packers, my mom's whole side of the family's from Kenosha, Wisconsin. Okay. So, and then Cowboys, my dad and his dad are and were Cowboys fans. And my dad was actually born in Dallas, so there's the Cowboys aspect of it. And then Browns, I'm a huge Baker Mayfield fan.
Boomer.
And from college, it started in his college years?
Yeah. Okay. Like his senior year of college, I loved him, absolutely loved him. And when he got drafted to the Browns, I was like, shit. But at the same time, I was like, he might be the one that can turn it around. And so far, now that you've seen him with a real coach, I think he has.
Yeah, totally. Hold on real quick.
What's up, Justin?
Nothing. Just living our life. Just watching these former college quarterbacks now getting their former college wide receivers on their roster. I think it's pretty huge.
Yeah, that's cool.
Chase and Burrow, and now Waddle and Tua.
So Jalen Waddle.
To see how Waddle kind of fits in that offense for sure.
Yeah, we got our own breakdown highlight film of Jalen Waddle, one of the most electric players in college football. Season cut short because of an injury, but in that time that he put on tape, it was phenomenal. Being comped to Tyreek Hill all over the place by everybody. Maybe a little bit of a stretch, but the guy is electric. You can't deny that. And the Dolphins just got them one hell of a fast playmaking wide receiver. That's for sure.
Yeah.
And
I like it compared to the Chase pick. I know obviously Chase is wide receiver 1 in this class, but Waddle, I think, complements the other guys that are on that roster a little bit more. So I do like that pick for them for sure.
Yeah, I could just throw him. I mean, Parker's a little bit of a slot receiver too, but him and Preston still have the size to be on the outside. Throw Waddle in the slot, let him just run all over the place. I think it's gonna be great. It's gonna be definitely electric. And back with Tua, like you're saying, Justin, that's huge. That's a good pick. But going back to the Jamar Chase pick, with all those wide receivers they have there, it is for fantasy purposes. I guess how do you feel about that? If you hold shares of Tyler Boyd or T. Higgins.
Yeah, my think I only have 1 or 2 shares of T. Higgins. And I'm a little worried, but I don't know. I asked the question in the chat before I came on. Do you guys think Tyler Boyd might get traded?
Oh, yeah, I did see that. I mean, you need 3 receivers.
Yeah.
So, yeah, like now you have 3 really good ones. It's just, what happens
there was talk about Auden Tate moving to tight end last year, so maybe they go that route, because Auden Tate's a guy that I like a lot too. Yeah. He's definitely hurt though in this situation.
Yeah, I've definitely liked his value. Right, it's always been a little bit later. You always get a little bit for a little bit cheaper, especially than the other guys. And I love T. Higgins going there last year and hold a few shares, especially because you're able to get him in like that second half of the first round. I mean, even later, right? But if they move Auden Tate, I mean, they still have Drew Sample and CJ Uzoma, been what it is, and newest addition being Thaddeus Moss, still trying to find a role in the NFL. But it's going to be interesting next year with that crowded wide receiver core, and I don't know, maybe it's just great, and they have 3 awesome wide receivers that are all fantasy relevant. But one thing that Chalk dropped here in the chat was Waddle drafted ahead Devontae Smith. Are any of you guys surprised by that?
I'm a little surprised knowing that again, the Alabama connection, right? I felt like there was a little bit more of a connection with Tua and Smith than Tua and Waddle, in my opinion. And when I kind of look at it, I definitely thought Smith, being that he's a little bit bigger in terms of height, he's got a little bit better route running. Waddle again is compared to Hill a little bit in the fact that he kind of flies and just goes crazy. So definitely thought they would go with a guy like that over Waddle. But I can definitely see how the pick kind of aligns with what they're trying to do as an organization. Yeah.
So the next pick is officially in at 7. Penei Sewell finally going off the board. Should have been a little bit earlier, but big ups to Penei. First offensive lineman off the board of Samoan descent. So I'm super happy for him and his family. That's huge. And going to Detroit, our resident offensive line guru, Brad Wire, chiming in about liking their offensive line before this, and now they add Penei. They added, what's his face from the trade, Jared Goff. I think a lot of people are also thinking they need a good wide receiver to complement and add to that offense. And so, I think at this point, it's kind of like best man off the board. They definitely could have went for a number of wide receivers here, but you get a prospect like Penei. How do you not, draft him? And so that's a great pick for them, in my opinion. What do you guys think?
I love it. It's going to protect their quarterback next year, the 101, Sam Howell.
There you go. Smart. Love that. Yeah.
Shout out to Dynasty Pat from FAQ. He and I went on his show, and I was just feeling petty that night because we were talking about the Packers draft last year. And he's a Lions fan. So I was like, yeah, don't worry, man. The Lions will go 0-16 again, and they'll have the number 1 pick to take Sam Howell. And he was just like, what did I do to hurt you?
I mean, this is the perfect year to kind of go get your tackle, right? Yeah. Instead of jumping on Devonta Smith or one of the other receivers.
Plenty of depth.
They can go, they can go get another guy, right? I mean, there's going to be plenty of options for them to choose in the later rounds here, where they can certainly pick up a wide receiver that's got talent that can certainly help.
Yeah.
From a sheer kind of franchise move, this is a great move for Detroit. They get a guy that's going to help block for Swift, a guy that's going to help block for Goff. It's going to be another kind of piece to help protect that offense. And it's kind of a big move for the Lions to solidify that rather than kind of jump on the next big kind of, flashy name for sure.
Which I feel like is what they do. It's either a corner or a wide receiver, like first, in the first round, like almost every year they're always chasing that splash.
I mean, they could have easily have paired Okuda with Surtain or JC Horn here and had like one of the best
phenomenal
groups like in the league, right? So they could have absolutely done that. As a Cowboy fan, we do that all the time. We always go for some big flashy name. Last year was CeeDee Lamb when we didn't necessarily need it. As a Sooners fan, I loved it because, now I'm a fan of his for life for sure. But, teams like that, teams like the Lions, teams like the Cowboys always seem to do those type of things. So this is a great move for their franchise as they kind of push into the future there for sure.
Yeah, it's smart, and that's what you want to see that, right, from a franchise, especially if you're a fan, even if it's not the sexy pick, you wanted them to make smart moves, and it's such a deep wide receiver class too, and how some of these guys might be falling. They could pick up someone phenomenal in the second round and add, to the other positions of need that they have. So, great for DeAndre Swift. And Jared Goff too. I mean, he needs protection. He needs time to throw the ball. So, this is awesome. I'm glad. Yeah, that's a great point. I'm glad they made that move. We got Brad Wire in our back. What's going on? Yes, I love that backdrop, dude. What's up, Brad?
Thank you. What's up? These are the stickers that hopefully leaking information should be going live at some point. But I really like this move for the Lions. Jax on our UND live mock kind of shat on the Lions line, and I don't think it's that bad personally. I had them not top 15, number 12 or something like that. There was a lot of injury riddled Lions last year, but either way. So the Lions are actually set up for years now with their up front. Taylor Decker's got a pretty good contract. His out is 2023. They just drafted Jonah Jackson last year, who had a fantastic year. Frank Ragnow is coming off of what I thought was very close to all-pro season. They just signed Halapoulivaati Vaitai.
Buddy.
To that giant contract last year. Sorry?
Can you say that again?
Halapoulivaati Vaitai.
I make him practice. You got to get these Polynesian names right. So.
I had to, being on the Unsung Heroes, so that was kind of like a prereq for doing that with Tommy.
Hey man, can't mess up these Polynesian names. They're tough.
So what I think is Vaitai slides into right guard. Tyrell Crosby was serviceable last year, but I think Sewell slots in at right tackle until or if anything happens to Taylor Decker, he can slide right over and play left tackle there. But nice. Those guys, I was just talking to Chalk about how the Chiefs are borderline top 5 line for me, and the Lions just jumped up right there with them. So
nice.
That's my initial thoughts. I think.
So you're saying just DeAndre Swift is just gonna blow up?
Yeah, he's untouchable for me.
Oh yeah, untouchable or undroppable.
Both. Don't send me any trade offers.
Man, Tommy. Always a company man.
Always. I am a company man. Speaking of company man, Panthers selection is officially in.
JC Horn.
JC Horn.
All right, good. Sertan's still there. Now I just need the
Broncos that's what I'm thinking, Justin.
Now I just need the Broncos not to screw this up.
Come on down. Please
if the Broncos take Surtain right now, I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind.
But tell us why. Because you don't want them to take him, because you're excited about it, because you want Surtain to drop, because they should take him.
I've had Surtain pegged a Dallas Cowboy since 2018, right? Yeah. I have always loved his game, his ability to kind of play that press man. It's something that's it's just rare in the NFL these days. You just don't see it often.
Right.
With how bad our secondary has been over the last 3, 4, 5, 6, 104 years, Surtain kind of fits in perfectly into Dan's offense or Dan's defense, excuse me. And now you kind of fit him in with his teammate from last year with Trayvon Diggs there, and it's a no-brainer move for the Cowboys.
Yeah, I'm on the same exact track. I just want them to draft a corner. Their defense, I've joked since last year, was bad enough to where my 90-year-old grandmother could have ran through them and scored a touchdown. So
the only thing for me in terms of Surtain's game is just whether or not he can play off-ball man or off-press man, excuse me. He tends to kind of get beat on that kind of underneath double move type stuff a little bit. but that's certainly something you can learn in the NFL and kind of grow with. But the Broncos need a corner too, and Surtain and Horn have been kind of listed with the Broncos for a while. So if it's not Surtain for us, it's got to be Slater. And kind of bolster that offensive line a little bit more. So
what do you think about the Broncos pick here? Also have a possible need at well, I guess they've been rumored for quarterbacks, but what do you guys think, Shane? Who do you think they're go with here?
I have no idea because they traded for Teddy B, but they're paying him. It was a backup trade. He's going to be at the backup quarterback,
right? So is Drew the guy?
Exactly. Which I'm a Lock fan. I don't think he's gotten a full shot yet because he's been hurt. Hasn't had the full supporting cast throughout. So I just want to see him get one full year with everybody there. No screw ups by him, no injuries by him, and just get a full year and see what they've actually got, and give him some protection too. I don't know. So
maybe a tackle here.
Maybe. Justin, I did have a question for you. If it's between Surtain and Micah Parsons, who do you want?
Surtain, easy.
Wow. Wait, for the Broncos or the Cowboys?
Cowboys.
Oh yeah, Surtain. It's Surtain, and I don't think it's close. So Parsons, super fast, is going to come up and hit. One of the things that I noticed when I was looking at the film on Parsons, and I'm not a film expert by any means, but even as I'm kind of going through and watching some of the film with him, he seems to get lost behind his defensive line a little bit. His kind of pass rush moves were not as good as you kind of want to see out of a guy that's as fast as Micah Parsons can be. And if he's going to get engulfed by his own defensive line, it's going to really be hard for him to fit and smack in that hole. But he's super fast, can make a break on coverage really quickly. And obviously that's really good. I think he's more of kind of that Tampa 2 linebacker than he is anything else. And if that's the case, I'm hoping for the first time in what seems like 3 decades, the Cowboys get away from that Tampa 2 defense. And if we are getting away from it, then Micah Parsons is just not the play.
Yeah.
I would rather us trade back, right? Like if let's say Surtain goes here and Fields is still on the board, trade the Patriots, trade with the Bears, trade with somebody.
Saints, the Bears.
But it's Jerry Jones, and Jerry Jones tends to not necessarily do those type of things. So knowing him, he'll come out and go with Quiddy Pay or something like that, where it'll just be another tackle Charlton all over again.
I've had pride with Jerry Jones since he didn't draft Johnny Manziel. I really thought he was going to that year. So since then, I've kind of held a little bit of hope that he's turned a corner a little bit.
Yeah, that was all Steven though. So you got to hope that Steven still has that much power in the room. So
we'll
see. Got 2 minutes left to see our hearts drop. So
I loved the CD pick last year because it was basically, to me, Tommy is swearing aloud on the show.
Oh, fuck yeah.
Okay. It was a giant fuck you to the Eagles, and I loved it.
Yeah. I had, last year, I had CD pegged going to Dallas almost the whole time. I just wasn't a fan of the defenders in that spot.
Yeah.
Right? If I was going to go defender, I probably would have went with a Patrick Queen, who went 10 spots later.
Yeah,
I don't think I would have gone with any of the other guys that were right in that list there, right? Corners, linebackers, DNs. I just didn't like them. And for me, it was CeeDee Lamb has got to be the play. You put CeeDee Lamb in that offense with Cooper and Gallup and the tight ends we've got, and it's golden.
That's that was the thing that pissed me off about all the Pitts rumors. So I'm glad he's been picked. So now there's no chance of Dallas taking him. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
We've got Jarwin and Schultz. We don't need.
Let Jarwin do his thing.
We did not need a tight end.
Yeah. I'm looking forward, just as a Cowboys fan, as we're waiting for the pick to get announced here, I'm looking forward to getting Gallup's replacement later in this draft, like a St. Brown or a Terry or an Eskridge or a Warren Jackson later in the draft, 5th, 4th, 5th, 6th round picks that could potentially come in and be our 4th wide receiver. And, obviously I don't think that we'll be able to sign Gallup with all the issues that we have with our cap at this present moment. And this guy, will be young and will be able to step in. So I'm right there with you. I didn't think we needed an offensive player. In every mock draft I've done this year, it's been defense. Like 8 of the 10 picks that we have was all defense for me.
Yes.
So the pick is in. We're just waiting it to be official. Official announcement. Man. Yeah, it's been an interesting draft already. Not as I had thought it was going to go. Definitely for sure. My like most people, we can just throw our mocks out the window, but mine I'm ripping up completely because it's just totally different than what I thought. But yeah, I'm real curious to see who they announce for the Broncos.
I just love that everyone's mock draft this year had like 4 trades going in the top 10, and there's been none.
Yeah, nothing. Right.
I was literally about to say that we haven't had a trade yet.
Yeah.
Okay, I know Duncan.
Michael
P.
bro. Duncan is ruining my life.
Is this what's happening?
In the private chat right now because he heard it and is talking about it. It's ruining my life.
No.
Should we wait to announce it, or should we just say?
No,
there it is. It's because you guys talked about it. You guys talked about it too much. That's why.
Yeah.
It's gonna happen. Patrick Surtain to the Broncos.
Fuck a duck, man.
This is
hey, I'm a biologist, so no, we can cuss, but no wildlife slander, okay? Because I'm not cool.
No
with that.
sodomy.
Because enough of that is in the Undroppables chat with Brian, our resident zoo guru.
We got a zoologist and a wildlife biologist. It gets nuts in there sometimes. Patrick Surtain.
That is a term that has hurt my soul.
Ooh, man,
trade back. Just trade back.
Yeah.
So now
my thought is you gotta trade back.
You gotta trade back. Before we trade back, though, let's
trade with Cleveland. Trade with Cleveland. Let Cleveland go get Micah Parsons. I'll be happy in 2 ways.
Yeah. God. Now, like, what's the Cowboys gonna do? So with Surtain gone, J.C. Horn gone. Who's next up? Cornerback. I mean, you might as well, right? Trade back or go Micah. Like, that's best on the board.
Yeah. Micah or Slater.
Micah Slater. Yeah. A tackle would be nice. But with all, we had the quarterbacks. We're still waiting for some more quarterbacks and wide receivers. But all of these fantasy viable prospects, rookie prospects, will be completely analyzed and discussed in our Undroppables rookie draft guide. The best free rookie draft guide resource for brushing up on the 2021 NFL draft class before your dynasty rookie drafts. Player profiles on the top 50 skill players based on our own consensus rankings at theundroppables.com. And it contains details on strengths and weaknesses from film analysis, workout, performance metrics, post-NFL draft analysis. You name it, we got it. All in one beautifully designed package from our graphics team of Master June 70 and Fantasy Dukes. Shout out to both those guys creating some fabulous graphics. And again, the resource is free. So there's some great rookie guys out there. They're all worth paying for, especially the fantasy astronauts. Those guys have a fantastic rookie guide. The only one that I'm just going to say is dope. The rest can all eat a dick because that one's good. So you just need theirs. Go pay for theirs and then get our free one to get all the information you need for your rookie drafts, because that's all you need. The astronauts and undroppables, and that's it. Forget about the rest.
And then you're ready to rock because we're the best in the business.
You're going to smash that rookie draft. So our rookie draft, look for it dropping on Cinco de Mayo because it's hot. It's caliente. And so that's when we're going to drop it. So, yeah. Patrick Surtain, man.
That hurts, man. That so hurts. Especially because what we were just talking about.
And like, that's been the greatest thing about this UnDraftathon. Like, literally the stuff we've been talking about is like happening. Like, Stephie Smalls and Kacey like totally called the picks earlier.
Dude, I was listening in the background when they were talking about it. And it was just like, damn, they nailed this.
Nailed it.
Just by the way, that was a hell of a grouping.
Thank you. Yeah.
Kevin,
that just fell
Stephie,
together.
and Kacey, like, yeah, those are some solid people.
Yeah, shout out to those that whole crew for coming on. That was a great group. Again, shout out to Michael P. Duncan, our producer for this show, for doing an excellent job scheduling our host, getting us all set up. Like scheduling Shane Barrett from the Fantasy Football Astronauts. Make sure you're following him on Twitter. And Shane, anything else? We have some time, so I'm not kicking off. I'm just anything you want to plug while we're waiting for the Cowboys to make their pick.
Yeah, I'd love to plug. I actually run a charity tournament that it was inspired by Scott Fishbowl.
Nice.
It's called Polly's Playoff. It's a $10 entry fee. You donate directly to my wife's team page for the Walk to End Alzheimer's. So her grandmother, Nana, passed away in 2019 in November due to Alzheimer's. And so it was literally a month or two after I created this Twitter account. I've grown a ton since then. And I was like, I finally got a platform that I can do something and make a difference with it. Scott really inspired me. So I started Polly's Playoff. Nice. We're in year 2 now. Signups are, you could just go to my pinned Twitter account, pinned tweet on my Twitter account, and sign up and read the rules there. It's super flex tiered PPR. It's a ton of fun. And we're aiming to double it from this year to last year.
Nice. Awesome. Yeah, go check it out at FF Shane B on, like I said, his Twitter account. Check out the pinned tweet. Yeah, that's Alzheimer's. My grandma had that. And then so I know, that is just a shitty disease and way to see your loved ones go. But great fantasy tournament. I mean, that's and shout out to Scott Fish for inspiring a lot of people to get off their ass and not just play fantasy football, but do some good with it and give back to charity. There's a ton of money spent, and even if you're playing in free leagues, like just put a collection together and donate to charity. Like do a proceeds of your winnings to charity. It's that easy. And Scott is a great example of what you can do when you get your whole group of people together to donate to a great cause. And again, we're donating to the Hunter Hearst Foundation for this UnDraftathon. The draft game, the prop game is closed, I am told, but you still can go and donate to a great cause. Go by going to the undroppables.com and click on the UnDraftathon banner. That's right there at the top. Can't miss it. And yeah, it's we gotta donate to charity. We gotta do some good stuff here besides just playing fantasy. Oh, trade. Oh, there we go. Look at that. You guys talk about it and it happens. Trade back.
Oh,
so the
what
Eagles,
the hell?
Eagles moving up to the Eagles. You guys are hating it. Eagles move up the 10th overall pick, and I missed what the Cowboys got in return.
A third round pick this year.
That's it. And then their first, they just move back and get a third.
Yeah, move back to 12 and get a third.
Well, I mean, you guys did see to move back.
Fuck Philly. It's a joke of a city. It's a disgusting.
He's gonna do it.
All right. No, I'm not doing that. We're not doing that, Justin. I'm sorry. You can have your time in like 2 minutes when the Cowboys pick, but as of right now, this is my time. Go Birds. I'm in charge. I can do whatever I want. So hey, guys, how's it going?
Hey, bro. It's not my show. It's your show. I'm just here.
2-minute minor.
Eagles pick though.
Not taking that Eagles slander. Hey, shout out to Michael P. Duncan joining us on the show for the Eagles pick, because now we're up at number 10, running the show behind the scenes, doing a fantastic job and not taking any slander against his team. He will cut you off of the show.
No, sir.
Justin on a 2-minute minor for that Eagles slander.
Yes.
It's nothing new.
MPD
likes to block me all the time. So
I do, yeah.
I blocked an Eagles fan the other day. Shout out to Eagle Dan from Roto Underworld. Nice. He and I are good friends, but he started shit talking my trade offer. So I was like, "Bye, bitch."
And you're friends with it? Like, are you friends with like in real life too?
Yeah. Like we were texting last night at like midnight, or DMing last night at like midnight on Twitter, and because I was checking, I was like, "Hey, are we good?" Because I don't know, I feel guilty about this. And he was like, "Dude, I knew what joke I made. You're fine." I was like, "All right, cool."
That's awesome. That's great.
So this pick has to be Devonta Smith, right?
Honestly, I have no clue. Devonta Smith is a guy that would not have really checked a lot of the boxes that the Eagles typically aim for in their prospects. So I didn't really expect them to take me in general. What?
Like sucking?
I'll kick everyone out.
Kick us both. Can't kick us both.
I can do whatever I want. I can kick everyone out. No, I have no clue what this pick is going to be. If one of the cornerbacks was on the board, I would have said that, but I don't think Dallas would have traded out. Maybe Slater, but I don't really think that they see offensive line as that much of a need.
According to the closed captions, I think on my TV, I think it's Devontae Smith, but
I'm waiting for my.
It is Devontae Smith.
Hey,
it is Devontae Smith. The Eagles have Devontae Smith.
We're just calling it here on the Draftathon, like trades back, like exactly who's going to get picked, and I'm doing none of it. So I think that's fantastic. It's all the guests that are on here. You guys are phenomenal. Thank you, Michael, for getting all these guys on here to make us look really good, because that's the real secret, right? Is that yes, we have great fantasy analysis, but at the same time, we bring good people on too. So we're just sharing the knowledge everywhere. So yeah, Devontae Smith, that's who I had mocked there. In my mock draft. So I think it's a good fit. Him and Jalen Reagor, that's an explosive ass offense now. Yeah.
And Goddard and Sanders.
So I actually have a question for you, for anyone who wants to answer it. So Jalen Reagor, obviously, he was kind of drafted and he was talked about as a guy that could like play the X position, but probably was a better fit at the Z. Yes. Can Devonta Smith and Jalen Reagor coexist and both reach their ceiling, I guess, is what I would love to hear your guys' opinion on.
You sure you want to ask the Cowboys fans that?
More you, Tommy. I'm talking directly to you.
Well, I think the Jalen Reagor at the Z, Devontae Smith can certainly play the X. He did at Alabama, but he also played all over the field. I think what it more gives you is a lot of versatility in your wide receivers and in the offensive sets that you can run. So I don't think either of those guys will be playing really any sort of traditional wide receiver roles for the Eagles. But I think you have a lot of opportunities to move both those guys all over the field if they can see their ceiling. I mean, I think that's all on Jalen Hurts.
Since they passed on Justin Fields, yeah.
So I think it's all going to depend on that.
I feel like that brings up another good point, or not another good point, but another recurring theme that we're seeing here is Devontae is hooking up with one of his college quarterbacks with Jalen Hurts.
That's the third wide receiver in a row.
Third in a row.
He didn't play at Alabama. He played at OU. Okay, he's a Sooner. He did not play at Alabama. He got benched by Tua. It doesn't count.
I'm an Auburn and Notre Dame fan. I hate Alabama. I married into an Alabama family. And I hate Alabama.
That's fun for you.
We have another trade.
We have another trade.
Someone is trading up for what I would assume is the last. Oh no, not the last.
No, Justin Fields and Mac Jones are still there.
Giants going back.
Yes, the Giants are going back, and Chicago is trading up.
Oh shit!
Ooh,
so I think we're about to.
What fucking? What do they have to trade?
I have no clue. But
that has to be that.
The 20th pick in Allen Robinson.
It's going to be a quarterback. There's very little doubt in my mind.
The 20th pick in Allen Robinson. That gives New York the X that they need. Oh, Allen Robinson, Kenny G, and Darius Slayton. I'm not sorry, Stephie. Oh, yeah.
Is that real?
Is that what that is? Is that what you were reading?
Shane?
No, I'm totally making that up.
Oh, okay.
That would just be amazing.
No, you're a Cowboy fan. You can't talk about them being like anything. Fantasy football comes later.
No, this is a fantasy football show.
This is a fantasy football draft show.
It always has a fantasy spin on it. I mean, we are very much NFL football guys, but it's a fantasy. It's still a fantasy website, so we gotta put a fantasy spin on it,
And I will say, before we find out who Chicago is going to be picking, hopefully it's Fields, but Devonta Smith screams Nick Sirianni to me. The Eagles brought him in as their head coach. He has a past as a wide receiver coach. And everything that I've heard about him since they've hired him is that he's big on matchups. He's not one of those guys that is going to say, like, you are the X receiver. You are going to go out there and you're going to run what I tell you to run. He's going to move chess pieces around. He's going to target specific parts of the defense. And I think learning more about Devonta Smith, because at first I really didn't want him on the Eagles, I'll be honest, but learning more about him and kind of imagining the ways that Nick Sirianni could use both both Jalen Reagor and Devonta Smith in an offense to target the opposition's defense. I think there's a really good chance that if Jalen Hurts can pan out as a passer, that both Jalen Reagor and Devonta Smith could have serious fantasy relevance and maybe even a lot of value. So
Right.
That was something I wanted to bring up too, Michael, is if you watch the college football playoff this year with Alabama against Notre Dame and who did they play in the championship? Clemson?
Yeah. Wait.
Was it Clemson or Ohio State?
Yeah, it was. No, it was Ohio State. Ohio State.
Yeah.
Ohio State beat Clemson in the.
They moved Devontae especially in the semifinal game against Notre Dame. They didn't use Devontae in the first drive until the very end, and then from then on, you saw him all over the field being used in different ways, using him on a little wheel route out of the backfield, using him on different routes out of the slot, out of different positions. So what you just said, Michael, makes total sense to me, and I think Devontae is the perfect fit for that type of offense and that type of usage to be used all over the field, depending on what the matchup is.
Right.
And I don't think that would have been the case for a lot of places with Devonta Smith. I think when you pair him with a guy like Reagor, who is obviously, I don't think nearly as polished as Devonta Smith, but he's just an incredible athlete. He's an insane athlete.
Yeah.
So I mean, you saw him doing a lot of that kind of stuff to a much lesser degree in Philly last year, where he was, he was going on wheel routes, he was catching screens, and he took a punt return to the house. So I think having those two chess pieces is going to be really interesting for that Eagles offense, and Miles Sanders and Dallas Goedert too.
Yeah. And what you said about Sirianni, I mean, I think that's like perfect because, well, one, it plays into what I was saying before, so that's like a perfect fit. But also at the same time, as the Devontae Smith stan that I've been all offseason, the one thing that I said that was like a real negative to his game, which isn't even his fault, is just that Alabama did a fantastic job of scheming him all over the place. That's kind of like what Shane was saying. Like, they moved him all over the place. They found ways to get him the ball. They manufactured touches for him. The only knock I had for Devontae Smith going to the NFL is that would he go to an NFL team that would do the same thing, that would manufacture touches for him, that would scheme the ball into his hands? And I think he's probably in the best fit right now for that.
And if Doug Peterson was still the coach, I wouldn't feel that way. I would hate this pick because Doug Peterson did it in 2017. They won a Super Bowl. In 19 and 20, that stopped happening. It was totally taken out of the playbook. Couldn't tell you why, but that's probably a large reason that Wentz regressed, that Doug lost his job. So I'm hoping that everything that I've heard about Sirianni points to that being the case.
Yeah.
And as a Cowboy fan, I hope they both flop.
Well, I mean, I don't personally.
I know.
I don't.
I don't have much to say there other than that.
No, that should be your response to any bullshit you get on Twitter. Just, I don't.
Oh man, it's gonna be a long day.
It's gonna be a long day. Yeah, you got Jax Falcone next coming up in the next hour. I have been rolling here for almost 3 hours.
Yeah, almost 3 hours. We're going.
A fantastic fun time. It does not feel like 3 hours. Thank God for my family for not being here. Appreciate you guys being away.
Thank God for them not being here.
Thanks for my wife. I love you. I don't want to see you right now though, because I want to be doing this. And so I'm happy you're not here. And shout out to all the wives out there for doing a fantastic job of being supportive.
I think the real question
upstairs,
Tommy, is your wall a rock wall?
Climbing
what is
wall?
that design in the back? Yeah,
it's a climbing wall. There's like handholds there, and then there's this thing that you can climb up, and then that's a little. Oh wait, where are we? That's a little dinosaur right there. Oh god, now I'm all fucked up.
With an air conditioner right in the middle of your climbing wall.
You guys want to know who the quarterback is?
Yep. Was that?
You want to know who it is?
Yes.
Justin Fields.
Justin
Chicago.
Fields. I was like, man, is Justin Fields really going to fall to the Patriots? Like, that's going to be fucking wild. But here's our first.
I'm going to return to my cave. Thank you for letting me talk about the Eagles. Except you, Justin.
Except you, Justin.
Oh man, Justin Fields to the Bears. Is this finally it for the Bears? We got a new quarterback. Are we really going to make it happen, or is this another one that bites the dust over there? I mean, I can't see it happening with just how good Justin Fields is. I mean, glad to see a team move up to get him. That's the Bears.
I don't have crazy hopes for him in 2021. But once that coaching regime is gone, I think that will be a completely different story. Matt Nagy is just not a very good head coach. I didn't hate Mitchell Trubisky. He had some accuracy problems, obviously. He turned the ball over a little bit more than you kind of wanted out of a quarterback, but he made plays from time to time. And they could have built a team around him, and they could have built an offense around him easily, and they chose not to for some reason. And so that for that reason, I don't know if I'm super happy about Justin Fields in 2021. But once that coaching staff is gone, I think the sky's the limit for Fields. He's, specifically if the Bears sign Robinson long term or focus on the receiving side as well. I think he'll be really good for years to come.
I love this angle. This is my favorite angle to watch tape. It's just like, I don't know. I'm shocked that he's as low as he went because I thought he was going to go number 2. So I totally get what you're saying, Justin, about Nagy, about the Bears in general. Yeah, hopefully they don't ruin him, and hopefully he just stays around and they bring in some new guys around him. But I mean, as just a prospect in general, I mean, I know some people that had Fields number 1 overall as their top-rated player, quarterback. Now he goes to Chicago. Shane, how are you feeling about his fantasy outlook now with the Bears?
I kind of love it. I think he's going to be. I mean, he's got A-Rob, Mooney, Kmet, and David Montgomery, and Tarek Cohen. As long as they can, I mean, I don't recall what the Bears offensive line was like last year, but as long as they can protect him, I think he'll be fine. He was my QB2 from a fantasy perspective. So the fact that he's going to someone that's close enough to be considered a contender, I think will kind of be really good for him from a fantasy perspective. Though I totally agree with you, Justin, from a coaching perspective, and completely agree with you on Mitchell Trubisky. I liked Trubisky when he was used in the proper way, and in the offense that they ran kind of in 2018, 2019, he succeeded. And then when they strayed away from that and tried to make him a pocket passer, which he is not, he failed. So it's the same concept for me with Lamar Jackson. When you put Lamar Jackson in the right offense, he's going to thrive. Yeah. If you put Trubisky in the right offense, he would thrive. He hasn't been in that right offense though. And I think you've seen improvement from Trubisky. So, but I totally agree. I think 2021 may be a wash. But once Nagy's out of there, he'll be good to go. Depending on who.
Did anyone actually see the trade yet? Because it's freaking huge.
No. You got it?
So the Giants got 19 this year. Something in the 140s somewhere up there. A first next year and a fourth next year.
Damn.
To go from 19 to 11.
Wow.
And the Cowboys got a third from that trash organization in Philly. This is ridiculous.
You think I'm not listening?
I can get him out of the cave.
My only job is to sit here and listen.
I knew you were there. I was solely coming after you.
He's always there.
That's enough Eagles slander. That's enough.
Back to the Bears offensive line. Our own Brad Wire has them ranked at the end of the season going into this season, 27th overall as it currently stands. Not great. 22nd overall in pass blocking, so a little bit better, but I really think they need to get some blockers in the rest of this round or the rest of this draft. So what did they give up? They give up a second. They still have a second. You said they gave up a third. Justin,
who the Bears? No, it was something later in this draft.
Even later.
So it was 19. Yeah, so it was 19, and I want to say it was something in the 140s.
Okay, so that's like
I'll look it up right now to confirm.
Yeah. Okay.
Cowboys pick is in.
Yeah, I mean, it's got to be Slater, right? I mean, it's got to be Slater.
I mean, Micah's still there.
Oh yeah, I mean, it could be Micah. I'd be really upset if it's Micah, but at this point,
What was the other one? Kwity Paye. What was the other ones we were throwing around?
Paye, yeah, it'll be Kwity Paye, Micah Parsons. I mean, I wouldn't be upset if they went and got Caleb Farley here. I know there's concerns with the back.
I don't think.
I mean, he could be the best of the three.
Yeah.
So I wouldn't be upset with kind of jumping up and getting that here.
All right.
But I don't know who it is, and
I called it this time.
Duncan. You're in front of me, so don't drop a bomb for me, okay?
Yeah, I'm not looking at the private chat right now.
Yeah, don't look.
Yeah,
at
I'm not either.
Don't look at it.
I'm not either.
Don't look at it. No, Michael, keep dropping them. I look at them every single time. So I'm. I love the reaction on Twitter. Of some
I'm not
Bears
looking at my
fans.
phone either to see
some of the
any
Bears
of
fans
this.
are just like throwing up right now. They like don't know what to do. And again,
So
I can't tell.
The Bears trade was
there.
pick 20, pick 164, a 2022 first round pick, and a 2022 fourth round pick to go from 20 to 11.
Yeah, that's a big jump. And you're gonna need that first in there. But after that, that's not that bad. I mean,
who in the hell is in Roger Goodell's chair? Holy fuck!
all the people that have been on here have been characters. Yeah. And I don't mean my guests. I don't mean you guys. I mean the people that are going on the stage out there.
I just need Goodell to stop talking and like actually release the pick. So much talking. I want to be disappointed here.
I'm excited. I love. I'm not going to be on for the Raiders pick, but I'll probably sign back in. So I'm glad that you guys are here live with your pick. Why don't we just bring Jax in here? He's logging in whenever he's ready, because he's taking over for me in 10 minutes, so I can just go relax and talk smack to you guys in the chat.
I'm going to hop on another stream.
Nice.
There's tons
of good streams out there. So everyone that's been watching, that's still watching, thank you for stopping by. Appreciate you guys watching, checking out our Draftathon.
Oh fuck!
No,
I haven't seen it yet.
I'm happy. I think.
No!
What? It's what they do, bro.
I'm so concerned.
He's the guy that got picked. He's really happy. I don't know if you can see him on my screen. You can see the name Shane. I don't know if you're.
I'm not paying attention. I'm watching my TV.
Well, you know.
How are you that
okay?
Delayed?
I'm on YouTube TV.
I steal the internet. I steal TV off the internet.
And you got it faster.
You actually pay for YouTube TV, and I got it faster than you.
I don't pay for it. My dad pays
I
for
don't know
it.
where
someone pays for it.
Duncan's getting them like way early, so
he's getting
he's hooked into. He's listening to Schefter or something.
Micah Parsons.
So how do we feel, boys?
Justin, I'm not as excited now. I liked this pick until you talked me down from it. Now
Sean Lee just retired, right? You guys need that linebacker. Like you guys always love like the freaking kick-ass linebacker. You don't think he's the guy, or I mean, he's definitely the best linebacker in this class. Unless you really like the Tulsa
I just
dude.
think you're going to put him on the outside, and I just think I think he gets engulfed a little bit behind bigger defensive linemen. He tends to not necessarily get in the hole as much as I would like for him to do. Does he come up and absolutely pound?
Tommy's so not paying attention.
I mean, I heard it. I was just giggling inside. I just didn't see you.
Yeah. So, again,
I'm just trying to look up his depth
going
chart.
to.
I mean,
I think he's going
Van
to.
Esch and Jalen Smith still.
And LV, the problem is LVE is always hurt. He's Sean Lee. He's always hurt.
Right. Yeah. So do you think he steps in as the backup, or they just find a spot because they have a DPR defensive player or something? Like, I mean, you can kind of slot him in a couple different spots.
Yeah, I'm not sure. I liked the pick until Justin talked me down about him.
Yeah, again,
just because he's the best linebacker available.
I am not in any way, shape, or form a defensive guru. So I
from
could
a guy that
completely
played defense, I haven't watched a lot of tape, but the tape I have watched on Micah, he does fly around. I haven't watched enough tape to see enough of the inefficiencies, him getting caught up like Justin's talking about in the offensive line. But the guy flies around and makes plays. And he's definitely the best linebacker in this class for a reason. You know, I don't think he's like Devin Bush level, but he's still pretty damn good. Unfortunately, the linebacking group isn't very deep, and there's not a ton of them. So saying he's the best in the group is like saying like you're the shortest little person, like you're still a little person, but or the tallest little person.
Hey now,
tallest.
As a short person, I take offense to that.
No, not like short, like because I'm short, like like a little, you're like a little person. Like anyway, I'm gonna get.
Yeah, I mean, right now NFL Network is comparing Micah Parsons to Jalen Smith, and I like Jalen Smith, I do, but I mean, Jalen Smith is not disrupting offenses. He's making tackles kind of second level. He's not a very good blitzer. And again, he tends to over pursue gaps and tends to get engulfed by offense and defensive lines. You saw a ton this year where running backs were just flying right by him. Hopefully, Parsons isn't as bad as I've kind of seen it on tape. Maybe I'm being too hard on him because I really wanted Surtain or Horn. So maybe I'm being too hard on him, but
fucking
at the
Broncos.
same time, yeah. I mean, but at the same time,
Shane just hates his pick. But the more and more Justin talks, Shane's like,
yeah.
Linda Lions, however the hell you say it.
Yeah.
Fuck you and your Broncos right now, okay? I love you, but fuck you and your Broncos.
We have a lot of people tuning in right now, so I hope she hears that. Yeah, Broncos fans, well, Stompy, like all those Bronco fans just totally messed it up. And I'm a Raider fan, so I'll just, let's shit on the Broncos. I'm here for it. But usually I'm fighting with Cowboys fans too, at least when it comes to my family. But yeah, I like the Micah Parsons pick, but I'm not a Cowboy fan, so I get it. It wasn't the guy you may not have wanted, but I think when you're looking at best available in the draft, he might be that guy. So where
Chargers
are we
have
at?
to take Slater, right?
Again, hopefully I'm wrong. Hopefully
have to take Slater. Yeah, Chargers pick is in, and we're wrapping up. We have 4 minutes left in hour two. I don't know. I feel like I've been here forever. But before I go, and before I miss it, Shane, you plugged the your charity league, but anything else you want to talk about? I mean, the Astronauts Rookie Guide, you guys did a fantastic job with that. I guess where can people find your work? Where should they follow you? Where should they check your stuff out?
Yeah, so you can follow me on Twitter at FFShaneB. I am I'm one of the social media coordinators for the FF Astronauts. Check out our draft guide. It's $25. It's totally worth it. It's a combination of film and analytics from some of the best guys in the industry. I'm also a podcast co-host under their umbrella for the Fantasy Nightcap. So check that out. It comes out typically on Tuesdays. And then I'm a writer actually for 14 Personnel. So check them out at 14 Personnel Pod. So yeah, that's pretty much it. And then hashtag Polly's Playoff.
Hell yeah. Yeah, and that rookie guide is from my understanding is a live document too. It will be updated after the draft. So you guys are doing that update. Same with the Undroppables rookie guide dropping next week on Cinco de Mayo. We will be updating it as we speak this weekend. Actually, there should be someone out there on our team typing away right now, making those updates. That person will be me in about an hour. And go check out both of those great rookie guides, because like I said earlier, all you need is Undroppables and the Astronauts and you're winning. That's the name of the game. Justin Mandero, what's up? Before you take off, go follow him at jman_ff. Anything you want to talk about or plug before we go?
Nothing to really talk about other than I'm, super excited to be a part of the Undroppables team and super excited to be on the show today. So thank you very much for kind of fitting me in. I know MPD did not want that to happen because I rip him constantly for his Eagles. But if there's anything to really plug, it's going to be during the football season every Sunday on Discord, on the FF Discord chat. Both myself and Andrew Mackins, another Undroppable, host a 2-hour show leading you right up until kickoff every Sunday during the NFL season. So come check us out on Discord during the season. We'll plug that along the way. And, of course, you can get me on Twitter at jman_ff.
Make sure you follow both those guys on Twitter. Fantastic follows. Thank you both for joining me for this hour talking the draft. I was really thankful to have you guys here when the Cowboys picked, because Justin, that reaction was priceless. So I was glad to see that. So thank you both for joining me. We have our next host getting ready behind the scenes, Mr. Jax Falcone. You find at Dino Game Theory. The man, the myth, the legend. What's up, Jax? You ready for this?
Holy smokes. I'm here. I'm ready for sure. Absolutely.
Yeah, we brought you in, man. We're going to transition this over. I've been holding the fort down for almost 3 hours now, and I'm ready.
All?
That's it. I know. Yeah, it seems
like a typical podcast for me.
Yeah, pretty much, right? The difference is we got to talk on this one, so
no chance that's happening on this one.
Always giving you shit, but I love it.
One-man show over here.
The man behind the Undrafted podcast, where you can find anywhere that you listen to podcasts, just type in the Undroppables in the search bar. You'll find all 4 of our great podcasts there: Unscripted, the Undrafted, and 2-on-1 Fantasy Sports. And back when the season starts, Unmatched. So another great show over there. But yeah, this has been phenomenal. The pick is in for the Chargers, but we're waiting. Oh yeah, I love what I'm seeing from the backstage of who this pick is. It is a phenomenal one for the Chargers.
Slater.
Smart move.
Yeah.
Yep, Rashawn Slater, offensive tackle for the Northwestern. Guy is phenomenal. But yeah, Jax, how you been liking this draft so far? Kind of going like you expect or different?
Yeah, I mean, I think well, I don't know, man. Yeah, it kind of went as I thought, especially through 5 picks. You know, when you kind of got through Jamar Chase, Jalen Waddle threw me off. I thought they'd go Penei Sewell. Detroit had to be pretty pleased to get Sewell there, and then my cornerback 1 went 8th overall. I thought that was great. I mean, and Dallas gets sniped with Surtain to Denver. That was a surprise. I thought Denver was going to take Fields. So yeah, there was definitely some surprises. And then Dallas and Philadelphia trading with one another. That's a tough one to swallow. And then Chicago Bears, I swear to God, even when they traded up, it was like clearly Justin Fields. And I'm like, how can they fuck this up? Like, will they watch it be Rashawn Slater or something like that? Like, not that he's a bad player, but like just
why trade up?
Like this whole thing, it's going to be amazing. And they did the right thing. And so hopefully, Chicago here, I normally am ripping all of my Chicago Bears brothers out there because I love all those boys. There's a ton of Chicago Bears fans in my circle. And, at this point they can all rest easy. I really wanted the Pats to trade up and get him. So a little bittersweet. We'll see what happens with the Pats coming up. I'm just glad I'm going to be on the live stream for the Pats. If it goes bad, you may have to come back on and host.
Well, I'm definitely going to jump back on when the Raiders come on here at pick 17, but I'm going to take off for right now. Thank you guys so much for sticking with me these last 3 hours. Shane, do you want to say anything before you take off?
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. Love the connection that the astronauts and Undroppables have always had. So appreciate you guys for having me on. And this one is especially for you, Michael P. Duncan. Fuck the Eagles.
Well, Jax, I've teed it up
and
for
he's
you.
Out.
It's all ready for you to go. Thank you for Shane for coming on here. It was a great guest. We've had some fantastic guests the last 3 hours, and I'm so excited for the next one that we have up on hour 4. And some other great guests. So keep tuning in to the UnDraftathon by the Undroppables all weekend. We got your entire NFL draft coverage here. And I am out. Follow me on Instagram, TikTok, Twitter at 2on1FFB. I'm Tommy Moe. Peace.
Later, Tommy.
How do I?
Well, it's just me. It's going to be me for 3 hours. We're just going to roll. I'm just going to talk about the draft. No, I'm just kidding. We are going to bring on a couple of different guests. Really excited to be here. Thank you so much for tuning in. Hopefully, I want to see everybody clicking on and checking this out. So, really fun. I'm looking forward to getting my holy shit. The Jets trade up to 14. This is just awesome. Yeah. pairing Zach Wilson and Mac Jones. I think that's exactly right. So it looks like the Jets have traded up to this spot, which is going to be pretty interesting. But I do want to bring on is Moody ready to go? There he is.
Yeah, I'm here.
Eric Moody of The Athletic, a guy I've never potted with, never spoke with in the flesh, but have crossed paths a million times because he is just an amazing person and a great writer. But really excited to have you on the show. Are you ready to rock and roll, baby?
Yeah, ready to rock and roll. Yeah, glad I was able to make an appearance. I appreciate the invite. And so, this draft has been very interesting so far. So love the activity. It's just good to have a legitimate football event that's going to shape the season taking place. So no, I'm excited.
Yeah, absolutely. I feel the same way. It's just, the NFL draft. I don't know about you, but I was planning on making my first visit to an NFL draft live last year, and all ready to go. Hotels booked, the whole thing, and then COVID hit, and it was a real drag. And I love the draft, and so this is a real treat for me because this is my first sort of live broadcast of the draft. So this is great, and I'm honored that you're here. You've certainly been in the space a long time. You're very well respected, certainly by me, and so I'm excited to have you on the show. So thank you so much.
Oh no, you're welcome as always. Appreciate the invite. It's always good getting together talking football.
So now that the pleasantries are out of the way, we're just going to riff and have a ton of fun. I want the takes are going to be firing off for the whole hour, so I'm really excited. I think at some point they're going to drop Dukes in here, and whenever they do, I'll introduce. There he is. Boom.
There he
Dukes.
is.
Dukes is in the house. Dukes, say what's up.
What's up? Yo, Eric, I'm really excited to be on here with you. I think you two guys are so respected for your minds in this community, so I just feel like I'm instantly boosted by the intelligence around me. I'm not going to say a lot to ruin that, but I do think, talking about what's happened in the draft here so far, doesn't it feel like a fantasy draft? It feels like we're getting so many great situations. I especially love the pairings between the former college quarterbacks and wide receivers. There's a couple picks I don't like, but we'll get into all that. I'm excited to be here.
Well, what was your least favorite pick so far? Let's go right there because, obviously we're a fantasy football sort of, outfit, if you will. But at the end of the day, this is an NFL draftathon. We'll sprinkle in some fantasy takes. But, Dukes, what was your least favorite pick so far? And maybe follow that up with your favorite. And Moody, you can follow them up.
Oh, yeah.
All right. So I think Detroit letting a division rival get Justin Fields, who I'm really a big fan of. Goff is not the long-term answer. Sewell is obviously a great player, so I see the strategy there. Mm-hmm. Maybe they're thinking they have another high pick next year. Maybe they're eyeing some of those quarterbacks. That's probably – it's a good pick, but it might be my least favorite right now. But then again, there's also the Bengals taking Chase. They could have used some offensive line help as well. They're pretty set at wide receiver, but I understand why you don't want to pass up on that talent. I've talked to some Bengals fans. They like it. So those would be my two. Aside from that, I think everybody's hitting really nice value so far.
Yeah, you said it with Chase, and it's really hard to hate on a pick when you get Jamar Chase, but that's kind of how it goes. Moody, what did you think? What was some of your least and most favorite picks so far?
Yeah, no, and I agree. The one with the Lions, to get Sewell kind of had me kind of scratching my head because their offensive line played better than what most people, thought last year. And so I was surprised to see them go to pick him up. I would have liked for them to get Justin Fields or just someone else that's out there. But yeah, I was kind of scratching my head on that. I'll say one that I really liked, just kind of bounce it around, was I really like the Jamar Chase pickup. I think the offensive line depth, in this draft, it's a lot deeper than what people think. And then if you look at the Bengals, they run a high percentage of last year, 3 wide receiver sets. And so Chase will fit right in. It's kind of like this. It's a scenario where you've got Jamar Chase or Auden Tate. Pretty easy choice, right? On who you want to go with there.
No doubt about it.
Yeah, so I was really, really excited about that. I'm you look at what Chase did in his last season at LSU. like 84 receptions, nearly 1,800 receiving yards and 20 touchdowns, going back to 2019. I know, Chase and Burrow helped lead that team to a national championship. So I'm excited to see what he can do, being reunited with Burrow. Then just with that offense, with all the weapons that they have. So I would say it's probably one of my favorite picks. But the Sewell pick, for the Lions, it kind of has me scratching my head because I would have loved to have seen them go a different direction.
Well, we just did a mock draft where we did what we would want to do just recently on the Undrafted, and Terminator Randall Kennedy of the Undroppables picked Justin Fields at 7 for Detroit, and we also it was my favorite pick of the draft, is what I chose it to be my favorite pick, because I felt like it's a game changer for Detroit, and it really sets their franchise up. I mean, they're rebuilding. Dan Campbell has a 6-year contract. They're not going anywhere. Yeah. And so I felt like that would have been a great pick. It's really hard to hate on Penei Sewell because he's such a, at least what looks like to be a transcendent offensive line talent. Jamar Chase, you're right. I mean, one thing that we learned about Joe Burrow is that he prefers to have more guys out in the routes. He likes 4 and 5 receiver sets. He sees the field better that way. He became a much better player with more wide receivers out in patterns, So now he does get Boyd, Higgins, Chase. So it does work to his skill set. And when we look at my least favorite was Jalen Waddle. I thought that was a luxury pick on a team that should be Penei Sewell was just there for them. I know they don't have – look, anytime you hear need at offensive line, everybody needs offensive line. There's no team that doesn't have a need at offensive line, because if you have Penei Sewell, whoever the hell is your left tackle can, right? It's like, I need him. Wow. Just to chime in here, the Jets traded up from pick 23 to pick 14 ahead of New England to take the interior offensive lineman Elijah Vera Tucker. Elijah Vera Tucker, I knew was never going to fall too much farther, and pretty decent pick here as they go Zach Wilson and Elijah Vera Tucker. They gave up a lot to move there, though. They gave up 2 third-round picks in this year's draft, 2 high-leverage picks. I mean, third-round picks are definitely strong. So kind of an interesting move there when, as you say, offensive line is a little deep.
Yeah, I'm gonna backpedal on that Chase take, because that's such a good point. The depth in this draft, they have an early second rounder. I do think there's going to be some good offensive line there, and you also make a great point and about Chase basically being that third guy that lets Burrow basically play more his game, dissect and I do like that. And then the Waddle call as well, I agree with. I didn't expect him to be that high. I thought he was a probably mid or late third-round pick.
Well, there were some odds that he was going to be the first wide receiver taken, and there was some chatter about that. And I think it probably came down to the fact that there was probably some linkage with Miami and Waddle. And if Cincinnati had gone with Sewell, maybe that was the reason why people thought that Waddle could sneak into that first overall wide receiver selection, because maybe they'd have taken Waddle over Chase, which sounds crazy, but they may have been just locked on to Jalen Waddle the whole time. It sounds crazy to me, but it always happens. New England Patriots pick is in. I feel like that. What is it? The Office? It's happening. It's happening. What do I do?
They got the camera on Mac Jones. He's looking around. He looked a little flustered earlier, I gotta say. I think he might have thought he was going to go a bit higher here.
Well, I mean, I had tweeted earlier the Kyle Shanahan troll job was in full effect right up until the pick. I mean, he absolutely had everybody eating out of his hand, right, Moody?
Yeah. It's funny. It's just been so much talk around like Mac Jones and the 49ers, and then just to see kind of things go go differently than what people anticipated. It's really interesting. But no, I like Mac Jones. I'm curious to see what happens with this pick and where he ends up going.
Here it comes.
Right.
Oh yeah. I mean, I'm not going to get emotional about any pick, but this one maybe just a skosh. Don't spoil it for me. I think I'm on a little bit of a delay.
Mm-hmm.
Oh my God.
Oh yeah, I can't do that. I don't like that Schefter has to tweet them all out. I've been off Twitter in the last couple hours.
Oh yeah.
I just enjoy seeing it live. I'm the same.
Oh yeah, sorry, I got my. Yeah, this is the one pick that I'm just like, I can't take my eyes off of it. But Moody, do you think it's Mac Jones here? I mean, after everything, after where we're at, I mean, doesn't this make sense that it's Mac Jones here?
Yeah, no, I would agree. It does make sense because just looking at Mac Jones's game, I'm like, it just makes sense. That he would link up with Belichick. I'll kind of speak while we wait for the pick to come in on your end. I think when I think about Mac Jones, I just think about kind of what he went through at Alabama. Backing up to Jalen Hurts, first 3 seasons, got his opportunity. Led the Crimson Tide to a national championship. It's like I'm a lot higher on him than most people are. I'm like, if you look at what he did at Alabama, I'm like, last season, I'm like, Jones was Alabama's all-time, single season passing leader, with 4,500 yards, led all quarterbacks in deep yards. If you look at Pro Football Focus and some of those other sites, so I'm like, if he does go to New England, I think he'll be a really good fit, with that offense and with Belichick and what he's trying to do. So. Cam Newton's only on a 1-year contract, so it makes sense. It gives him a chance to kind of sit back, learn the NFL game, hit the ground running in year 2 potentially.
Well, I mean, if he wanted his Brady replica, it's certainly Mac Jones. I mean,
oh yeah,
when we comp Mac Jones to NFL quarterbacks, it always seemed to be Kirk Cousins, or Tom Brady on the high side. I mean, he's just got a really, really gifted pocket presence. I mean, he's just a really good thrower of the football. A lot of people had criticized him for not running very much. I mean, he ran like, I think, a 4.8, so he's got a little bit of mobility, but he never used it. And I always said that's because he completed 80% of his passes. I mean, where the hell's he running? It's complete down the field for 30. Like, I don't need to run anywhere, bro. So he definitely had so much success behind that, that great offensive line with those outstanding weapons, with a great running back. I mean, my only fear is that, it was the same fear I had with Joe Burrow, by the way, last year, was that he was just surrounded with so much talent that maybe he was just a good quarterback, not a great quarterback. And the same concern is with me with Mac Jones. But certainly at pick 15, you just can't go wrong. This is a slam dunk pick for the Patriots.
Yeah.
Yeah. So my take is that, and as we see Dan drop in, and I hate to cut you off, but let me just get this out real quick.
Off the fucking.
I think this is the best landing spot for Mac Jones. Clearly, he's a guy that people were talking about. He likes to go to the bars. He likes to have a good time. The Patriots are going to make sure that he's got his mind where it needs to be. And I'm not necessarily thinking that it's not where it needs to be in the first place. He just won an NCAA championship. Plus the intangibles, like Jax was talking about, his processing speed. He's going to get the ball into the hands of, I think they brought back James White to be the 3rd down running back. Yep. And that's his version of running the ball. So, Dan, I'm going to let you talk since you're the Patriots fan here.
Yeah, man. I'll be honest. I completely sold myself on Fields. So a little behind the scenes, Moody. I pulled in from a job interview, saw that Chicago traded up. I was like devastated. But I'm good with Jones, man. I mean, I didn't want to trade up for him, but coming back to him, he shows everything that is good that you need in the Patriots offense. Great timing, great anticipation, great touch. So, I think he's going to be surrounded with the guys that he needs to be surrounded with. And I'm excited. I mean, more than anything, like, when's the last time, I don't know, Jax, you can speak to this too. When's the last time as like a Patriots fan, like pick 15, you're like gassed up, like this could be the future for the next, 10, 15 years.
Yeah. Speaking of being surrounded by people you like, it's good having another Patriot fan in here, nice redhead from the Northeast.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. We're going to go out and start a fight later. It's great.
Oh, that's good. That's great.
Thank you, Moody.
Got to play the stereotype, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I love it. Hat on backwards. He's in here. He's drinking beers and kicking ass. He's almost out of beers.
I got the shirt. I got the shirt right here. You just need to fight me.
Get out of here.
Oh, Dukes. Nobody wants to toil with you in that beard. All right.
Man, that used to be a great rivalry. I just want that. I want that to happen again. Patriots Colts.
I feel like it was a pretty one-sided rivalry.
Definitely one-sided.
We definitely took one away from Tom, though.
That's true.
The other 6, yeah. I got lost. I got lost in the shuffle.
You know, Eli holds over Tom more than Peyton does. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know,
well,
Moody.
What
do you think of the Jones fit there?
No, I like the fit because looking at like Mac Jones, I'm like from like a film lens, I'm like he's great at manipulating the pocket, anticipating throws. You know, love his field vision. I'm like he doesn't have like an elite arm, but I'm like he could, you know, he can. Hold on 1 second, guys.
You're okay.
Had something on my computer. Sorry about that. Had an audio going in my ear. Must have been one of the windows. So, all right, my apologies there. But no, he's great at like manipulating the pocket. I'm like, he doesn't have like the greatest, you know, like arm strength. But I think at the you know, at the next level and with what New England has surrounded him with, I'm like, he doesn't necessarily need to have the most elite arm. I think the similarities like to Tom Brady, I'm like, they're there. I'm like Jones, you know, could be that guy. So I'm excited about the fit. I'm an Alabama guy, so I've been watching Alabama football for years, so very familiar with the guy's career, and I want to see him be successful, you know, at the next level. Because one thing in Alabama, which hopefully Tua can even change this too, it's like they haven't had a lot of success like with quarterbacks at the next level. let's be transparent here, right? I'd love to see him hit the ground running with the Patriots and do well. So
yeah, it's almost like an embarrassment of riches, right? The surrounding team is so good. You know, as the quarterback, it's easy to be successful.
Yeah.
But you know, that was the knock against Tom, right? Coming out of college too, as his arm was okay. And then, you know, you could see him develop and have actually a very good NFL level arm. So I'm excited. You know, I think he's athletic enough. I think the big thing is, right, he's mobile within the pocket.
Yeah.
And that's what we've had for 20 years here. And, you know, it's great. You know, I would love Lance or Fields or even Trevor Lawrence, right, can get out of the pocket and show some mobility.
Yeah.
But at the end of the day, you need to be able to make throws from the pocket. So I think, you know, I think that's great for Jones.
And like to your point, it's like I'm like the mobility's great. It's fun to watch. Everyone loves the Michael Vick type highlights and you know all that kind of stuff. But I think with the offensive line that the Patriots have you know have rolled out, you know, for nearly 2 decades now. I'm like they always have one of the top offensive lines year in and year out, especially from a pass protection lens. And so that'll end up continuing, even though with was it Dante Scarnecchia?
Scarnecchia.
Scarnecchia, yeah. They're you know, the long time like offensive line coach. I know he's kind of moving away, you know, retiring. You know, who knows? He may come back again. He's done that in the past.
Yeah.
But I'm like, he's typically surrounded them with a very good offensive line. And I think that's something with Brady too, and Brady's the GOAT, not taking anything away from him, but like that line has really protected him well over the years.
Yeah, it's definitely a very you know, simpatico relationship where Brady gets it out quick, but they also protect like crazy for him. So
yeah,
I think it's going to be really exciting here. I don't know, Dukes. What are you thinking of the first round so far? Any what's your biggest surprise? What's your biggest thing that you've noticed?
We kind of covered that a little before you hopped in. My thing was the Lions letting Fields slip to where Chicago traded up. So in division, you have a really good quarterback there now. But I actually had a question for you. What do you think about the receiving core? Because the Patriots added a lot of guys that you would consider probably the third or if you're the Raiders, the first on your team. But I'm sorry, Tommy, that was not any shade thrown your way. But we I will not get into the next pick too much yet. The Cardinals just took a linebacker, but I do want to hear your thoughts on that receiving core for the Patriots.
You know, I think it's a better real life core than it is a fantasy one. I think Aguilar, for as much flack as he gets on Twitter, I think he's actually a pretty good wide receiver. So, you know, he's not a number one. He's not the alpha that some of these dudes are, but I think he's going to be more than serviceable. Bourne, same way. He's a very solid guy. Jacoby Myers is underrated. Jacoby might be the next, you know, following the line of Welker, Edelman, and now Myers. He's legit. He looks really good. And then the two tight ends, Hunter Henry, Jonnu. I love Jonnu. I was big on Jonnu last year. I think none of them are going to jump off the page and wow you. But I think as a unit, the parts are greater than greater than the whole. The whole is greater than the parts, whatever it is.
Don't worry, he's a teacher. This is how he talks to the kids. Don't worry about it.
I had a long day. I had an interview at 7:45 at night. All right. I've had a long day. I think as a unit, between the wide receivers and the tight ends, and then James White and everyone else, I think, they're going to be really good together. Individually, yes, they're not the number one, person on each team, but together, I think it'll be really good for Cam or Mac.
Yeah, I would have to say that, their wide receiver core of next year isn't even on the roster. I mean, they're going to probably address it in the draft at some point, whether it even be in the 3rd or 4th round. I don't know how soon they'll dip in, but, I would assume they'll try and add some talent to that room. They don't have a wide receiver 1. They really don't have a wide receiver 2. As you point out, they do have 2 tight end 1s, right? I mean, so yes. It's an interesting sort of talent configuration. The tight ends are signed up for this year, next year, and certainly they have control over them for the 3rd year. So the next 2 years, they're going to be there. Aguilar is probably going to be there for 2 years, but he can be a tertiary player, and if they can find themselves, I don't know about an alpha. It's going to be hard for them to find that, but so it'll be an interesting year to see how they play it, but I would obviously expect a ton of 12 personnel, and Jonnu will be that player that plays all over the place. He's going to be in the backfield. He's going to be in line. He's going to be in the slot. He's going to be all over the place. Jonnu is the type of weapon that, Bill Belichick just loves. We know that.
So that gives me a thought here. Do you think that the Patriots might look running back 2nd round?
I mean, they don't have a very good running back room. James White, is obviously is what he is, and then Sony Michel is toast. He's cinnamon toast crunch or whatever. He's done. I don't think he's going to be doing anything. Damian Harris, though, I think fits their scheme with Cam. I don't know that he fits the scheme, with Mac Jones as much, and I don't think again those are any players that are going to be the future of the position. So, could they look at I don't know about 2nd round, man. Maybe. I suppose it depends on who's there, I suppose. I think if one of the big 3 fall, I would be okay with them doing that, but I wouldn't want them to reach for a running back in round 2. There's enough, I've mock draft a million times. I think you guys might have too. There's so much talent later. By the way, Raiders don't pick Alex Leatherwood over Kristen Darashaw. Very interesting. At least they went the right position. Good job, Raiders. You didn't totally screw it up, but I don't know.
Yay!
Oh,
the Raiders pick.
hey, Tommy.
Hey, it's the right position, like you said, but man, Tevin Jenkins, Christian Darrisaw. Alex Leatherwood. He won the Outland Trophy winner last year, right? So he's got some hardware, like he's been recognized as he's a good offensive tackle, but I think everyone had him as like the tackle 5 off the board, and so
I picked him at pick 19 to the Washington Redskins on our mock draft, so I don't think it's way over. I thought the Zaven Collins pick was ridiculous. If you're gonna pick Zaven Collins, why not just trade back? Arizona doesn't have any draft capital. They have 2 picks in the first 4 or 5 rounds. Just trade back. Even if you get nothing, Zaven Collins is going to be there, or if he's not, who cares?
Most people had him in the 2nd round, right? They weren't really projecting him, or at least late first, not that early.
Yep. Late first. We didn't. He didn't go in our mock. Not that says anything. Who the fuck are we? But point of the matter is there was 5 different guys with 5 different points of view, and he didn't go. Is my point. We weren't. We didn't talk beforehand.
Yeah. And
I'd like to hear. I'd like to hear Eric's thoughts on Leatherwood since he's an Alabama fan.
Absolutely. Yeah. Also, hi, Eric. Yeah. Nice to meet you.
Hey,
see you in person.
Yeah, exactly. Good to see you. No, but I'll comment on Leatherwood. But I was thinking of something too with going back to the Patriots situation with the wide receivers.
Yeah,
I'll kind of hit on that. I'm a little bit higher on Bourne, than others are. I think he's just really underrated. He was making a ton of clutch receptions in San Francisco. I'm like, if you look at like last season, like 71.4% of his 49 receptions like went for first downs. I think the only other 49ers receiver like with more like touchdown receptions than Bourne, like on throws from Jimmy G, was Kittle. I'm like, he's a guy that the Patriots can use like all over the field. One thing that I looked at, I'm like, he has like a 3-cone drill time that was eerily similar to like Deion Branch, former Patriots wide receiver, and Julian Edelman. So I think that's the type of short area quickness that Belichick like really covets. And so I'm actually a little bit more excited to see what Bourne brings to the table more so than Aguilar. But they are paying Aguilar like a ton of money. Yeah. So a lot of people just expect for him to be the guy, but it wouldn't surprise me if Bourne, really, I'll say outperforms like his ADP right now because he's essentially dirt cheap right now.
We know one thing with Belichick is he's not going to play the contract. He's going to play the best player. So whomever, I mean, he didn't do it with N'Keal Harry. Whoever excels and elevates themselves is gonna do it. And Bourne definitely has a chance to do that. There's no doubt.
Yeah. So that's just.
I got a quick question. Pick is in for Miami. Could this be a Myles Gaskin evisceration? Is it possible they go Najee or ETN here? I mean, it's possible, right?
They're in range. Possible.
It's not possible because I see what happened.
Oh,
it's possible, but it's happened. So
I mean, so is it? Hold on, I don't know who it is. I'm on the webs.
While we're waiting, and I was just here for Raiders reaction pick. That's it, Raider Nation forever. But I just want to say it's a great pick of need. They need offensive tackle. They also need an interior offensive lineman. And I was really hoping they would go with Jeremiah and Wosu Koromora there out of Notre Dame as a linebacker because they still have a need there too. But still, good pick. It's a little bit of a reach, but whatever. It's the Raiders. So Moody, nice meeting you in person.
Oh, yes, likewise.
Have a good, great rest of your draftathon. I'm out.
Later, Tommy.
Yeah, but I know you mentioned about Leatherwood. I can kind of speak to him real quick. I don't want to leave you hanging there, but no, I like Leatherwood quite a bit. The Raiders do need some offensive line help, especially at the tackle position. So, he has a lot of experience at Alabama. I think like 3 years of starting experience, if my memory serves me right. And I know he also was like recognized, like I think with the Joe Moore Award, I believe. It's like one of the top offensive linemen. So, Mike, he's great, and I really like that fit. So. Just to answer your question there.
I want to bring up Kendrick Bourne again because Mackins didn't like that. And I've actually heard recently Kendrick Bourne is and as you alluded to, he's going to be in the slot. He's going to be a PPR machine this year. I believe that.
Absolutely.
So go get him in fantasy. I just drafted him in after the 20th round. So
yeah, he's free 99 for sure. And, it's because the floor is released, not make the team. Like there's enough guys there where it's possible and I don't know about not make the team. And they just freshly signed him, probably going to play, but the floor is so low that, your risk is just, you don't want to overinvest, but the ceiling is actually, like you say, I mean, it could be 100 targets. I don't think that's really the ceiling, but it's there. I mean, and also really what it is too, is he's a touchdown weapon. He's a really good goal line player. He's able to go up and get the ball. So yeah, he's a sneaky play. And, of course, with Jacoby Myers and N'Keal Harry, it's going to be interesting to see how they fit them in because, again, I think they're going to be playing a lot of 12 personnel. So one of the things I'd be careful with the New England Patriots is, allocating too many targets to the wide receivers. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, no, absolutely. They paid a lot of money for those tight ends, so they're gonna see some usage, I'm sure.
So with Washington on the clock, I feel like it's just Christian Darrisaw all day long. I mean, is there anything else that they could even do here? I mean, I suppose they could go, with a linebacker. There's a couple of players, but I got to imagine they got to be just jumping for joy that Darrisaw has fallen this far.
Agreed.
Yeah, I agree with that. Definitely. Most definitely.
Yeah. What do you got on Darrisaw? I mean, is that a player you scouted film wise there, Moody?
Yeah, I didn't watch too much tape on Darrisaw. Yeah, I didn't.
Dukes, how about you?
Oh, I'm not a tape guy. You know that I work as a designer with the Undroppables. I'm here to make you guys.
Have you designed any cool graphics for Christian Darrisaw going to the Washington Redskins?
I usually make you look better. Right now, you're supposed to make me look better.
Well, I will tell you that Darrisaw is absolutely the guy I would be picking here. There's just no doubt about it. I mean, he's big and he's athletic. I mean, I just think that when you see the raw materials like that at this particular point, it's hard to pass on him. And there's, to me, I thought he was going to be the third tackle taken off the board, and probably go as high as 10 to 14. I didn't think he'd slip past. 10 to 13. I didn't think he'd slip past the Chargers. But sure enough, here he is. With Slater going to the Chargers, here we are.
Yeah, where's Brad when you need him? I mean, I usually just refer to him, and there's a couple other guys that I like to go to for offensive line takes, but he's very accurate and he knows his stuff. So if he was able to jump on right now, that would be great. But
yeah. Well, and you got Darrisaw, and then behind them is New York Giants, who traded back. From pick 12 to move back from 11 to 20 with the Bears to allow the Bears to come up and get Justin Fields. And so a lot of people had them connected to a wide receiver. Could that be Rashad Bateman going there, or do you think they'll go in a different direction, Moody?
Yeah, I think they'll end up going in a different direction. So I know they've got I know they surrounded Daniel Jones with a ton of weapons this year. Kenny Golladay was the big addition, but they still have Slayton that's there. Obviously, they've got a Sterling Shepard, Evan Ingram, so they've got other receiving weapons. So I just think they'll go like a different direction. But with someone like Bateman, I'd really love to see Bateman land like with someone like the Saints, like a team like New Orleans.
Yeah.
With his skill set, I'm like, he would be like a monster, like in that offense. It's just thinking about what he could bring to the table there. I think Jameis Winston will win the job, but I'm like, with Peyton's scheme, I'm like, that'll be a nice connection. I don't know. What do you think about that?
Yeah, obviously, I'd love him to go. I suppose it's possible he could slip all the way down to 28. I know that Tennessee has eyes for Elijah Moore or Bateman at 22. After that, there's not a ton of wide receiver needy teams. I mean, I know a lot of people have them linked to Baltimore at 27, although, we'll see what Baltimore does with their 2 picks. That's also a pretty interesting situation. A lot of people had Baltimore potentially moving up. New Orleans had been rumored to be moving up. I think New Orleans might have been moving up for either J.C. Horn or Patrick Surtain. And when they went off the board in the single-digit rounds, I just don't think there was any chance of them getting their hands on them, which also brings us to Greg Newsome, who also is a really high-level there it is, linebacker Jamin, I think that's how you say his name, Davis, goes to Washington. So that's kind of interesting.
Yeah, so now as a Colts fan, I'm eyeing what the Giants are doing here because we're next after that, and Darrisaw might be on the board, and we really could use an offensive tackle. Costanzo just retired. That's probably our biggest position need right now, so I'm a little nervous. I don't think that the Giants are in need at that position. I'm not entirely sure. I think they might go.
They are in need, but they may not think they're in need because they have the former Patriot there at left tackle. For whatever reason, I can't think of his name. Help me out, but I
know who you're talking about. They traded
Nate Solder.
Signed him in free. Yeah, they signed him in free agency.
But he might retire even. Ago? Yeah, he might retire, Nate Solder. So, I mean, there's no guarantee there. I'm really surprised Washington passed on Darrisaw. I don't know if what's going on with Darrisaw because, I mean, he was roundly sort of rumored to be a top 15 pick by almost every publication you read. So, the word was that he was going to go top 15. And now a couple of, tackle offensive line needy teams have passed on him. All you need is Gettleman to make one stupid pick and he falls in your lap at 21.
Yeah, so I'm not sure what's going on there, but I kept hearing him over and over again that he's one or two, that he's 2 or 3 in the draft at tackle. So I don't know what's going on there, but also another guy that kept being linked to the Colts is Tevin Jenkins, and there's still some good pass rush here. Quidey Pay. Couple other guys, Rousseau, Jason Owe.
Yeah, not a single edge has been taken as far as I'm aware, right?
Phillips.
Jalen Phillips just went to the Dolphins. Yep. So Phillips first one off the board.
And Michael Parsons earlier. Yeah.
And Parsons is linebacker. I mean, he's going to play some rush, but he's definitely a Mike linebacker, at least projects to be.
Yeah. We should probably talk about the linebackers now that you mention it. I mean, Zaven Collins,
right,
and Jamin Davis. We haven't really brought those guys up, but I mean, Arizona's really solidifying their, I guess, the middle of their defense. That might be smart on their part. I think they probably also need a corner, but help the defense out. The offense is ready to go. We know that.
Yeah, I think Zaven Collins is one of those guys that's like I think he's probably going to be all over the place. He's kind of that chess piece, and I think now they've got 2 chess pieces with Simmons from last year and Zaven Collins, so they can be very multiple on defense, and that's kind of an interesting strategy from Arizona. Those 2 guys are going to be playing all over the place. So with their pass rush with Watt and Jones and Collins and Simmons, that's going to be an interesting defense, and they just need some coverage. So hopefully they can find some cornerback help at some point. But that's a very interesting strategy they've taken in the draft here.
Yeah, I'm just I keep looking to see what the Giants do here. I'm just being a fan right now. I know I should say some things. I was expecting Moody to be here to talk more than me. But no, I mean,
well, the interwebs are overrun because of all the people online watching the draft. So he just Moody lost. I lost my internet twice there at the beginning of the stream, which is crazy. I never go down over here, so that was a little bit frustrating. Sorry to the good people of Twitter land watching on YouTube's today, but yeah, this is just a ton of fun. I am super excited about this stuff, but I'm really excited to see what the Giants do. I mean, they seem to always surprise us, don't they?
Yeah, first of all, I'm glad I hardwired in my internet today. I went ahead and ran the cable back to the bedroom. But I think this is the range where we could start to see a lot of wide receivers come off the board. There's still so much talent there, probably the best value that I see. I mean, I don't claim to be any kind of expert, but generally I just respond to consensus and I do mix in a little bit of what I see and a lot of what I hear from people that I know have an idea about what they're talking about. So yeah, you still have both Moores, Bateman. You could look at Terrace Marshall.
Yep.
Seems to be some guys here. I won't bring up Kadarius Toney, but somebody might bite.
Yeah, I mean, Kadarius Toney is going to be exciting for a team to grab, and of course, everybody knows Cadaver the Toney, as I've coined him. Look, I think he's a bad first round prospect. He's a great third round prospect, meaning he's just so raw. You can't expend this type of draft capital on a player like that. But it's certainly possible he hits. It's just sort of an inside straight draw with Toney, with no real production up until his senior year. It's the Hakeem Butler sort of corollary where the guy can't get on the field and can't dominate, can't even play the position, let alone dominate at the position. And then finally, with Kyle Pitts taking so much coverage and a pretty good offensive team, he's able to do something in his senior year. And look, he's an exceptional athlete that you can't take away from him. But I'd be wary of making a pick like that in the first round.
I'll bring up a couple other guys that I see on the board here. What's up, Michael?
Can I stop you real quick?
Yeah, go for it.
I wanted to be the one to break this to Jax. Kadarius Toney just got drafted. to the New York Giants.
Let's go. Colts
Dave
on the
Gettleman.
clock.
Dave Gettleman. Dave Gettleman.
So
he is the fourth wide receiver off the board, and he was taken 20th overall to the New York Giants.
Oh, this is Dave Gettleman. Oh, you are a legend. God bless him. God bless him.
Oh wow.
I'm speechless.
Tell us why you hate Kadarius Toney, Jack.
I don't hate Kadarius Toney. But I mean, it's a ridiculous process pick at pick 20 in the NFL draft, especially when who's he better than? Is he better than Sterling Shepard? Is he better than Darius Slayton? Certainly not better than Kenny Golladay. He doesn't have as good a profile as either Sterling Shepard or Darius Slayton, for that matter. It just doesn't. You just go back and look at their profiles compared to him. Running back skill set. I mean, he's a weapon. So I don't know how you're going to use him as a weapon when you've got the least creative offensive mind in football, and Jason Garrett, who used motion the fewest amount of times in the NFL on a percentage basis. So he's just going to line them up and have them beat people off press. Good luck. This is the worst.
You're probably going to want to take Saquon Barkley off the field.
Oh yeah,
for Kadarius Toney. I mean, that's the only, it's the only logical thing to do, really.
100%.
Not to mention sign Kenny Golladay.
It was just so fun to see all the reactions because I'm a little delayed here, so I saw all the Giants fans getting all pepped up. It's their pick.
Oh, Stephie.
So dejected. That's not going to happen to me. My GM knows what he's doing.
Yeah. This is the you're absolutely 100% right. This is the classic Dave Gettleman versus Chris Ballard, mano a mano, pick 21 and 20. And I swear, I can almost guarantee you that Indianapolis takes Tristan Darashaw here. The pick should already be in. I mean, this is like ridiculous.
Seems like it. But like I was bringing up before, I was going to mention a couple names. So Christian Barmore is an interior defensive lineman, good pass rusher. We don't necessarily need interior pass rush though, unless you want to do something crazy like kick out somebody to defensive end. Obviously, Grover Stewart's not going to be there, but you really want Buckner inside, so I don't see that happening. And then Owosu Karamoa, we've got a really good linebacking core. I don't see that happen. I think it's offensive tackle seems like the move here. You got Darrisaw and Tevin Jenkins. Take your pick.
Yeah, I mean, certainly Tevin Jenkins would be reasonable here as well. I mean, it's just a shame Kadarius Toney's off the board because I'm sure Chris Ballard feels swiped at this point.
What's funny, gentlemen? I have no idea what happened there. Like all of a sudden, I had a real loud ringing and noise in my ear, and the computer froze up. So there we have it. But hey, I'm back, and once again, delighted to be here. So
Moody, I was just torching Dave Gettleman for taking Kadarius Toney, not only over players like Elijah Moore and Rashad Bateman, but also over players like Tevin Jenkins and Kristen Darrisaw. I mean, this is I don't even understand it.
I'm over the moon.
Yeah. It's funny because I think about this. I could see why they took Toney, but I could also see them going in a different direction. I'm like, it never hurts with that offensive line to continue to strengthen the O-line, just considering how abysmal they played last year. But with Toney, I'm like, it really gives them a lot of flexibility. I'm like, he can carry the ball. I'm like, he can act as a receiver. You can line him up anywhere.
Even on his highlight, he got caught from behind.
Weapons on offense. I'm like, I just would have rather gone a different route.
Yeah. I mean,
I just would have rather seen them go a different route. I know it's crazy.
Yeah.
But
Yeah. So I mean, despite the fact it's a first round pick, at least Daniel Jones now does have some weapons. So is Daniel Jones a good value in drafts now? I mean, for where you got him before, it seems like he's definitely got a much better offense around him.
Yeah.
Saquon coming back.
No.
Yeah, this is a make or break season for Daniel Jones. We talked about it last week. You agree with that, Moody?
Yeah, I do. A lot of people, it's for fantasy, you think about, I look at it this way. You've got folks that when they play fantasy, it's like they're driving a car. but they're constantly driving the car, looking in like the rear view mirror, and that's a recipe for disaster. You got to look forward. So look at it this way: the Giants, they made upgrades this offseason. Like Tony will obviously help with that. But they got Kenny Galladay. They made some changes, to the offensive line. So I can see him having better protection for this year, which I think will help, with some of the turnovers. And so I just think mentally he's going in saying, hey, look what this team has surrounded me with. He's got Saquon coming back, all these weapons that we've talked about, and I feel confident that he'll end up delivering. And so he's the type of player for where I'm like, we'll go into this summer, like in drafts and, into the fall, just thinking, wow, I probably should have drafted Daniel Jones like a bit higher. So I think he's well positioned to outperform like his ADP. I know one receiver, I'm particularly kind of smitten by, like, if you want to get an inexpensive piece of the Giants offense is Sterling Shepard. I know that's someone that I wrote about in a recent article at The Athletic. It was published today. It's just someone who's like undervalued right now and who can outperform his ADP. So I think Sterling Shepard is one of those players, likewise with Daniel Jones.
Well, and Sterling Shepard is one of those guys that fantasy gamers will have fatigue on, right? It's like he's a boring player. They'll look at him and like pass him in the draft. Like, they won't click on him. They're like, nah, fuck that guy. Let me look for something else. Like he's gonna fall in drafts just on fatigue alone. And Duke's falling off. I mean, what did you go pass out because your Colts are about to pick?
I'm not going to lie to the people. I've been drinking some beers. I was just taking a little break there.
Okay, all right.
Love it.
I don't want you lying to the people. I mean, they don't deserve that.
I'm an honest guy. I know Ballard's taking his time here. He's going to think it over. He's going to double check with all of his scouts. That's just the type of person he is. He's going to go down. He's going to run the whole clock, and he's going to make the right choice. I know it.
Well, as a Colts fan, who do you want right here? You got to tell me, because otherwise you're cheating. I told you I wanted Mac Jones. You got to tell me who you like.
If Darrisaw is truly the player that I kept hearing he is, I would like to have him here, or Tevin Jenkins. But look at the way that Ballard has scouted offensive line.
Yeah.
I think he's going to be right, whoever he takes.
So you'd like him to see you'd like to see him go offensive tackle at least, yeah?
Yeah. Keep building that front.
Yeah, exactly.
Protect Wentz. You just got a guy that has had some history of getting beaten up. You've got a really strong running game. I think you want that to stay your identity. So that's totally the pick, in my opinion.
Yeah. I mean, Carson Wentz certainly could use some protection. Didn't exactly have it last year, and it really was his demise. So I mean, Jonathan Taylor behind a dope offensive line. I mean. I think the key to them, being successful is beefing up that offensive line, and whomever Ballard thinks is the value there, whether it's Jenkins or Darrisaw. I suppose if he thinks it's somebody else, maybe he can go a different direction and pick someone else later. But I would expect it to be Darrisaw personally here.
Yeah, agreed.
So it's like just waiting with bated breath. Every pick is so damn exciting. I love this.
Here he comes.
Yeah, here it goes. You tell me. I'm like 5 seconds behind, so you guys can just tell me what happens.
This only happens once a year that I get to see the Colts make a first-round pick, and it actually did not happen last year. They traded back and took 2 second-rounders with Pittman and Jonathan Taylor. Quidey Pay, so we went edge rush, and that's a guy that I thought was one of the better players on the board. I'm not mad at that at all.
That dude is
because
stacked.
we definitely need pass rush. So I'm with it. I like it.
Yep. He's a stacked player, man. I'm watching the broadcast a little bit. I got on the side and stack and shed they put up next to him. I mean, he's an explosive player. I mean, he's just a very, very strong player. So nothing crazy about this, but I mean, I gotta be honest. I'm pretty surprised to see Darrisaw falling even further again, especially again past another offensive line needy team. So very interesting to me anyway.
Now that I see the fit that this man has on, hey, I'm loving it. Did you see the crocodile skin suit? It's got the teeth right here.
Oh, shit. Dude, I'm telling you, this dude is stacked.
He's a big guy.
For the suit, it's actually it's Black Panther. He talked about it before the draft. Chadwick Boseman meant a lot to him. Him being the first like mainstream MCU black superhero with his own movie apparently impacted him a lot. So the whole suit, it's lined with like Wakandan like spikes that the Black Panther suit had on him. And the inside of the tuxes apparently have like a lot of like pictures and whatnot. So just wanted to jump on, nerd out.
Clearly, Chris Ballard made the right pick. Obviously,
yes.
The dude who wears a Black Panther, that Darisaw can wait.
Something
this dude
that
is bad to the bone.
Yeah,
man.
he's awesome. I'm loving it. And something that the Colts always take into consideration is character. So I know he's a high character guy. He's going to be a guy that works his butt off. If he's already as good as he is, I really like this pick because edge rush was definitely kind of like we have a 1A, 1B, protect the edge and get after the passers. So I like this pick.
He is very well put together. Let's just put it that way. I mean, he's I think he's pushing 260, 265 at just over 6'1", and it doesn't look like there's too much of that's extra weight, man. He carries it well. He's got a lot of muscle and spring to him. So this is a guy that can definitely get after the quarterback in the NFL. There's no doubt about that.
You know who was about that size? Dwight Freeney.
Yeah. He was actually a little shorter, but you're absolutely 100% right. That was back in the day when they needed those DNs to be like 6'6", 6'5", but now they want them smaller and quicker.
I'm about to go watch so much film after we get off this stream here in a little bit.
It's going to be the Quiddy Google search.
I was thinking, is the the Ravens are coming up, what, at 26th or 27th?
27, sir.
Yeah, do you think they would end up trying to land Darisaw?
You know what's interesting is, hey, they have 2 picks in the first round too. They have the 27 and now the 31 that they traded away. Brown to get the Chiefs pick, and so they can kind of maneuver a little bit here too if they want to. I mean, obviously they can give up something to move around, so they kind of control their own destiny here. I'd heard they were going to trade up with their first pick and trade back with their second pick. Just some sort of rumblings I had heard, but so far no movement whatsoever.
Yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they end up doing. So, they could use another offensive lineman, right?
No doubt. I mean, in the mock we did, Vera Tucker had fallen to that pick at 27, and I slammed it for the Ravens, but that was really never going to happen because Tucker was rumored to go much sooner, and of course he did. Darisaw, of course, also rumored to go much sooner, and he's falling. So it'll be interesting to see. Darisaw and Tevin Jenkins. Basically, if the Ravens have an equal grade on both of them, they can kind of just wait till one of them goes, so they don't have to give up an asset to move up to get them. It's kind of the way I would see that from the Ravens' point of view.
Yeah, now I'm curious to see where he goes. Yeah, you can never have too many good offensive linemen, right?
So our very own Kyle Larson picked with this situation for the Tennessee Titans, where both Rashad Bateman and Elijah Moore were on the board here for the Titans, and a lot of people have the Titans grabbing a wide receiver, obviously with Corey Davis gone, and only AJ Brown really there left alone. They really could use a wide receiver. From your point of view, what do you think? Would you go Elijah Moore or Rashad Bateman? Either one of those two, or would you go in another direction if you're Tennessee?
Ooh, that's an interesting one. My first thought was Bateman. Yeah, I would just go with Bateman there. But to your point, they do need wide receiver help, so I just like Bateman quite a bit.
Yeah, the other play, Bateman on the opposite side of well, actually Moore or Bateman on the opposite side of AJ Brown would be pretty awesome.
Yeah, just with Bateman, I'm just kind of thinking back with his kind of college career. I'll say one thing that really comes to mind, like with him, is his yards after the catch, like ability. I'm like he broke like so many tackles like in college, just from watching him on film. So I think if you pair a guy like that up with A.J. Brown, and then just the type of offense that they run, so you have to account obviously for Derrick Henry. I think he could be well positioned to kind of take advantage of a lot of matchups at the next level. So love to see it.
Well, we're moments away from that.
Well, when I was approaching the mock draft, I did choose Elijah Moore because of the A.J. Brown connection with Ole Miss and how much A.J. Brown wants us to make that pick. But I didn't think Darrisaw would be here. I'd be very happy with Darrisaw. Obviously, we had the Isaiah Wilson situation last year, so the need at tackle still exists. However, it looks like the Titans didn't go in either of those directions.
Who'd they take, Kyle? Tell us what happened.
It's going to be Caleb Farley, cornerback out of Virginia Tech.
Well, we talked about corner being a need for them on the pod, and you certainly like Caleb Farley a lot. What are your thoughts about Titans taking Caleb Farley here instead of a wide receiver?
I do love Caleb Farley. I had him in my top 3 corners, pretty much cemented there. He's an elite talent. He just needs to be healthy, and that's going to be the biggest issue. Obviously, the Titans just got rid of Adoree Jackson, who also his biggest issue is being healthy. So it's a little concerning that we're going from one often injured corner to another.
Yeah, that might be an issue. Well, Kyle, thank you for coming on. Thank you for giving us your Tennessee Titans.
I will say I'm not as excited as I would have been if it was Elijah Moore.
I know you. I know Elijah Moore was where you wanted it to go. I knew that. I was actually hoping that they would go Elijah Moore just for you because I really wanted you to be happy.
Hey, if Caleb Farley's healthy, it's a home run pick because that guy is a shutdown corner when healthy, and he will absolutely elevate that defense alongside their additions of Bud Dupree and Danico Autry.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Hey, Moody, we got your buddy Peter Howard coming on in just a moment. So I'm gonna let Dukes fade out for a moment. I'll holler you back in, Dukes. But see you later, buddy. And I'm gonna bring in Peter Howard, and for just a couple of minutes it'll be me, you, and Peter in the booth, and then we'll say goodbye to you. But as soon as he gets here, we'll bring him on. He had last time I had him on the show. I had him on the podcast. I was about to have him on a podcast, and he actually fell off of a cruise ship, and he was at the bottom of the ocean, and his cell phone, he tried to call me from the bottom of the ocean, but the cell phone didn't work because of the pressure and all the water in the cell phone. And so there was a big ordeal. Then he finally called me. He missed the podcast. So he didn't drown. He was fine. They pulled him back up. Everything worked out for him. But, really, really bizarre story. Peter Howard fell off a cruise ship. He lives in Kentucky. And so there's not that many cruise ships out there, which is also kind of weird that there was even a cruise ship in Kentucky. So a lot of circumstances around that situation you're not going to believe.
I'm hearing this and I'm like, I don't know what to think. Falling off a cruise ship, Kentucky. I'm just like, wow. Am I like in the multiverse right now? I'm like, what's going on here? I'm like, maybe I need some more coffee. Maybe that's it. I probably need some more coffee now. I'll be back.
Sorry. That was Jax Falcone. Everybody, thank you so much for tuning in. Holy smokes, that was great. I saw your face like, what is this dude talking about?
Yeah, I'm like, wow. Keep it together, Moody. Don't say anything. Take it in.
Well, obviously that was kind of a joke. Hey, by the way, not a joke is, I mean, I've been talking about Christian Darrisaw since like pick 13. Is he going to go here to the Minnesota Vikings? I mean, the Vikings need offensive line help. Yeah. Someone has to be happy that either Tevin Jenkins or Christian Darrisaw are falling to him. Really, they should go the next 2 picks because Pittsburgh needs a damn offensive lineman too. But
absolutely.
We'll see about that.
Yeah, no, I'm right there with you. I didn't expect to see him fall like this far, and it's just, I'm like, if you're down here at this stage, the first round, I'm like, to get a top tier lineman like that, I'm like, you got to pull the trigger. So yeah, I'm curious to see where he ends up landing. So.
Absolutely. Now, do you need to get going here, Mr. Moody?
Yeah, I do. I just wanted to, just let you know, hey, a pleasure. I'm glad we were able to do this and, kind of get together. We'll have to do it again sooner. It doesn't have to be the draft every year. So
absolutely,
hit me up anytime. Always happy to come on. Love talking fantasy football. So thank you, gentlemen. Hey, enjoy the rest of the first round and the rest of the draft. Right.
Thanks for blessing the airwaves. You're the man. I really appreciate you coming on, bro.
No, not a problem. You guys take care. Have a good night.
You too.
Go on.
All right. Bye.
The great Eric Moody.
He is great, man. He's really great.
There you go.
Waiting on Peter, and that's my bad. He did not fall off a cruise ship.
Not this time.
No, I sent the wrong link. So he is.
Whew, you had me scared for a minute.
I know. Yeah, that would be 2 cruise ships in less than a few months, and that's not good.
I mean, what are the odds?
That's not good odds. And for everyone that's still tuned in 4 hours in is very confused about the cruise ship, even after the explanation. I mean,
there wasn't much of an explanation.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But here he is, so I'm going to bring him up.
Oh my God, this is like, what's up, man?
Hey,
the great Peter Howard joining.
Okay.
Well, I can call you that. I can call you that.
You can call me whatever you want, babe.
What's going on, brother?
Not much. Just kind of chilling. Not much going on tonight. Yourself?
Just the NFL draft.
Oh shit, that was tonight.
Did you catch any of it, or were you busy? Climbing out of the ocean.
Slip me. Slip me
It's
by.
never gonna end.
I missed that one. I hear the Giants are just going to be freaking lit this year, though. I don't know what that has to do with anything, but I hear they're going to be just great.
Yes.
I'm trying to balance it between everyone's going to hate the pick because Dynasty in general is very analytics focused, and most of us are going to hate Tony.
Yeah.
But and the fact there's a player here who's got a future ahead of him, and so my balance has come from that's a lot to put on a player who didn't get to show much in college. First round pick expectation is just higher. You have a smaller time to improve and show something, and but hopefully he can do it. NFL's all about surpassing expectations, right?
That's exactly right. And this is the first joint rolled on the. No, it's a cigarette, folks. That's okay. But
I was gonna say, could you try not to get me arrested?
Yeah. Wait, what state are you in? I mean,
I have a lot of bad habits, and that's not one of them.
Hey, let me ask you a question.
Pick on one of the others, man.
What state are you in?
Kentucky.
Yeah, they don't dig on that in Kentucky.
No, you can grow 3 plants for yourself, but no, it's still not legal here. I mean, there's more grown in my particular county than most states, but we don't allow it.
Right. Well, of course,
we're not allowed to grow tobacco anymore, and you just got the generations after a whole bunch of farmers with great soil around them, and so some shit gets grown. But no, it's not legal here for sure.
Well, I love it when dudes roll their own cigarettes because I would imagine the tobacco is I mean everything's bad for you, but it's the shit they put in the cigarettes that are really bad for you, not the.
Tobacco
specifically. I suppose.
That's especially what I said when I was younger. Just PSA, it's still will kill me, and you should not do it. But I mean, there's a few less. It's something like 20 less chemicals. Specifically, a lot of that's to do with the chemicals they use in paper to keep it burning when you're not literally using it. But I didn't know I was on a smoking podcast, so I better stop talking about it.
No,
Jax, glad to finally hook up. I believe I fell into the ocean off a cruise ship, which I have never been on. Last time we were meant to talk, so I'm glad to finally meet up with you. I was early. I was sitting, I was waiting, I was just raring to go. I did not want to miss it again.
Terrible tragedy with you in that cruise ship. I felt terrible about the whole scenario. And but let's get on to football, fantasy football. The Vikings just picked. Who'd they pick? Duncan.
Christian Darrisaw, tackle.
Darrisaw. What? Unbelievable.
Finally went.
Unbelievable. I mean, you look at the Vikings. They trade out. They pick up draft capital, and they get Darrisaw. I mean, that's a really big win for Minnesota. Minnesota absolutely with a huge W next to their name in the first round of this NFL draft. What do you think there?
I don't know about any of those players. IDP, offensive tackle. I take what's given me. I was just on a podcast with Tom Kissenberry talking about some of the IDP moves in this draft, and they seem to be overall positive. There was one reach with Alex Leatherwood, who's apparently a little bit of reach, which is just Raiders gonna Raiders.
Yep.
But yeah, that's all I got for you.
well, then let's talk about the stuff that you do really well, which is, obviously offensive players and how they fit in, analytically to, as prospects. And, I got to imagine that, staying away from the quarterbacks because those are crapshoots, even analytically, as we know. But, if we go to Jamar Chase, just seems like a much better pick at 5 than Jalen Waddle at pick 6, don't you think?
Yeah, and RIP Dynasty Outhouse. He died the minute that selection was made because he is so heavily invested in T. Higgins. He went out and bought those football cards you all collect. So he died literally on stream. It was sad to see, but I don't know. I really like Chase. I think he's one of very few players in this class, maybe the player in this class outside of quarterback that I consider trading up for to go get. Right now, so far as the draft's falling, so I'm really excited for him. I think the Bengals suck at this. I think they genuinely suck at this.
Yep.
But probably shouldn't matter to Chase. I think Burrow's a decent quarterback. I think the offensive line is going to be the conversation now. That they didn't improve that, but I think he can make at least enough noise to show us what he's got in his rookie season, and Joe Burrow at least is a solid player to help him out with that. And Tyler Boyd and beyond can also help him out with that. Good players help good players. As long as Joe Burrow can stay up long enough to throw the ball, I think they might be okay. But the Bengals pretty much suck.
Peter, you had one of the articles that I know that if I mention it at any point, if I ever want to trigger people, I just mention your article about targets.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, I love it. Oh, no, it's fantastic because people always talk about vacated targets as if they, someone's going to go there and just get them all. And you've sort of talked about it, and you did so very eloquently about how targets are earned and the player takes them with them, so to speak, of course, not specifically, so to speak. And what I guess I'm getting at here is one thing that I would caution Dynasty Outhouse, maybe let's resuscitate him is what I'm getting at, because I think when you look at AJ Green had over 100 targets in that offense last year. Even if you pencil in Jamar Chase for those 100 plus, even 120, I do think T. Higgins is going to be just fine. Now, he may not have the ceiling he had pre-Jamar Chase, that I'll admit, but I think they're going to be. I think he's going to be just fine in that offense alongside Jamar Chase.
I mean, if Dallas can do it,
right?
Cincinnati probably can't, but Joe Burrow, I have hope.
Right?
Yeah, it's a rough road all around. Luckily, we like all three of these players, and they've all been able to prove in the situations they've proved in, they are significantly above average, and so hopefully they can pull the team up with them. Outside of Joe Mixon, of course, who no longer exists, RIP. But I like Joe Burrow. I like all the wide receivers. I'm a big fan of supporting the players, but you do have to assume that supporting cast matters around them, and so that's rough. But I know I have to see how it goes. It's a great buy Higgins window because at least we know he's proved he can do it in the NFL. And no matter what happens this year, we will always have that in the bank, that he can perform at this level, even if 2021 is pretty rough. And so, this is probably going to be a buy Higgins window. And even Chase,
I agree,
might be, he might slip a little bit, especially in Superflex ranks because of where he's ended up and people worrying about him and Higgins and Boyd on top of it. So value-wise, that's decent for us as dynasty players as well. I'm starting to worry about the point side of it. Even for me, that's a little much. I've been normally just bet on players, but that's a little much. But we'll have to see. We'll have to see where the market ends up.
I will say, I think you nailed it on the head, because whenever something like this happens, you always see the wide receiver that's already done it, the player that's already done it. He's going to decrease in value, of course, but it almost always decreases by way too much. Like there is always a massive overcorrection.
And Higgins isn't particularly low drafted. I mean, even Gallup, who proved he could do it, and we all faded him because draft capital, and CD Lamb, who was, even, in my opinion, an even better prospect than Chase. But I mean, he was still able to say, look, he can still play in the NFL. Like that didn't go away. And unfortunately, we don't have Dak Prescott or that offensive line. But yeah, sorry, didn't mean to re-interrupt there.
No, you're 100% right on the money. I had mentioned this is sort of narrative-based analysis, but I think you'll appreciate it in that insofar as Joe Burrow going from, his final year, before his final year, they started to realize that he prefers and he's able to see the field better with multiple wide receivers rather than sort of just 2 receivers out. He prefers 4 and even 5 receivers out in the pattern, and that really helps him, sort of read the field and make the right throw. And so I think they're going to run a lot of 3 and 4 wide receiver sets because that's what he prefers. The question is whether or not he's going to have time to read that damn field. They do have to fix that offensive line in one fashion or another. Otherwise, he'll be reading it from his backside.
Offensive line's difficult, and where I'm definitely well out my depth, so I'm not offering predictions or anything else like this. But I do know they're one of the most underpaid positions in the league. The NFL hasn't valued them enough. Hopefully, that's starting to change because they're definitely a pivotal part of the team. That's what I've been told about them anyway. And I do know a lot of them have come from nothing, and there can be a lot to be said about prospects that have been not particularly highly rated gelling together. So at least they try and make some moves. They might find a mix that works better than we expect. But I mean, that's lower odds. But I mean, some potential hope maybe in the fact that sometimes offensive lines do gel from lower drafted or even forgotten high drafted prospects that get traded for or find their way onto a new team, and they just find the right dynamic because it's such a unit, the offensive line.
Yeah.
There are exceptional players on it, but sometimes the unit can just function together better than the individual parts. But again, that's just outside speculation. I've got no insight into it.
Peter, what you're saying there is really true, and I think that we all feel that way. I mean, I don't know anything about offensive line talent. I mean, here I am on a Draftathon podcast talking about it as if I know what I'm talking about.
Point.
I don't know if Tristan Darrisaw is good or not. I just know, I didn't watch all the film and all these plays. But I will say this: we sort of do value it at the Undroppables, and we've invested in Brad Wire to be part of it. And he does our offensive line rankings. We have our own offensive line analyst and a guy who played offensive line at the college level who is trying to help us figure out who, because a guy gets hurt, an interior lineman, you and I don't know that. I mean, maybe we heard it, but we're not necessarily going to be aware of that, but it could really hurt a certain running back or quarterback in terms of how long they have to throw, et cetera, right? And so when we see that, it matters, right? Running backs. Yeah, go ahead.
Sorry, Karen.
No, go ahead. I was going to say running backs basically get more from their offensive line than they do from their own skill set oftentimes.
I think that's definitely fair to say. I would say this. I did write an article that used to trigger people. Now apparently it's the Targets one. But I wrote an article called O-Lines Don't Matter a couple years ago. And what I basically was trying to lay out, with a clickbait title, was that the way we evaluate O-linemen is inefficient. Like, it's basically we're not good at it because we don't know enough. And so if we try to track it, this O-line is good. What happens next year? It was in no way helpful outside of very, very rare extremes, right? Like Dallas a couple years ago. Okay, that's good. You can clearly see that's a difference maker. But largely O-line ranks correlate well to good running backs. Running backs we know are exceptional. So where does one start and the other one end? And it's such a, like you said, it's a team unit, running back to offensive line, and so we don't evaluate it or rank it or read it right for Dynasty. And it is an area we should improve because there's definitely some value there that O-lines don't matter because of the way we're ranking them. But if we got better at it, we could definitely find an edge there. And, just a side note from an outsider again, one of the reasons people get paid is notoriety or awareness. I mean, it's a sad world, but it's part of the truth. And so if we become aware and that becomes part of our conversation, maybe we could boost the position because they definitely deserve a little more acclaim, No doubt. Because like you said, we literally don't know their names and they're this pivotal part of this game that we love. So we should probably know their names.
Yes. Well, and Brad Wire with Tommy, they do a podcast called Unsung Heroes to that effect. So there you go. Yeah, bingo.
Exactly.
They're very unsung. Hey, in the worst kept secret in the NFL, the Pittsburgh Steelers just went ahead and drafted Najee Harris. Speaking of terrible offensive lines with great running backs behind them, hey, real quick, just pour one out for Anthony McFarland and Benny Snell real quick. Just real
So
quick.
you're big Najee fans then? Are you Najee over ETN?
I'm ETN over Najee. I'm ETN over Najee.
I've seen that a lot, and I get it.
I'm super close, and I'm gonna wait to see where ETN lands. I was, if I had to draft pre-draft, I would have taken Najee just because I think his skill set stands up. Almost no matter where he lands, but ETN could land someplace where, he could go right here too. I don't know if Jacksonville.
I was about to. Yeah.
This is the James Robinson Truther hotline. If anybody,
holy no, it's
hey
Travis
man,
Etienne.
I'm on team. I want to join
Travis
that
Etienne
team,
and
man.
Trevor Lawrence are now playing on the Jacksonville Jaguars together.
I would just
After
like
playing
to.
at Clemson
I would
together.
like Twitter to apologize to Jax Falcone immediately.
Wait, no, James Robinson.
Yeah.
Oh,
I want Twitter to.
I don't know
apologize.
why that took me so long.
I want Twitter to apologize to me immediately. I was saying all off season whether James Robinson would hold on to that starting position, and he didn't. So I was right.
I like James Robinson.
Me too. I love him. He's like one of my favorite players. This isn't me wanting this. This is me understanding how the fucking league works. And this is how it works.
Not for nothing, but the Jaguars should remain on your bad team list. I don't know about you, but I curate one pretty heavily. There's well-managed teams and there's bad-managed teams. And, the running backs don't matter argument or conversation or point of data fact. Gets misrepresented a lot. But here's the thing. If your team's drafting a running back in the first round, they are badly managed. It's just
correct.
True.
That's correct.
That's not a good sign for anyone on the team.
No,
I mean, they've been
not.
doing it for wide receivers forever. A wide receiver shows themselves to be significantly good, and they just fade to another one the next year. It's just they had Allen Robinson at one point, and they're doing it at running back too. And honestly, I still favor James Robinson over ETN. ETN had a decent profile. It wasn't world beating. It doesn't compete with the running backs from last class, for example. James Robinson beat all of their asses in terms of what he was able to do last year. So I mean, maybe it's just because I literally just drafted him in a startup, so I need it to happen.
That's why. No, because listen, he's an undrafted free agent. He is not going to play over Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne will lead the team in touches unless he gets hurt. That's just a fact. You just gotta. It's taken a while to sink in there for you, but it's happening. And every single podcast I was on, I asked this question: what happens when they draft Etienne or Najee Harris? And everybody said they're not going to do that. They would never do that. Why would they do that? They already have a good running back. And I said, I know they have a good running back. I understand that. Apparently you understand that. But why do we think that the NFL understands that they're going to do that? This is 100% the new front office coming out and saying, look, we got Trevor Lawrence and Etienne. Look what we did. We're ready to go. And nobody saw this coming except a few of us in this space. And this is the least surprising thing I ever could have seen.
I think a lot of people were on Team Draft Capital. I mean, I did just draft James Robinson, and it was below a lot of running backs who never did what he did or will ever do what he did. So there was value on him, and there still is, and there'll be even more value now.
There's more value now.
It's going to be the T. Higgins overcorrection.
That's the argument that there is more value now. And the problem with the running back position, to your point, is the team does get to decide it a little bit more than other positions. That's the unfortunate truth. But, Arian Foster says hello, so screw you.
Arian Foster never had
Jack Falcone.
Chris Carson. I mean, he's 7th rounder, but still.
Why are you such a hater?
I'm just a buzzkill. You know what, Peter? If this hadn't been something that I mentioned on, I don't know, 10 podcasts, I asked everybody because I was actually
the Jacksonville
asking.
Jaguars could make just one good decision, and they didn't.
No, it wasn't going to happen. And everybody said Carlos Hyde was this sort of meat shield for James Robinson in the draft. Carlos Hyde is not. He would have been better off. James Robinson would have been better off if they had signed like Jamal Williams or something like that. Somebody worth of something. But this was the worst case scenario. So
I will say
it's rough.
I do think James Robinson is significantly better than Travis Etienne, even though it doesn't matter so much. Here's my take, I guess. Early first thoughts. I'm now low on Trevor Lawrence. He's definitely concerned to be on a bad team.
Interesting.
Badly managed team. I mean, he can help pull up the offense, but that team's poorly run, and that's a bad sign for his future. Like I mostly just accept what I'm told at quarterback. I haven't found anything that works myself, so I accept other people's opinions. And those that I respect the most are like Trevor Lawrence. Don't question it. So I don't. But, I mean, apparently the Jags are just one step ahead of the Jets in terms of management, and that's not good.
Here's the one difference, though, Peter. And one of the reasons why I said that they would make this pick, and, of course, I was 100% correct. Twitter. Suck it. Not you, Peter. Not you.
I'm just telling you can, man. I respect it. It's fine.
Twitter can suck it for sure. But here's why I said that. They have a ton of draft capital. They have this pick they just made. They have the first pick of the third round, and then I think they have like the 11th pick. The first pick of the second round, and then the 11th pick of the second round, the first pick of the third round. So like in the next 40 picks, they have 3 more picks. So they can go ahead and address the needs that we're all saying they have, which they do. I agree. I probably wouldn't have made this pick.
It's not even just needs. It's like you can improve other positions that are harder to get. Like that's just bad.
Yes, I agree with you.
I mean, as long as you have in your head that these players have to drag this team physically by the scruff of the neck up, it's not coming from anywhere else. Trevor Lawrence has to fully ball out. Etienne has to hit the highest of his upsides. I mean, what fucking wide receivers are over there anymore? They have to pull up their shorts and do it themselves because this team ain't helping them. It's doing everything it can to not help them.
Look, their skill positions is going to be Lawrence, Etienne, Chark, Chenault, Marvin Jones. That's pretty good. They have no tight end whatsoever on the roster. Their offensive line is young and frisky. I would like to see them add some more offensive line. That offense should be good. What they'll and this will only help Etienne and James Robinson for that matter, would be if their defense doesn't improve, they're going to be in a lot of shootouts.
Sure.
That's the only good news.
Yeah, it is what it is, and to be clear, I really don't think Etienne is as good as James Robinson. Very few running backs can do that. Very, very, very few. But, also he was inflated by the lack of competition that was there. And so his stats are even inflated a little bit because running back is really about the opportunity you co-op. Yep. So his a little inflated, to be fair.
Yes.
It helps out because I've never been really on the Laviska Shenault train. And so I have very little exposure, and I definitely won't be interested in acquiring much of it now. And it's hard to believe, given the fact that I accept that Trevor Lawrence is what he should be. But, it's an uphill struggle. That's all I'm saying for all of them involved, apparently.
I think I've been Switzerland with Laviska Shenault. I see the allure, but I'm also not over
That's what it is, though. It's so much allure. Like, he's like a fan dance, but he's not actually a prostitute. You're never actually going to get to do it. They're just going to, ooh, and that's it. It's a fancy dance. No actual completion. I'm really determined to get Duncan to laugh here, and so far I've got like a.
Dude, I'm enjoying this.
To go for you, Duncan.
I'm enjoying this.
I think he's really excited to have me and you just sort of throwing some haymakers, but having fun.
I'm falling into like my
Not
producer.
Saying I don't enjoy talking to you, Jack.
My producer role. Like I feel like I'm just producing another episode of the Undrafted, and I'm just listening to you guys. I forget I'm on camera sometimes.
Yeah, no, you and I, Peter, are like a match made in heaven. There's no doubt. I was looking forward to that podcast when you fell off the cruise ship, and it was a real shame that happened. No, it was. I was really nervous for your life and everything, but I'm just happy you were okay. But yeah, you and I are made for this stuff, man. You're just such a stud in the space.
Everybody, can someone pay us for it then? Because that'd be great.
pay would be nice.
You know what I mean? But
yes,
anyway.
Sir. Yeah, no, I'd love some money.
But no, I appreciate you giving me a second shot after swimming to shore. I had to buy a new T-shirt and everything because the old one got ruined. And no, I appreciate
that
it.
means you have one T-shirt.
Yeah.
And now you have another T-shirt.
I spend all my time doing this, and like I just mentioned, no one pays me for it. Like, how much spare money do you think I have? You are flexing there. You got 2 T-shirts. Is that what you're saying?
I got a T-shirt and jersey. That's it. That's all I got.
Oh,
yeah.
I see how it is.
I really spent big on the jersey.
No, that's fair.
I pay my producer really, really well. Just ask him.
True. Yeah.
I tell you what,
every show I get a raise.
There's so much to talk about so far in this draft that we haven't talked about. I'm gonna find it hard to like Kadarius Toney going to the New York Giants. Like I went full clown on it on the DLF stream, and I felt immediately bad because underneath it all, you've got this dynamic athlete who's living his NFL dream right now, and I don't have a favorite team. I don't know why I mentioned that at this point, but it might underline how much I'm for these players. Like, I want him to do well. I don't know anything about him. He might be a great person or a bad person, but I just see a young kid. Like, that's amazing to get there alone. And I'm like, let's go, Tony. But
yes. Look, you couldn't have said it any better, Peter.
Good.
Peter, his profile is atrocious, and it's just atrocious. It's not a first-round profile. People will say that I hate Tony. I've nicknamed him Cadaver the Tony because he's dead to me because he just can't be drafted, with a premium dynasty pick. I mean,
trying to be as gracious as I can. If Gettleman's going to Gettleman, at least get first-round capital for it. I guess that's as generous as I can be. I mean, that's good. Honestly, it makes me worried about Barkley a little bit, maybe because again, I
made the joke earlier that now they're just going to take Barkley off the field, I guess, to get him some manufactured touches, and it's like you pay Kenny Golladay so much money, you have Saquon Barkley, and you're drafting this dude that you're just going to manufacture touches for. It's confusing. It's extremely confusing. It doesn't make any sense.
It's even more than that. It's not just about, because Laviska Shenault can rush and so can Curtis Samuel, and it doesn't hurt the running back necessarily, but it's just players help players. Like, that's my default. Like, if you've got Tyler Boyd getting first downs, that helps out AJ Green. If you've got Stephon Diggs doing an amazing job on the slot or the outside, that helps out Adam Thielen. It does, because there's more first downs, there's more opportunity, you get to the red zone more often. And I do think there's signs that it limits ceiling. So when you have 2 dominant players, maybe they can't hit the heights of their ceiling, which is what we saw with Stephon Diggs when he got away from Adam Thielen. But both were balling together as well. And when you've got a team that's struggling and doesn't have management, I think good players help out good players even more. And so Barkley's stuck with a guy I really hope is good, but hasn't shown much signs of it yet as a first-round wide receiver coming to his team. I mean, Sterling Shepard is fine. He's a very good NFL player, incredible to get there. But he has very little help to move the ball down the field, especially when Evan Ingram's shown a lack of ability to earn targets when there's even moderate competition at wide receiver, which, is low-key Kyle Pitts shame. But still, it's a lot on the shoulders of Barkley, who basically has to pull everyone else up with him. And not that I think, but if there's a running back that can do it, it's probably Barkley.
Yeah.
But that also is a very hard hill to climb.
Well, and at that pick, I mean, let's just say that, Peter, you and I are on offensive line gurus, but let's just say that Kristen Darrisaw is a good to great, somewhere in there. That's fair. Offensive tackle. Sure. Let's say he's above average. Let's just assume that for a moment. If you can get Kristen Darrisaw on the field, it is such a bigger boon to your team than is a player who he's not playing over Kenny Golladay at X. He's certainly not playing above Sterling Shepard in the slot. So now he has to play above Darius Slayton at Z or at stretch. Maybe he's better than him. So, you might have gotten a guy who won't even get on the field. And if you do get him on the field, as Michael points out, you're getting him on the field at the expense of potentially Saquon Barkley. It just doesn't make any sense. Saquon's your best offensive weapon with Kenny Golladay. What does Kenny Golladay do? He goes down the field, so it takes a little bit of time. What does Saquon Barkley do? He runs the football. It takes a little bit of offensive line blocking. So if you can get an
great receiver as well, to be fair.
Exactly.
The thing about Barkley.
Exactly. So, you really just want to create – and what has been, Daniel Jones' biggest issue has been fumbling the ball when he holds on to it too long because he gets pressure. So if you can reduce the pressure and give Daniel Jones more time to reach down the field and hit Kenny Golladay, which by all accounts, Daniel Jones does throw the ball down the field very well. He's one of the highest rated passers throwing down the field in the last 2 years. How can you not get him offensive line help in that spot and go with a player who honestly should be there, in the second or third round? It just doesn't make any sense.
I just want to come in and
but
say,
I kind of hate that.
No, I'm with you.
No,
that's where it is. Rashad Bateman to the Ravens.
Yep.
I kind of love that, and I was really hoping Bateman fell a little further. That's the first time a wide receiver has been drafted above the 5th round for his conference or his side of the conference. And so I'm happy for Bateman. I'm happy the NFL's able to recognize him from that conference. Although, what the hell happened to Tyler Johnson? But
he's not
dead yet. I also like it because JJ Zacharyson, literally the king of numbers. And just in case anyone's ever wondering what I'm saying about JJ Zacharyson, he's a default. Like, he's the best at this, in my opinion. Like, to be clear, but you got to have your own opinion. And he was talking the other day and on his podcast about Baltimore being a bad landing spot. And the way he describes it is perfect. But I think what most people take away from that is Baltimore is bad because we're all idiots and he's smart. So the nuance of what he's trying to say sometimes gets lost. I think going to a good team on that good team list is a good thing and a more positive thing than going to, say, Jaguars or New York Jets. And so it's not that it's a great landing spot because he's entirely right about the volume. But I also think players can drive volume. I think their volume is bound to tick up just a little bit. And there's upside there if everyone else is so down on the landing spot that they let him fall. Now, the reason I wanted to fall further isn't just to fulfill my conference take, was because I wanted him to fall in drafts so hard. Like,
that's fair.
I thought he could be the Stephon Diggs, T.Y. Hilton, good producers from lower conferences that just end up going in the 4th round. And that's a 2nd round pick all day. And I would love to get Bateman in the 2nd round. So that's why I wanted him to fall.
He was my wide receiver too pre-draft. And I think there's going to be a lot of people that are going to let him fall in drafts. I think he's probably going to go behind Waddle and Smith for sure in a lot of rookie drafts. And I wouldn't be shocked to see him go behind Kadarius Toney or some of the bigger names that are probably going to go in the 2nd round, like the Moores, even Terrace Marshall. I bet I wouldn't be shocked. Like, I mean, he's probably still my wide receiver too, because I agree with everything you said about driving, like opportunity and that kind of stuff.
And again, to JJ's point, that means he has to get about 30% target share, even if it upticks a little bit. And that's a hard call for a rookie. But sorry, carry on.
No, you're absolutely right.
But long term, I mean, you hope that Lamar Jackson gets better as a passer. And it's hard to project. I don't think he's going to make a Josh Allen-like jump because you cannot project that.
That's the other thing. I think Lamar Jackson has been decent on passing.
Yep.
It's just the volume's low because he's a phenomenal rusher. And the team's very much likely, like JJ says, to keep doing that. But he's still an actually good passer. He's not Patrick fucking Mahomes or Justin Herbert. But he is above average, especially down the field, weirdly. And I think someone like Bateman can drive volume in the slot. And Marcus Brown, I don't think of as a miss. I think he's been exceptional, even on his draft capital, down the field. And that could help him out as well. Now, and to JJ's point, you're betting on efficiency unless you're expecting a wild volume jump, which we are not. But, I mean, I'd rather bet on that range of outcomes, that exceptional efficiency, than a team on the bad team list. And so what I did for my video on it on YouTube, it's up to YouTube, I guess, was talk about, let's put this in context. Baltimore Ravens is a poor landing spot, but relative to what? How would you rank them when you take all the things you like? And they're not bottom half of the league. It's not like it's top 15 easy, probably top 12 in terms of landing spots for wide receivers for me. And that's all I mean. That's it.
Yeah.
It's a tough spot, though. I mean, he doesn't throw to the wide receivers he doesn't throw to anybody very much. I mean, the passing volume is low. So you're right. You have to pencil him in for efficiency and hopefully a pretty good target share, which actually is not that hard to do. I am going to be, I'm going to actually look to guys like you specifically. I'm gonna wait till you run all your projections because
that's the thing. I'm having fun right now. I got to get to fucking work Monday, and I'm not looking forward to it.
But honestly, it's gonna be when a guy like yourself puts out his projections that you can really and you're going to be clinical because that's how you look at it. Like you might have a hot take right now. You might think one thing or the other, but once you run the numbers, you're going to say, uh-oh. I've heard you say it before. Hey, I thought this, but guess what? Uh-oh.
I'm gonna try to get to a reasonable median expectation is the way I see projections. Like it's not all I'm not gonna like it always, but what's reasonable to expect, and that's where JJ's just fire. Like that's what he's already given us. The reasonable expectation is Bateman, and drafting a player like Bateman means they expect him to come in and just take those targets. It's just not enough.
Correct.
To get to fantasy relevance, but top 36 wide receiver is the upside, and as a rookie you can't really expect more than 600 yards even in the first round as it is, so adjust accordingly.
So real quick take, where are you drafting him right now if I sat you down and you had to do a rookie draft just wide receiver wise? Is he pushing below some of those other guys, or is he staying where you had him?
Wide receiver ranks, I mean,
just wide receiver.
we only have so many. We have so many off the board right now. Yeah, he's still my wide receiver 2 very easily because everyone that's gone before him, apart from Chase, that's not the bet I make. I fully want them to hit. Don't get me wrong. Like I love seeing every player hit and just getting to watch them do well, to be honest, because that's the fun of it for all of us. Just watching that those plays. Like just the reason I don't watch football is because they all look impressive to me, and I can't get past that. Like I've watched Philip Dorsett tape in the NFL and you're like, I'm like, man, that guy looks impressive. So I know I can't evaluate through tape, they're all amazing. So just a quick side note, but and I'm sure like Devontae Smith, he's the challenger to the 2 spot. I mean, the Eagles are I don't know if they're a good team, bad team yet. They're kind of on the undecided list. They were on the good team list there for about a year or 2. Either. Went all in on Rager because I loved his profile.
I also loved Rager.
So now I'm a little, but I do like Smith. So I'll probably have to play that value-wise. But I still have Bateman over Smith personally. Yep. And we'll have to see how I have to play that in ADP. But yeah, just wide receiver ranks, it's still pretty much the same. Chase, Bateman, and then Smith. But that's going to change. I hate it because everyone wants just actionable advice. And I fully appreciate that. And I try to give it, but so much depends on what the people in your league think. I was thinking about this, like in our space, when you're listening to us talk, and you guys probably appreciate this more than I do, Dynasty is just full of nerds. I mean, it's 95% just nerds grinding spreadsheets or coding, for goodness sake. And then there's like, we misrepresent it as high T and everyone in football doesn't understand analytics, but most of the guys talking about Dynasty, they're nerds, man. That's why Ray GQ is so popular, because finally a guy that watches, and why you guys are so popular as well, because they're actually relatively small. And what I mean by this is when you go into your draft, you might find people liking Tony and people liking higher. But that's from my perspective, in the community I talk about a lot, Bateman's easily going to be ahead of those guys. So you've got to adjust to who's playing in your league.
You know, Peter, I say this all the time. Like, I've had some people on the pod who've echoed that sentiment in the past, and I'll say, you got to remember, a lot of the people listening to our advice or watching or listening to your podcast or whatever, they're playing with people who aren't listening to us or aren't in our ecosystem and aren't seeing it the same way. So you want them to be able to take advantage of Kadarius Toney, and Rashad Bateman, right? Where they're like, still going to take Bateman over Toney or whatever the case, And so that's kind of the interesting point. And I was going to say, speaking of, so the next pick of the draft is super, super interesting. It's Green Bay Packers.
Yep.
There's so much to unpack here. So much to unpack here. First of all, Elijah Moore and Terrace Marshall still on the board right now for the Green Bay Packers. And while we would think that's a fantastic landing spot because of Aaron Rodgers,
well,
what the hell's even going on with Aaron Rodgers right now?
I don't know. John Hogue from the Superflex Super Show is somewhere still tilting. I was on their podcast to start this night, and it turned into that GIF of the guy on It's All Sunny in Philadelphia with the red string? Yep. That was what that podcast became. John Ho went deep into the possible ways that he's going to end up in Denver. And I feel for him. I hope so. Like that would be good.
Oh,
I
that would
think
be
Judy
awesome.
is a little underrated right now, even though I was a little lower than most coming in as a rookie. I
Me
thought
as
it
well.
was good. I just kind of like Justin Jefferson and Rager and CeeDee Lamb a bit more, and that put him lower in my ranks than he was in others. I had him second tier. So I think Judy's a little. I think Cortland Sutton's basically forgotten, which is definitely a bad mistake in my personal opinion. And you put Aaron Rodgers on that team. That's pretty good. Noah Fant didn't even mention the
Alberto,
athletic producing
KJ
tight
Hamler,
end.
second round pick from last year.
I
was really high on KJ Hamler. Probably too high on KJ Hamler.
Me too.
But I loved him. And then he went there, and I still talked myself into it. But a big reason was because he fell in drafts because of, they spent the first round pick on Judy. They already had Cortland Sutton. So for that reason and that reason alone, I want Aaron Rodgers in Denver.
I'm not ignoring you. I'm trying to keep up with the draft because it's going to be easier to do it as it goes and update the database as one after it. So, no, I agree. Like that would be really interesting. So I hope John. Just so you know, if you want that to happen, John Hogue from the Superflex Super Show on DLF is out there sending all possible positive thoughts in that direction. So, like, he's trying his best for you. Because he's a big fan of Aaron Rodgers, like as far as I can tell, we couldn't propose any situation where Aaron Rodgers was less than anything else you could possibly trade him. He was like, nope, no, I still go Rodgers. So yeah, he's got you in the good thoughts category. That's best.
Oh, perfect.
And
we are not getting a wide receiver to Green Bay.
Wow,
we are not getting a wide receiver to
We're
Green
not.
Bay. And cornerback.
They really just.
They hate him.
Like Aaron Rodgers.
They hate him.
I mean, to be fair, he said he's not coming back either way, right? So why would they at this point?
Wow.
I mean, at least try and help Jordan Love then, I guess. Like
he's got it. Aaron Rodgers can't do it, but Jordan Love.
I don't know. Like draft a wide receiver to spite Aaron Rodgers at the very least. But like, I don't know.
They went cornerback, really?
Yeah.
Really. Not even like something to help out Jordan Love specifically. Just
that's what I mean. Yeah.
Wow. Okay. I mean,
wow.
Yeah.
They are really fighting. Like so much of this is media noise, and you just ignore those narratives for Dynasty mostly. But like after that, you go draft a corner. They really don't like each other, right? Am I crazy?
No, I think you're right. I mean, Stokes is not a bad player. He's a good prospect, but
nothing against that guy.
Elijah Moore would have looked pretty good in that spot. That's all I would
think
say.
Terrace Marshall even. I mean, I feel like that's a great compliment to Devontae Adams.
I'm not a fan, but I get it.
Yeah, I don't know how I would like it for fantasy, but specifically like on the football field, like you put him out at that X, he's got some speed, he's 6'3", he's got size.
Okay, that's interesting. See, that's actually interesting. That's something I want to ask you about it because I find myself arguing about Terrence Marshall a lot, but I argue with what I call other nerds, those other statistical
I've seen the conversations.
Most people I ask about who primarily or at least factor in tape are like, nah, he's not. He's all right. And that's weird to me that like the tape, normally we think of ourselves as tape versus analytics, but the tape guys are like, yeah, I get it. And the nerds are all like, no, you're evil for not liking him. And I'm like, this is weird. This is a weird feeling.
Well, let me ask you this question. I mean, what is it about the analytics that you don't like? Because I feel like analytically he's a pretty damn solid prospect, but I'm curious to hear your take on Terrace Marshall.
All right, I got like 3 videos on YouTube. Sub to YouTube. No, I didn't mean that. You don't have to sub to YouTube.
He's got to buy
I
another
can
shirt.
actually explain it though, because like again, the opposition is coming kind of from my side, so I think I understand it pretty well while I vamp because I'm actually filling out my draft sheet. It's the thing. I don't believe in expanding a small sample, especially in a final year.
Yeah.
Because essentially what they're saying is through the first 7 games of his last season, he was exceptional.
Yes.
Now, honestly, and based on the things I look at yards per team pass attempt, which I get is a weird way of looking at it.
No, it's a great one.
Trust
I
me
love
for
that.
a second.
Yeah.
That has signal. That shows
100%.
this interesting
Has a lot
mixture
of
of
signal.
Okay. He was below average to compare in last year or best year to compare to most players that hit for a top 24 season. Is that everything? No. because not all players are below average miss. Like there were plenty of players on that list. But then he's low in terms of the percentage of receiving yards, so how dominant he was at that position in that last year. Okay. But people point out to me that was only through 7 games. So if you per game it, he was actually dominant. That's over a 40% dominator rating, which is kind of the threshold for a late breakout. If you're going to bet on one, that's so already we're arguing for a less likely player because, you know, we've got Brandon Marshall. We've got a few players who only really showed up in their last year, but it was phenomenally high. So that's the list we're trying to get him on. So that's already a smaller list. And this is just based on the stats I look at, because as JJ, I literally have been in like 3 fights this draft season with JJ Zachary's and his motherfucking
JJ
self.
loves them.
They're very informative.
I can't tell you how far below JJ I am. Like, I do not think I'm talking up here. Just in case you're wondering, just agree with JJ. You're probably right. Like that's where I consider myself in this debate. But what else was it? So he's under dominant, but only if you use the first 7 games, he can start to look dominant. And I get that argument, but it's never worked. Like I can't find an example of player who only had 7 good games and then hit. And because I'm an idiot, I just want it to have happened before to some degree, because I don't know what makes a good wide receiver. I just
what about DK Metcalf?
Prospects. Good point. DK Metcalf had 20% of the team's receiving production at age 19. And this is where we get into Chase and Justin Jefferson on a team. Yep. I mean, he couldn't do that
as a sophomore,
because he had to. But that's one,
but
assuming Chase is going to hit like we expect. And 2, Elijah Moore in this draft had more of the team's receiving yards with DK Metcalf and AJ Brown on the team, and he's not getting boosted up. The other final, and there's a lot more to this, to be fair. And again, most of the smart people that I consider smarter than me and better than me in this, like Terrence Marshall. I seem to be on the outs with the nerd community. But I just don't like these adjustments without a proven track record of some level of it happening. And the other thing is, when you per game, you don't add to the team stats. Like, I checked it out today because I was like, are they actually... Like, if Terrence Marshall had played the full season, the idea is the team would have had more receiving yards as well.
Right. Sure.
But when you per game it, you don't do that. And I wanted to check that my math, like my assumption of their math is right. And his current dominator rating listed is at like 46%. And that's how they get to that number. So they would keep the team stats the same, but they elevate Marshall's stats. And presumably that would have had an effect on the team stats. And that logic doesn't follow. It's a very small thing, but it's just a little bit of a bug in my bonnet, bee in my bonnet. Like you're making the maximum amount of adjustment, and it gets them onto this list that's still lower to hit, in my opinion, than at least 4 wide receivers in this class. Now, the fact everyone thinks it means that I'm fine with having him in my second tier. He didn't get the draft capital apparently, but if he gets picked day 2, I will believe them, and I will believe that draft capital, and put him in that, but he's still. That's still less than Chase. It's less than Bateman. It's less than, honestly, for me, Taylor Wallace, as long as he doesn't go freaking undrafted. I love the man. Elijah Moore, like, they actually did it, but we think he would have done it. And for me, that's a bigger risk than it is. And the other side of that coin is because Terrence Marshall is a little bigger, he has more upside. And I don't entirely agree with that logic either, because one, he doesn't fit. He's not over 7. He's not over a 27 BMI, and so the idea that he's bigger, so he has a higher upside, doesn't also follow through for me. And even if he was, I mean, I've seen plenty of upside from smaller players. Calvin Ridley last year, Stephon Diggs. I mean, you have an argument against Smith, I guess, there, but at least he did it. And you have an argument against Elijah Moore, but again, at least he did it. And honestly, Elijah Moore and Terrence Marshall are kind of in the same tier in terms of BMI. He's just a little shorter, and shortness definitely doesn't matter when you look at it analytically. And so you've got all these factors to it, and there's nuance, and some people see a path through to Terrence Marshall being good. And again, when I run the best, most positive, DK Metcalf is the one that shows up. Also, Devontae Parker. Also, a few other names. I mean, there's potential there.
Yes.
But Terrence Marshall requires something of a significant boost even compared to them, and he wasn't able to break out younger. And I can find no player who failed to break out younger because of previous team talent.
Doesn't exist.
And the argument there is all 3 were generational. really, Chase has already done it. I mean, Justin Jefferson is definitely better than having DK Metcalf and AJ Brown on your team. Like, we know that for sure. I mean,
No, we
maybe.
don't.
So I'll move him up compared to his production. It seems like a little bit of a reach to me. But hey, you got to reach for upside. Sorry, I'm over talking. I can tell from your mannerisms.
I love
You're
it.
like,
No.
Gotta get this guy out of here.
No way, man. Are you kidding me? I love it. I was gonna play back at you a little bit because I actually love everything you said. I asked the question just because I wanted that awesome Peter Howard
rant. Yeah,
rant. I did, man. I wanted to hear it. The listeners want to hear it. There is no doubt about it. I love it. You know, it's exactly right. I mean, you look at Terrace Marshall, and there's a lot of you have to make a lot of excuses. Okay, his freshman year, he wasn't productive. Why not? Well, he was a freshman. His sophomore year, he was kind of productive. I mean, would he have like 15 touchdowns or something like that? I mean, he was sort of productive, but he got hurt.
13.
You know, he got hurt in the fourth game. And then teammates score, right? So he played with.
Yeah, that's true. The year before there was injuries, so that's unfair. As well.
You know,
yeah, you're right.
I'm not making excuses for him, by the way, because analytically,
just trying to understand. I get it.
Putting context to the other side of the coin, right? So, like, if he hadn't gotten hurt, what would have happened? I don't know.
You don't know though. Is the thing.
Right? If he'd have played all 10 games instead of opting out after 7 games, what would have happened? I don't know. We do know that he's good. We do know that he was a 5-star recruit out of high school. We do know that he held his own, certainly in those first 4 games with Justin Jefferson and Jamar Chase, right?
At least in that year, yes.
Yeah.
Right? We do know that he was averaging over 100 yards a game in 2020 before, in a COVID year. The whole, by the way, I want to talk about another situation that's got to be absolutely maddening for a guy like yourself is putting into historical context is the COVID shortened season, because
and that's actually something that was thrown at me. It was a pandemic, and I was like, yeah, but it was a pandemic for everyone, and I can't, like, there's no other pandemic. I can't really
adjust for pandemic. It's
and
hard
that's
to
entirely
do.
fair. It's just, I can't rank him above the guys who did it. How about that?
That's right. Yeah, I'm fair with that. I mean,
there's lots of nuance to this, and sorry, I didn't mean to. Carry on.
No, you're fine. When I look at Terrace Marshall, I think the same thing. It's like I think of a person. What's interesting is, like, you're right. JJ's great at this. You're great at this analytically. You two are, just so you know, I'm not kissing your ass. You two are two of the guys I look to analytically to help me sort of put into perspective how these things measure up, right? And you're on opposite sides of the coin, which sort of says everything you need to know that this really is a dichotomy prospect, right?
That I'm probably wrong. Yeah, but also, yeah. And Matthew Freeman was another one who's part of that conversation. Just in case you're not putting him on that, like, I really respect his opinion.
Of course, there's a ton of people. But I'm just saying, like, my point is that you two on opposite ends of this coin, which I respect you saying humbly that you're probably wrong. But the point of the matter is you actually don't know. And we all don't know. And that's what puts, for me anyway, that's what puts Terrace Marshall as sort of that risk reward pick at some point, because
definitely
you could spin a tail either way.
Yeah. I would say what I normally turn to in such a situation, everyone disagrees with me, is to honestly go talk to the people who want, because it's information. I know I joke about it, but it's information I don't have access to. I don't know what looks good, because Philip Dorsett looks good to me, and I don't grind the all 22. I maybe watch a few YouTube highlights because I enjoy watching football. That's about it. And that's why I started this out with guys who watch football. Like, my default with DK Metcalf was Jake Anderson was a co-host on my podcast at that point, and he could not say enough good things. Like, didn't care that he turned like a boat at the combine. He was like,
right,
you just got to believe me. On tape, it's there. And Jake is very good at tape. Like, I really respect his, but don't tell him that. He's quit anyway, so it doesn't matter. Don't tell him I respect his opinion. But also Zach Reed from the Dynasty Dummies who disagreed on Metcalf. I turned to him. I turned to all these people that are in our community that actually do that work. It's honestly information I don't have access to. And that's where I hit this weird wall of, okay, I'll go ask them, and they'll be like, no, it's there, Pete. Believe the other nerds. And it was the exact opposite. Like, Jake is still laughing at me for asking, is he, like, good as DK Metcalf? He's still out there laughing somewhere. And Zach Reed was like, I mean, there's this, all these words I didn't understand, but he definitely did not say, this guy's got it on tape. He was kind of iffy on him. And so that kind of leaves me with my default turn to people who have access to information I definitely don't have that isn't behind a paywall. Film grinders aren't saying this guy shows up on tape. In my experience, I mean, ask your local film grinder, I guess. But it's not like it was shortened season. But if you watch it, it was exceptional. It's like it was a shortened season. And if you watch it, I mean, he's kind of sloppy here. He kind of doesn't do this, didn't stand out this way. And that's not, my wild card didn't help me out there. And so I'm just out.
Well, let's put it this way. He didn't end up being better than Justin Jefferson or Jamar Chase, right? They did outperform him in that season. So, okay. So he's not, I mean, maybe he's, right? I mean, he didn't. He had the opportunity and he didn't. So, I mean, at the end of the day, he's a couple rungs. How many rungs below those two players is he? Well, time will tell. But he's certainly a rung below, and I'll grant you that for sure.
Yeah, and just, to put the icing on the cake, I bet heavily on Denzel Mims and N'Keal Harry and JJ Sega-Whiteside, who did have too many touchdowns. But still, I've missed a lot. I would say, though, and this is what really, I went through the full process and I really did my due diligence, and I can still be wrong. And if you love him, fucking draft the guy, because that's the opinion that matters. But I'm actually batting 100% on players that look like misses with high draft capital. Like, I rarely miss on the misses, if you know what I mean. And now most of them are very clear. It's Philip Dorsett. It's
who looks great on tape.
Yeah.
Yeah, John Ross was an easy fade.
Riley Ridley, even if we go down the depth chart, I was like, nah. Like, I rarely miss on people that
I love to hate Riley Ridley.
Because so many of these players have so much. I mean, Chase Claypool's a little bit of a miss, but I really wasn't out. I understood it physically and his draft capital and where you had to get him in rookie drafts. ADP helps out a lot. Like, this isn't all I read the numbers perfectly. It's the market helps you out considerably. It's like other opinions are telling you what to think. But like Laquan Treadwell, he wasn't underpanned and it was highly drafted. Like, those level of players, it's rarely happened. I have not been playing fantasy football and this kind of outlier has hit. Even Michael Thomas was drafted in the first round and he went to the Saints, and there were enough people that talked about the tape that were like, no, it's there, that I believed it. So maybe this is the one. Terrence Marshall could definitely be the one, and it's about time I regressed. But that's what I think, I guess.
I think that's fair, and I think we're going to see where he gets drafted. He had some injury concerns from the NFL, so tape guys aside, analytics guys aside, the NFL guys are pushing him down the board according to the rumor mill for injury concerns. So we'll just see how far he slides, and once you plug in draft capital, i.e. landing spot for him, that'll be pretty interesting. By the way,
I just want to mention a few of these people in the chat, if I could, because there have been some good comments here. Like, these chats, you should have them on here. Seriously. AWLS Saber Metrics says, can we wait 1 year before we call N'Keal Harry a miss? Yes, we can. But I consider myself as missing because he's become progressively less likely to hit, and I went in hard. I was like first overall in the draft, first wide receiver, and for me that's a miss. Even if he hits like Corey Davis did, I just want to hold myself to that standard, because anyone who drafted him definitely didn't get the value. They've definitely lost value, and that's kind of what I'm trying to help out with.
Yes.
So yes, he could still definitely do well in the NFL, but at this point, lower expectations, less likely, and so that's why I call him a miss. Same with Denzel Mims, by the way. DLF ADP, it has like a 94% hit rate on misses, in that if they drop by about a round, 94% of them have never done anything you care about. And the few that have are usually Corey Davis or Kenny Britts, who hit a lot later and for a lot less. So unfortunately, where I do listen to ADP, that kind of and I hate it because he had a great profile, and so did Mims. But I just wanted to shout you out. Yeah, definitely wait. Like, don't trade him for nothing. I hung on to Corey Davis, and I couldn't have been happier, for example.
Now he's out there with Denzel Mims.
Yeah, there were a few others in here. There were just some really good comments. You guys should probably just talk to them. I didn't mean to stop talking. Sorry, were you expecting?
No, you're fine.
No.
The last selection of the draft actually just came in. It's another edge rusher. There was a run on edge rushers at the end, and basically nothing exciting for us.
Yeah.
So
Wait, the Tampa Bay, who'd they pick?
Joe Tryon. Tryon? Yeah, I don't know. Jason Owe out of Penn State, athletic monster, went 31 to, I guess, Baltimore. Yeah. Fantasy Dukes wants to know who is the next N'Keal Harry. I think we just answered that question.
It could be Terrace Marshall.
No, we didn't, because you knew it was a miss. Yeah.
I think. In this class, honestly, we both mentioned that we liked him, but if there's a guy who just overproduced over expectation, I mean, Bateman has that potential, lower threshold, and was just
an incredible
being
profile.
too good is almost worrying. And something Travis May has pointed out to me is he has scheme concerns, which is not something I can adjust for currently. That might have helped his earlier breakout. And he's going to be drafted really high, like N'Keal Harry was, and seems to have all the analytics. I don't think so. I think Bateman's a hit. Don't get me wrong. Like, that's where my opinion is. But if you're looking for the guy who's going to disappoint, there's potential there where he did come from a lower conference. We don't know how to read that perfectly.
Yeah, that's a good answer. You got any more, Michael? Give us some more.
I mean, you didn't say Rondale Moore. So Fantasy Dukes is just happy it's not Rondale Moore.
Right.
I do want to.
He's not going to be a first round pick, so we're good.
Oh yeah. So who are we looking? Who are we excited, or who are we hoping gets round 2 draft capital tomorrow? Because obviously there's some big names still left on the board. There's both of the Moores, Elijah. There's Rondale. Then there's guys like Tylan Wallace, Seth Williams, Nico Collins, Tutu Atwell, Terrace Marshall. I mean, there's a ton of them. Amon-Ra St. Brown.
I'm just going to tell you the guys I really, really like.
Go for it.
Like, I'm a really big fan of Elijah Moore, like insanely huge fan. He's like Rashad Bateman, but he didn't play in a lower conference, so I don't get the hate. And again, he played his first year with AJ Brown and DK Metcalf, which is pretty cool. You know, it's also got a good team history. Who are the other names? I'm really a big fan of Taylor Wallace. He's coming out after 4 years, which a lot of people aren't going to like. But he's one of the few players that crosses that 27 BMI, and I really don't care about BMI, but it means BMI Twitter can't come after me, and that's one of very rare.
Good graces.
He is actually team big wide receiver. Come on, man.
Yeah.
And he was very productive through 4 years, but from a slightly lower conference. I'm a really big fan of both those guys. I'm a really big fan of Tutu Atwell, but I get that he's basically a 14-year-old compared to most NFL players. That may be a little extreme, but I still have some hope. Jalen Darden, I'm actually really high on. That's basically, by the way, for me, that's the Terrence Marshall bet lower down, and he actually did it in his last year. I don't know if you've heard that name before, but his name's
Jalen
out
Darden,
there.
Absolutely.
I don't think he's getting drafted in the second round.
No.
But as a lower drafted prospect, I'm really pretty interested in him. Those are the first names that come to mind. As far as who do I want to be drafted on day 2, honestly, at this point, I'm more in Elijah Moore, I guess.
Yeah.
But
he's going to go
just
very
pushes
soon.
him down in drafts, and I really believe in him. I was talking to the DLF crew earlier, and they, they strongly value draft capital. But I'm also like, if I believe in the player, I think he can outperform his draft. Like, if he gets drafted in the 3rd round, I still think he hits. I think he's that good. I think he can do it. And so what that means to me is if Elijah Moore falls, he's just cheaper for me.
Yep.
If you know what I mean?
Spot on.
Because I really can't find a problem there. You can't even say he would scheme fit or conference was too easy. Like, he just did it.
Yeah.
And he's short, but
but he's
not
not
even BMI
he's
Twitter
not,
thinks short matters.
Yeah, he's not he's not Rondale Moore, who's 5'7". He's a guy that, I mean, I don't know how
and
you
I love
feel about
Rondale Moore as well, to be honest.
Yeah.
But
Matt Harmon's reception perception, like Elijah Moore's routes are incredible. He's a great route runner, and I mean, I'm no tape grinding whatever, but like, he looks great on tape. It shows up. It matches what the eyes see. And it's not like a guy at his size can't dominate in the NFL and really perform well, because we've seen it. We've seen T.Y. Hilton perform as an X receiver on, playing all over the field. And
he was fast, if I'm not mistaken, as well. He ran a good
was really fast. I'm pretty
as much
sure.
as that matters, at least he's got it.
Yeah, he was 4.35.
S. Buchanan is laughing at my Tutu love, but I just he was really good.
You might be the first person that I've heard go to bat for Tutu, to be honest.
He's 155 pounds. What you gonna do? But I mean, if a player is gonna be decent at 155 pounds, I guess it's going to be Tutu.
Yeah.
But I honestly, at this point, I expect him to be undrafted and have a really hard... The NFL has a lot of high T. Like, I think
you're not wrong. But
maybe.
we did just see Devontae Smith go 10th overall. So
that's true.
I feel
the NFL does a better job, I think, of fantasy Twitter of adjusting to where the talent is.
Yes.
I'm not saying he's Julio fucking Jones. I'm saying he might be one of the top 10 wide receivers in this class. Remember, there are 3 on average that even hit a marginal ceiling, a marginal floor even. So Tutu being better than, 20, 30 other players is not weird for a 155-pound guy, but it might not show up for fantasy. That's fair.
And I think that's where I'm at with him, where like I was kind of out on him at first because of his size, and then I realized, there is a place for that in the NFL, but I don't know if he'll ever be able to be a consistent enough fantasy producer where,
maybe
we're pumped to have him there.
Hate it, but I get it.
Yeah. Not to bring you down. But
no, it's fine. I'm high on Elijah Moore Twitter, so we're good. Like, I can't find anyone that doesn't like Elijah Moore outside of maybe the few remnants of what is left of hype Twitter, which I don't think is. I don't think that survived time well for the 2014 class. So yeah. I just think Devontae Smith is probably a better person because he's at least not the size of a 14-year-old, I just think once you filter by the college season, if you're able to, and Devontae Smith has red flags, honestly.
Yes, he
does. But his last 2 years are at least decent.
Yeah.
And people, when I talk to people who I trust on tape, are like, he's showing some nuance there. There's a lot to his game.
Yeah.
And no, I think he's a better. Once you filter by the college system, that they were able to do it at college at a below average rate, even in college, and then they're drafted. So you've got all that infrastructure looking at him and trying to decide. And you've got no medical study that suggests, because I think that's our go-to, he'll get destroyed.
Yeah.
But nothing suggests he's more likely to be destroyed as a wide receiver at that height, weight, or BMI. And no, if someone's going to do it, I guess that's our best bet so far.
Yeah.
Outside of Sean Jackson.
Well, and he's a different player than Deshaun Jackson, which is interesting. Normally guys that size are burners or slot guys.
Exactly. They're the low reception total, high yard per reception.
Yeah, it's a Jalen Darden, Elijah Moore slot guy, or they're a Deshaun Jackson, John Ross burner type. And Devontae Smith profiles as an alpha, but he doesn't, Yeah, I mean, it's just amazing. So he's going to be...
Players do change roles, Golden Tate was an outside receiver in college. He's definitely not in the NFL.
No.
And something I found, and I was trying to work into an article, because they really have to write more in general, but Robbie Anderson's BMI is 22.5. That's almost the same as... it's actually a little lower than Tutu Atwell's. So it's not like we don't know a player can be good in the NFL. Yeah. And that guy came from undrafted. So it's not like he had everything going against him. Now, he's a little faster than Tutu and a little taller. So maybe that matters to you because BMI does a very poor job of explaining body size. But for me, it provided some context to, you can be in the NFL at almost any size if you're good enough.
Right.
That's what it means to me.
Peter, you'll appreciate this. It's like, does BMI matter? Does weight matter? People ask, well, does it matter? And it's like, well, I don't know, but can a guy be 104 pounds and play in the NFL? You know what I mean? It's like, well, probably not. So right. So it probably matters where and when. I don't know exactly where it's too light. I just happen to think that, a guy who is able to dominate in the SEC for Alabama for 2 years straight.
That's a little different than just any guy.
Yeah.
Like everyone's pointing out that I'm bigger than Devontae Smith. It's like, are you better at football? No. Are you going to be drafted in the first round? No. Right. Then there's something a little different.
That's right.
He's more likely to be good than you in the NFL, and that's the game we have to play,
That's right.
And I think something that I saw someone bring up that really kind of changed the way that I think about it was just the fact that, a big argument is, we've seen Marvin Harrison perform at that weight, and that's basically it. But then the other thing is like, well, how many of the guys that weigh that much at that, at that height are getting the first round draft capital, had this type of production at an SEC school? So I start to think it's like, okay, well, he's an outlier, but the fact that he's getting to the NFL in general is telling us that we have a person that you can't really relate to so many other smaller guys because.
And that's the route I went down. It's like, okay, so it's common to be higher, but is it less likely you become part of that group?
Exactly.
And it is a little bit, but in like a 20-year history, players with a below average BMI have hit it's like, I can't remember the percentage, but it works out to 2 players below expected. If it was even, had no effect.
Yeah.
So it matters a little bit, but 2 players in 20 years with that draft capital, with decent production, like that's not as much of an outlier bet as I think it's presented. If you know what I mean?
I agree.
Mm-hmm. But now he's on whatever team, so he's dead to me, clearly.
See, I'm on the opposite train. I'm like slowly, like really convincing myself about Devonta Smith. That's going to be the rest of this weekend.
He's going to have opportunity. He's going to have opportunity. The Eagles are rough. Is that what you're saying?
I don't know where to put them yet, but I'm a little more out on them than I was last year, if that helps. Like I worry because Jalen Reagor looked like a solid pick. I've been told he doesn't separate, but I'm like, how do you not separate and dominate on the outside so heavily? Well, he'll do that again, I guess. But I don't know. We'll see.
So, I will say this, because I came on for a short bit when the Eagles picked Smith earlier, and a lot of stuff that I've been reading and listening to about the Eagles, and even from what I noticed was when we won the Super Bowl in 2017, Doug Peterson did a great job of scheming to attack a defense, and he used matchups to his advantage. What you're supposed to do. And the problem that happens in 2019 and 2020 to go along with all the injuries is he was never scheming to attack a defense. It was Jalen Reagor, go out there, run this route. I don't care what the defense is doing. I don't care who's matched up against you. Nick Sirianni, from everything that I've read, everything that I've heard about the guy is he loves matchups. That's like his bread and butter. Like he does not care almost the types of players he has. He's going to take them and he's going to find advantages for them. And all of a sudden, I feel really a lot better about Jalen Reagor, and I loved him.
I hope so.
He was maybe my wide receiver 2 or 3, even before the Eagles drafted him. And
he was in my first tier with CeeDee Lamb and Justin Jefferson. So he's the only miss I have in that class. So I'd really like it to happen.
Let's not call him a miss yet. I'm with Dan.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But I would say he's dropped around in ADP, and that's a 94% success rate. But I'm still in.
Like, I'm going to be honest. I ignored that
upside personally. Yeah,
I read the article and I was like, yeah, but Jalen Reagor. So I'm
that's what you should do with it. You should always come down to an evaluation of that particular player. Know the odds, but bet on that player or don't.
Yeah. Anyway. But I think it could be interesting for if Nick Sirianni is the guy that people are saying that he is, we might see we might see Jalen Reagor not just run 2 different routes. One of them is a deep post and the other one is a screen. It's like dude was great at catching over the middle and getting yak. Like, use him that way. Devonta Smith, hopefully we see him lining up all over the field and being this versatile chess piece. And if you have both of them and Jalen Hurts is a decent passer, I mean, hopefully we can see fantasy relevance for both of those guys because they're first-round wide receivers with great profiles. So
we'll see, I guess. Yeah, I think I've taken you past your time, though. So
I mean,
I'm actually just telling all of J-Rob Twitter to formally apologize to me.
There it is.
Yeah, that tweet needs to go out very soon. It was the easiest call to see. Sorry about that, Peter.
I mean, it's okay. I just hate you now. It's fine.
No. Listen, you're the best in the world at the numbers. Don't say you're not. It's okay if you want to take. But it's in my name, game theory. I knew the game theory. I knew it was going to happen. I just felt it coming. It just made too much sense, and I didn't like it. I only like it now because when I asked everybody about it, everyone was like, "No chance, no chance," and that was kind of surprising. Right. Mike Liu is with me on this, and Mike Liu is also a game theory expert. Saw it coming. So there's a few of us out there. I'm sure there's others, of course. I think there was Chalk for sure. Yeah,
so, I'm sure he's bouncing around Twitter right now.
No, he was in the comments earlier. He's one of the people I was talking about. Yeah,
there you go.
Doc is the man. But so I expect all those written formal apologies in my inbox tomorrow. Not from you, Peter. You never said a bad word. You never did. I'm only
never
teasing.
Happened.
Never happened. I mean, and of course, it's
firm opinions is what we pay for.
It is a shame. It is a shame for J-Rob because I'm with you. I've said repeatedly he's one of my favorite players, but he was one of my least favorite assets because of the fragility that I perceived there. And
a very good way to put it.
I mean, so far Myles Gaskin just dodging those bullets. So much for game theory.
Bingo. And actually, no, you're 100% right. By the way, and Miami's another one. I tried selling Myles Gaskin for that reason this offseason for second round pick wherever I owned him, and nobody was paying. So I was looking to take a 2021 second, like any 2021 second for Myles Gaskin. Nobody was offering in any league I'm in that I have Myles Gaskin in. So I'm holding him. So I'm glad that he dodged all the raindrops.
To be fair, it can still happen. That's the sad part.
Absolutely.
So
Javonte Williams in the early second round is a very real possibility.
That's a scary possibility. Yeah.
Yep. Absolutely.
Oh yeah, he didn't go yet. All right. Good point.
Yeah. Two running backs in the first round.
Yep. 2 running backs, 5 wide receivers, 1 tight end, and 5 quarterbacks. Now that we look at
Davis Mills sneaking into the back of the first.
No.
There's a lot of hype there.
So now we look at, wide receivers, the top wide receivers on the board. Elijah Moore, certainly number 1 for me going into day 2. Terrace Marshall certainly still has a lot of upside. Rondale Moore, we're going to have to see how the NFL views his 5'7" frame. I love Rondale as a player. Not sure how he's successful in the NFL. We'll see, man. I mean, I'm cheering. There's another guy. I'm very skeptical, but he's one of my favorite players, so I'm cheering for him. Diami Brown, Nico Collins is a guy I'm very, very curious to see where he lands. He's been screaming up my boards. Amon-Ra St. Brown has a ton of pedigree, and we'll have to see if he can land in some fertile ground. He'd be a guy I'd like to see in Green Bay if somehow Aaron Rodgers sticks around. Ever?
Yeah. Never.
And then lastly, Tylan Wallace. That's kind of
it's an interesting one.
Yep.
That's the group of people that I've got, sort of in that next tier for me anyway. I don't know if you have anybody else, but that's there. And then in terms of running backs, it's really Javonte Williams. Where does he land? I think he's going to go in the second round. There's almost no question. And then there's that big kind of group of, I don't know what the hell they are type of players, which is Michael Carter, Kenny Gainwell, Trey Sermon, Kylan Hill, Chuba Hubbard. I think
Chuba Hubbard's going to be an interesting landing spot.
I'm very high on Chuba Hubbard. So
most of these running backs,
my 4, maybe
landing
3.
spot matters. Yeah,
it's going to be interesting to see if he gets. He's got to get day 2 capital. If he slides into the 5th round or so, it's pour one out.
Pretty much.
Freiermuth is probably going to be the next tight end taken. Brevin Jordan hurt himself athletically, and I'm sure analytically now you're not so excited about Brevin Jordan.
I still have him as tight end 2 because I enjoy those receiving tight ends. But this year, like everyone's doing the opposite. Like the big tight ends, no one likes. So I'm like, I take the big ones.
I like Hunter Long as a guy. He's a guy that intrigues me.
Actually, Kenny Yeboah is pretty interesting. That's the name I was going to mention.
Kenny Yeboah is my deep tight end. I've been drafting him in the 5th round of every mock draft we do. He's there every time, and he's got that huge ceiling. So I'm with you, Peter. I think he's a interesting guy. I'd like to see him get at least 4th round capital or better. I don't think he's going to go tomorrow, but it's possible.
I only have one other guy on the list, and that's Jake Ferguson. I think he's kind of interesting. Yeah. Tommy Tremble's been mentioned to me, so I ranked him, but I don't get it.
A lot of people
statistically, I do not get it.
I was hearing some chatter that he could be the 2nd tight end off the board.
Wow.
He's apparently like a ridiculous blocker, like just insane. So, I mean, kind of like Drew Sample was a 2nd round pick a couple years ago, and then anything receiving wise. But one of the kind of NFL insider scout guys that I listen to a lot of, like he was saying, he's there physically, he's there as a blocker. He just didn't catch passes, so he doesn't have that profile. It's the type of thing where maybe you pick him up as an undrafted free agent after your rookie draft. and he could develop into something. But chances are, if he is the second tight end taken, he's probably going to get taken in your rookie draft, and he's probably going to get taken kind of high. So,
yeah, I know. Like I say, he just didn't do anything.
No, he did nothing. It's insane.
But, yeah,
I will say Seth Williams at Auburn. He's a guy that I'm really interested
that's
in.
a name I forgot. I'm already forgetting these players, but yeah, Seth Williams was an interesting one, actually.
I'm excited to see his draft capital.
I'd put him in that
day
same
2,
category.
I'd be if he got day 2, I'd be really
I'd be amazed, but also excited.
Me too.
Like for me, it's Elijah Moore. It, like very much is like the last player left in a tier.
Oh yes.
But then you've got Taylor Wallace, Seth Williams. I'm really interested in Jalen Dodd's never going to get that draft capital, but I'm really interested in him. And and so we go back down the list. But I think Seth Williams is really interesting.
Yeah.
Hey, while we're on it, we're sort of vibing on some of these wide receivers. One of my deep crushes right now is Jonathan Adams Jr. Anything on him?
He didn't stick out for me personally, but I'm not going to tell you to. I don't know enough to wave you off it.
Yeah. No. I mean, he's very deep right now, but he just sort of has that alpha sort of skill set. He kind of reminds me of some of the players that have kind of come from, 4th and 5th round to a little bit of notoriety, but most of those guys are all worthless back there because once you get drafted, no, it's true. It's funny, I do a dynasty podcast and I'm dynasty game theory online. People asking me, and you mentioned these
goddamn
guys,
Sunbelt players, huh?
Yeah, and you're just like, look, we'll start talking about these deep players, and it's like I always sort of preface it by going, it's more likely than not that this guy is an absolute nobody and gets released. Like,
yeah,
don't.
I mean, he did kind of blow up last year a little bit. 2.6 yards per team attempt. That's a little low based on a 21-year-old he was also.
Yeah.
29% dominator. Again, a little low for the Sun Belt at that age, but I'm not going to wave, like you say, I'm not going to wave anyone away from anyone down that deep. I mean, go get your guy, or watch him on the waiver wire at least.
Yeah. I will say this, Shax, the same NFL insider guy, he apparently, it was the first time he had heard of him, and he heard from a bunch of scouts in the NFL that he doesn't think that he'll make it out of day 2.
Wow.
So, which was shocking to him.
Strong special
also shocking
team
to me.
skills or something.
Apparently he was just he's one of those. I'm trying to.
Well, he's 6'3", 215.
Yeah, massive size in a class that doesn't have a lot of size.
Who's that huge NFL? He used to be on the NFL channel, but now he's got a YouTube channel like Brett Coleman or something. It's a really interesting watch, especially as a guy that's not into tape. He does the film room on YouTube and stuff. Like, he's huge. So I don't know if he's worth checking out. But he was mentioning this deeper guy that I'd never heard of in that same vein. Not that that's the same player, but I'd never come across him before, and he's the only one I'd seen have him significantly ranked. But his name's kind of awkward, so I'm looking for it right now.
Is it Amir Smith-Marset?
Amir Smith-Marset. Yeah, that's the fella.
Yep.
So he's another name to throw out there. Personally, I don't see much, but I mean, apparently it's on the tape. That's what I'm going to say.
And then Josh and Matt or Baby or whatever his name is.
Where's Kyle when you need him? He's the only one I know that can pronounce it perfectly every time.
It's okay, but he's a senior, redshirt senior, which is kind of a problem. 6'2", 215, crazy speed.
As far as really deep names at wide receiver, like really deep, like you're saying, like don't draft him, but like this is a name I like. Uber productive in the MAC East. Any rebels?
Oh Lord,
his name's come up a little bit, but he's still been, and he was kind of undersized as well. He's got a 2 Atwell problem. But Isaiah McCoy in Kent State, again, deep,
I like him a lot.
He was uber productive there.
Let me look him up.
Yeah, no, he was a guy that I hadn't really heard of. And then he spiked in my model, and that's the kind of thing that normally it's like, oh shit, okay, time to go look at that dude.
Literally can't take credit for him. A guy on Patreon was like, hey, you didn't add this guy that I like, and so I added him, and he same thing, he spiked up. I was like, who the hell is that?
Yep.
It's at Kent State. So what do you do? But pretty impressive. I kind of I've just because I'm just making a narrative at this point. But the kid's got some balls, in my opinion. He's coming out as an early declare.
Yes, that's what I was just saying.
He's
coming out as a junior.
He's swinging some big big dick energy around to do that. Like most players, even Corey Davis, who was phenomenally productive and got first round draft, even he waited 4 years and he was playing higher.
So sometimes, Peter, when I do this, I just will. I've never heard of him. I'm looking him up. I went to Player Profiler, and you know the little bars that come up. His come off like this much.
Yeah.
I don't know much about him, but he doesn't have much girth, if you know what I mean.
It's a small wide receiver class, man. It just is. Yep. Yeah, what is he? 25 BMI, 200 weight, 74, so 6'2".
He ran a 4.68, and
but ran a 4.68. Yeah,
that's not great.
No, that's not great.
That's not great.
But I'm gonna have to jet. Sorry,
you got it. Yeah, no, I think we need to call it anyway.
We're calling it anyway, buddy. This was awesome. We really enjoyed having you. Just stay out away from the railing. That's
I will stay on dry land, man. No problem.
I know, and I really appreciate it. I can't wait to have you on the pod. Sometimes we'll chop it up sometime in the future. But you're awesome, and everybody knows that. So
okay, appreciate it, guys. Really enjoyed talking to you. Obviously,
likewise.
Thanks for coming.
I stayed way too long, but appreciate it.
Have a great night.
To have you, man. Oh, didn't get rid of you.
That's all right. Well, we'll say goodnight to everybody who's hanging on tight, listening to that awesome conversation with Peter Howard. And, I don't think I'll be able to sleep tonight, Dukes.
I don't even know why.
No, I've just been pounding Red Bulls and vodkas all night, just trying to stay awake so I can bring
it's
this
only
awesome...
It's like 9:30 for you.
I've got kids, and
Well, I have a dog. That's all I got. It's 12:30, so...
Well, on behalf of everybody at the Undroppables, on behalf of everybody at the Undrafted, on behalf of Eric Moody, on behalf of Peter Howard, Fantasy Dukes, who else?
Steffi Smalls,
Kacey
Kasem, RYNOS, Kevin Du Bois 22. Oh God, I hope I'm not missing anyone.
No, we can't be missing anybody. But on behalf of everybody at the Undroppables, with Vivek came out, Tommy. Justin was out. Just a great first day. And go Patriots. Mac Jones, obviously the best pick of the first round without any question. Am I right? Of course I'm right.
We will be back tomorrow. We'll be on an hour before the draft, just like today. We got a bunch of guests. We got more hosts. Jax will not be back, thank God. But we got a bunch of much smarter people here. So
bingo.
Yeah.
Peace out.
Oh, I got to end the broadcast.